for the long intro. I was eating food. And I have some amazing news. I have the best possible news ever recorded. All of the cats are stable. All of the cats are healthy. They have some kitty colds, but they've had antibiotic shots now. All of the cats are not going to die. All of them, including the little baby kittens. They started eating, so who kind of look like little people kittens, but I might go get them and show them to you. They look like little people. How is Heavenly Kitten? Heavenly Kitten is fat and thriving. Okay. I thought someone adopted them all. No, that's the next step, but I slept for like 34 hours the past few days. I don't know what happened. All of your cats, unfortunately, all of the cats ever, yeah, sometimes they don't make it. They do not sometimes, but these guys I was stressed about. I was worried about them. There's a lot of cats that need a lot of help. If you ever have the opportunity to help them, go for it. Please do. I slept for like 34 hours in the past few days. How many Thronglings has the Throngler dispensed? She has dispensed a lot. She's very cute. All of your cats belong to me. If you want some, yes. How is everyone? Hi, Grace Ashcraft 2004. Is that when she's born? There's been a lot of debates. Good for you, role-playing, honey. Good for you. Weird place to do it, but good for you, honey. Getting those creative skills out there. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god, I was losing it. I was losing it. You don't understand. The cats were all dying so often. There's one kitten that weighs like so little, but her head is so gigantic. I think because she's just had rough nutrition her whole life. I was worried about her, but she today she started eating meat, and she's doing well. So every single, was it Cocoa Brew? No, Cocoa Brew is the other little tiny kitty, but she's been eating a little better and a little healthier. That's good. Hey, Big Ham, that's a big hamster. Go check him out. You have 4 of these stray kitties or kittens outside my door. Will you take them? I can provide photos and proof. Why? How did they find you? It's your job now. We all have to do this when we find them. Grimster has returned. I was sad the other day when I woke up, but she wasn't streaming at 8 a.m. like I thought she would be. I'll help you get information. I'll help you, but I can't do that again. You have been chosen. I will post to Discord. You have been chosen. You specifically. Thank you guys so much for your support, by the way. You have been chosen. Do you want me to send you some of the stuff? I'll do it. I'm cracking open a cold root beer. Hi, hello there. What do Grimmi and Soup have in common? Calories? I'm really tired. The kitten distribution system is turned evil? No, it's not. It's all good. Oh, you liked Elderfield. Yo. You're in a general store? What are you gonna buy? Your phone is past the door in the kitchen. Why are you doing this to yourself? Why would you do that to yourself, hun? Is this where you work? Do you want this to happen to you? Why? Honey, no. Honey, that's sad. Honey, they're gonna think you're weird. Honey, that's weird. Don't do that. Put me on the TV so I can scare them. Let me have a little camera so I know when people walk by and I can go, hello, I can see you. Yes, you wearing the blue shirt. That's when it's acceptable. Do you guys want 13 cats, or do you want to double it and give it to the next person? Yo, Cold, I hope you're doing well. Yo, I hope you're doing good. Just become a crazy cat lady. I don't want to keep these kittens. They're very cute, but I don't want them. They're very, very cute, but they need to go to someone that has all of the time in the world for them. If you have all of the time in the world for these kitties... Also, I haven't seen a new Resident Evil movie trailer. We're going to check it out. We're actually going to watch it right now, like in a few minutes. I know I say that and then I talk about inane stuff for like 45 minutes. This time it's going to be more like 10. Yeah. Also, hello, DJ Penguin. Resident Evil trailer. Oh, More Perfect Union put out a video on food. Oh, you guys want to see it? You guys want to see it? 120 minutes later. No, 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 no. It's Booty Clap. Thank you for being here for 2 months. Shadow Stew, thank you for being here for 19. Also, thank you for the 200 bits. It's Booty Clap. Azoth, thank you for being here at tier 3 for 8 months. The internet personality of utmost renown, mother of cats, eater of mold. The mold was good. The mold was good. The Grim Boozler. Ooh, cool. I got some nice money. Oh, so when I have to get a job soon. You should probably still try to. Thank you, winner. How did you get nice money? Officially Johan's good boy, and also Witchy made a drawing of Gaspar sitting on top of me while punching me down with a disgusted look on his face. I'm happy. Oh, sweetie, that's so creative. Winner forgot to mention they are also attending DashCon. Oh, yo, how's DashCon? That's beautiful. I'm all for it. You know what? That's beautiful. It sounds like it was a lovely commission experience. It just took my brain a second to load. I'm so happy for y'all. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. DashCon I heard is not good, but an experience. It's still good? Oh. It's still the way it's been for the last decade? Do you like go there and stand in a giant warehouse with nothing going on, but you can talk for long periods? That doesn't sound like a horrible time. Do you know what day it is? Jack, do you remember what day it is tomorrow? Jack, do you remember what day it is tomorrow? Do you remember what day it is tomorrow? Jack. Friday? Well, that too. Who's Jack? It's from a little video game called Metal Gear Solid 2. The Azalan, thank you for being here for 21 months. Jelly Bones McGee, thank you for the 5,000 bits. May the cats be happy. The cats are happy. I wish tomorrow was Tuesday. It's gotta be Friday. Why Tuesday specifically? That's good, though. It's the 1st of May. Oh, crap, I gotta pay my rent. We all do, honey. We all do. Safdret, thank you for being here for 12 months. Drilly, thank you for the 100 bits. Jant, thank you for being here for 7 months. Bone Lord, thank you for the bit. Moribar, thank you for being here for 20 months. Biohazard Cookie, thank you for the bit. It's Booty Clap, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Jubby Dub, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Sirius, thank you so much for being here for 17 months. Itosai, thank you for being here for 7 months. It's Booty Clap, thank you for also gifting another 5 subs. That's a lot. Adoring Crab, thank you for being here for 3 months. As above, so below, 14151. That's an intense name. Thank you for subscribing. Mochi Lin, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Firefight, thank you for being here for 19. GG, thank you for being here for 23. Thank you so much, Zan Wild, for the 100 bits. I keep missing your Elderfield streams, but the phone is past the door in the kitchen. You should talk to everybody in the general or gen. Okay. Kitchen? What kitchen? Huh? I'll check it out, though. I'll figure it out. The phone is past the door in the kitchen. You should talk to everybody in the general store. Oh, okay. That makes sense. GGG, thank you for the 100 bits. Trev, thank you for being here for 21 months. Darksider, thank you for being here and subscribing at tier 3. Thank you, winner, again. That was scary, but I'm happy for you. As above, so below, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. Fred's fan, thank you so much for being here for 4 months. And yo, how you doing, Mishi? How are you today? Oh, you played Captured too. Did you enjoy it? I think I'm a tiny bit sick. I'm really dehydrated. 1 second. It was terrifying. It so was, wasn't it? I like that game a lot. I feel like you've been replaying it and trying to get like the other like anomalies and stuff. I hope you enjoyed it. We're just actually about to watch the Resident Evil teaser trailer that came out about 15 hours ago for the new Resident Evil movie. I'm not sure if people are gonna enjoy it. I'm not sure if it's gonna be something hype or if everyone's already angry. I haven't seen anything. What's so cool to see Lena as a VA, but had to tap out on day 3? Was too intense. That's very fair. It's very scary. That's very scary. But thank you for playing it. Thank you for doing your best with it. I'm sure she would appreciate it. Thank you for the raid, too. Oh my god, my throat is still kind of messed up. It's been like 3 days. 1 sec. I gotta use my, I gotta use my weird little cough drop here. There we go. Exciting? I'm excited too. But I'm happy to be back. All of the kittens that I'm fostering, none of them are dying anymore. So I've been really, really happy. I kind of want to show you guys the littlest black cat, like the really, really tiniest cat. They're like 6, 7 weeks old. I know. You can say it. You can all scream now. But they're really, 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 really teeny tiny. To the point where they kind of look like a little person kitty. I saw the Resident Evil trailer come out. Oh, really? Haven't seen it yet, but I'm so happy the kitties are okay. I am too. I haven't really like done too much in the past few days. I've just been sleeping. Ambien turns you into another person. Indeed it does, Grilled Cheese 9000. I think I remember what I did on Ambien now. I was on Twitter, and I was telling people, like, man, I don't like the button thing. I thought the button thing was really dumb because the stakes were so weird. And they weren't really grounded to reality. And everyone just felt very smug and self-satisfied about their choices about it. And I was like, man. But the prisoner's dilemma, it's a little different because you actually have stakes, like, regarding yourself. And it's... maybe you could politicize it, but I'm not sure. Ambien Gaspar playing a Booba game win. I'm not sure when that's gonna happen. But Iron Pomu, thank you for being here for 19 months. You love cats? That's good to hear, baby. I love cats, too. And also, thank you, Gregory, for gifting this wonderful person a sub. That's very nice of you. It was such a confusing tweet before I saw the Mr. Beast tweet. It's been sweeping the nation. Also, thank you, Winner, for the 1,000 bits. I'm glad you love him so much. That's concerning, but you know what? Good for you. Good for you. Good for you. We gotta bring him back at some point now that my brain is capable of helping him stream. There you go. Well, what I was gonna say is Jimmy responsible for the darn button? Yes. It's also an odd thing to tweet out? Yes, it was. I thought everyone had context for it. I very much apologize for this because it's gonna make at least a few people very angry, but I probably clicked the red button. I've heard both sides of it, but the thing is, in life or death situations, statistically, people usually get a little bit more intense. So I think that, like, you'd probably only live if you did that. It's weird to think about. But, like, when it's a hypothetical, it tends to trend, like, on the other side. It's interesting. The button thing, I know, we could discuss it for the next 45 minutes if you want to go crazy. If everyone presses the red button, everyone survives. Yes, though people are saying, like, you have to think about children, the elderly, stuff like that. The prisoner's dilemma can be political in regards to coordination of government policy. It's repeated prisoner's dilemma game with imperfect knowledge. I think it's supposed to just be taken at face value, though. You like pressing buttons? There you go. That's nice. You could press both, see what happens. Red is correct, but I'm going to press blue to save people that don't understand it. The thing is, you should play the game Virtue's Last Reward. That's it. End of sentence. It'll help. My choice might be influenced if I knew people you love would choose but red. Yeah, like you also don't know who in your family is choosing like different stuff. Grimbo, is that Grimbo the Throngled Grimmi? What a coincidence to see you here. The Throngler is doing very well. The Throngler is doing very well. Bring Gertrude back. The trash queen needs her time in the limelight again. I will bring Gertrude back then. I don't even know if she's on this computer, actually. I need to like copy the files. Who's the Throngler? She's a tiny kitten. I decided like her official like actual kitten name that grounds her to reality would be if you guys are okay with it. It would be Mari, like Radical Mari, because I think she looks like a Mari. She looks like a Radical Mari. Here, I want to show you. I think I put this on my other account. Yeah, okay, here we go. I'm about to show you, though. She looks like a Radical Mari. Like this, oh! This one's very blurry, but she looks really cute in this. She looks like a Radical Mari. She's very tiny. She's very teeny tiny, though. You guys are gonna like this. Trust me. You're gonna like this. Mari the Throngler. Indeed, Mari the Throngler. Here. You have to see her. Um, and why the red button is the right choice. I could go on the whole speech about the darn button. I think the thing is, like, people have their specific ideologies related to it. But when it comes down to it, I'd have to do this because I don't want the cats to not have someone to take care of them. So that's why I choose the red button. I think I've heard all kinds of stuff where people feel really intense about it. This is the Throngler. She's tiny. Mm-hmm. Bob, thank you for the 100 bits. She grew into her name. Gaspar groomed your grandfather? That makes him sound like a barber. But this is the Throngler. I think that her name should be radical, like just Mari. Like she looks like a Mari with her face, doesn't she? She looks like a radical Mari. She is so fast you couldn't take a picture of them still. She really does run around a lot. All the kittens are like that. Her tail is so cool. She has a little striped tail. She's she looks like she's half tabby and half Siamese. So she has seal point coloring, but she also has tabby coloring like in those places. She's very cute. Has she figured out how to use the wheel yet? She actually has. She uses the wheel. For whatever reason, the kittens use the wheel. No other cat that I've ever had in my life will go near it, but all of the kittens use the wheel. Consistently. I think that they just got used to it and found it novel as they were like growing up, so they but yes, this I think we're gonna name her Mari after Radical Mari. She's still the Throngler, but I think she should have a cute little girl name too, just saying. Red button means you live no matter what. Blue means that if the 50% or more people, everyone wins. If 50% hit it, those who hit the blue button die. Yes, so but it's also, people bring up like that there's children that would hit that button and there's other people. It's mostly just like, it's a thought experiment, but I think the prisoner dilemma is a little bit more grounded to earth and allows you to like kind of like explore things more. So if there's no downside to everyone pressing the red button, you just press the red button. Yes, but people believe that if people are unable to grasp that and press the blue button, there's an ethical responsibility to save everyone, which is interesting, but I just don't have that much faith in people, but I do know that I need to take care of the cats. I don't know. If 51% hit the red button, 49% die. If 51 hit the blue button, nobody dies. Red button is a vote to kill people. Blue button is a vote not to kill people. No, red button is a kind of like a vote to exclude yourself from any sort of danger, I think is the way people look at it. And then the blue button is a way to help people that might not be in the best situation and accidentally choose the blue button or are trying to die, I think is what's happening. Those are where the people are coming from on both sides, but people are attributing different political ideologies to them, and it's getting really silly. Thank you, Silpha, for the 200 bits. Thank you, GGG, for the 100 bits. But that's how people see it from their perspective side. You can associate different traits with people that are not on your side, but those are the two places that people are coming from. Neither of them are negative. They aren't trying to kill people if they're pressing the red button. On the other hand, if people are pressing the blue button, they aren't like trying to die. Like they're trying usually to help people. So, but the prisoner's dilemma. Sorry, I shouldn't have brought this up. I stayed out of the whole button thing because people seem really wild about it. Yeah, for me it sounds just like a button to choose whether you want to live, or the other one makes someone else responsible for your death. That's also very possible. What psychopath made kill people buttons? Well, I think Jimmy wanted Beast Game to play morality more than it even came close to, so he just posted this blah social experiment. Oh, interesting. Yeah, people probably just chose the red button consistently in those types of games, which is what happens when it's actually like employed usually. Like in like a real, or employed, is that the right? Implemented in like a real world scenario. Which is fine. People just get more conservative when their life or like their livelihood is actually in danger. Like, you know, when it comes to something that intense. But there always is hope and stuff when it comes to like the other side and stuff as well. Adding children and such is just complicating the problem unnecessarily. Well, he did say that it should be everyone on the planet that would be having this vote. The button thing might be more similar to the stag hunt game. I think the stag hunt game has stakes that are too low. And I said this on Twitter, but I think that, like, most of, like, things, like, have too low of stakes or too high of stakes. Um, and I can't really tell everyone to just watch all of Kaichi in one sitting. Thank you, Winner, for the 100 bits. Is there a button where everyone just dies? Like, no choice but just full dead? No, but that's fun. Throngler is the girl name, though. Thank you for that, 100 bits, GGG. And thank you, Bob, for saying Mari the Throngler, full name. Yes, there you are. But, so okay. With the stag hunt scenario, it's that if you team up with another person and they both, like, and you and that other person fully put your efforts into hunting a stag, you can get, like, a very large animal, like a very big piece of game that you can then share. Or you could both go for like smaller, like, prey, like a fowl. And then once you get that bird, like, you have, like, enough to feed yourself for a short time, but you don't really get the big payoff of it. I think it's similar, but I think the prisoner's dilemma, the prisoner's dilemma is not what those buttons are. I think it, like, removes the, like, the reason I said that is because I think it removes the, like, social, like, political context of it. The prisoner's dilemma is essentially, let's say you and a buddy are picked up for a crime. Let's say that you also both committed it. We don't know why you needed to commit it, but you both committed this crime. Now, the police tell you, all you have to do is rat out your partner. If you rat out your partner that was with you for this crime, we're gonna let you have just 1 year. You're gonna either be out or you're gonna have 1 year of prison time. You just have to rat out your partner. At the same time, that friend is being, or not that friend, I guess that person that you committed that crime with, very different. Well, the thing is, it's not like life or death. It's going to, like, test your morality in a way that's not usually associated with your politics. At the same time, you have that person that you committed that crime with, and the police are also telling them, look, if you rat this person out, you're going to be able to walk free or only have 1 year of, like, jail time. Same thing you're being told. Now, if you both don't talk, you'll get about 3 years each. If you both don't talk. If the partner that you committed that crime with does talk, you would get 15 years if you chose to stay silent. On the other hand, if both of you guys rat each other out, you'll both get 15 years. So that's where the prisoner's dilemma comes into play. Would you have enough trust for the person on the other end that committed this crime with you to stay completely silent and take the 3 years? Or would you try to rat them out, assuming that they would have trust in you? I think that one's a little bit, like, more like testing, like, your morals and ethics. So that's, and I also don't think it's life or death, so people are less likely to, like, completely go crazy with it. You wouldn't talk regardless. My decision isn't based on my trust in the person either. It's your own ethics. See, that's it. Like, the thing is, it's usually based on your own ethics. So it's not a life or death situation. The person that you might be putting in jail for longer isn't going to die. And it gives you, like, a chance to, like, explore how you would feel about those situations and then go, like, I would feel this way about it. So the smart move is to not talk. Also, snitches get stitches. That is fair. Though some people would see that as, like, they're going to talk anyways, I might as well take them down. They're going to see it as, well, they're going to get out. They might see it as, like, well, I shouldn't talk just in case. This is the best example of don't talk to cops. It's also that, but let's see. Did you know that there's a part of the brain that controls a fear response is slightly larger in people who identify as conservative than liberals? I would want to see the data on that, because I feel like you could put that either way depending on who's running that study and make people want to argue for long periods of time. I think that we could find detriment with pretty much anyone that has any sort of ideological belief at this point. Liberals have more neurons firing in parts of the brain that control empathy. I find neutral science fascinating. I'm not talking taking a side or wanting in a political decision. In fact, I don't know necessarily if that's a fact, though. We have, like, studies can come out and, like, claim, like, that they're conclusive when it comes to, like, every sort of political ideology, very succinctly going, like, these guys are like this, these guys are like this. Yeah, there's tons of studies out there engineered to be like, your side bad, my side good. Yeah. So that's pretty much it. There are 4 people in the world. I'd keep going and take 15. I take the 15. Everyone else, especially if I'm being framed, die in a fire. You're not being framed. You committed this crime with this person. You committed that crime with that person. So, it's interesting. I like that someone said biased and someone said based. Very similar words, different meanings. Isn't there a name for a phenomenon where if you divide a population to enough traits, you'll always find some significant correlation? I think that's true, but I wouldn't know what it is offhand. I slept for 34 hours the past few days. The vet seeing the name of the kitten, excuse me, I beg your finest pardon, what did you name your cat again? All of the cats have such weird names, like, I don't even know at this point. And then some of them have no name whatsoever. It's ironic this, most all started in mathematics and game theory. Well, when it comes to game theory, I'm trying to remember what it was, but it was very uplifting in a way. Do I go to pick what country, the prison is in? No. No. You came for the kittens? Yo, what up? The cats are all doing well. How are you, Maruhi? I hope you're doing well. I hope I said your name right. My eyes are a little blurry. It's been a few days. When it comes to game theory, I think they figured out, like, what the most consistently good thing to do with game theory is, and it's very uplifting and very sweet. They put a bunch of robots against each other at one point, like, just, like, pretty much, like, things that would always react. Also, hi, Yoshi, how you doing? It's really funny you said that. There you go. There is your Oshi now. There is the Oshi. When it comes to game theory related to this type of stuff, they actually had a tournament where different, like, modules would respond differently to each other. And so, how many cats do you have? No, keeping them? No, not keeping them. 14 are here. 2 are pregnant. I don't want them. I'm trying really hard to find them owners, but it is a recession, so I'm going to take my time with it. Also, they're shedding parvo, the kittens. They don't have parvo, but they're shedding parvo. Their immune systems were actually, like, good enough to just completely destroy it from the get-go. Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting a sub too. I have 27 cats. I don't want that. But their immune systems were good enough to just defeat the parvo and, like, let it purge out of their systems. But they are still shedding parvo, so I need to watch them for another 6 weeks. What do you mean recession? Your hamburger is $20. Your hamburger meal is $20. $20! Okay, yeah. It didn't used to be like that. It's been, yeah, you said meal. Yeah, $20 for a meal is not normal. That was like $7.99 like 4 years ago, dude. Don't yell at me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The dollar menu is gone. It pretty much is. You can get something for like $3 if you download the apps, but then they're also collecting your user data, so they're getting some stuff out of you. The pub wanted $38 for a chicken parm? That's great. Your local burger place has a meal for $8.50. That's still a lot. That's a lot of money compared to what it used to be for most places having a full meal. It used to be like, hello, McDonald's $5.99 burger combo. You get a drink, fries, and a soda. Like, it used to be like that. If you check the Fed point charge rates, the chart shows we are literally in an undeclared recession. Yes, we're going to be in an undeclared depression probably in like the next 6 months to a year. Who cares? I like having money to eat food and live inside. You do too. That's who cares. You are going to enjoy living inside until it becomes too expensive. And then you're going to be really pissed. And then you're going to be like, this sucks. And it's kind of happened succinctly. A lot of people care because it sucks. I'm not saying it in like a political ideology way. I'm not going, anyone that voted this way is responsible. I'm saying it just sucks because it's unfortunate for everyone. F that guy. No, don't F that guy. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He wasn't thinking about it. Did you know a box of saltines is $4 now? A box of saltines is $4. It used to be $1. It was $1 5 years ago. It was $1. It was $1. Temporarily start cooking at home. Only restaurants at dumb prices. Self-cooked isn't much. It is true. You can get really good ingredients for pretty cheap if you go to Aldi and stuff. They used to be $1.50 a year ago. That is rough. I didn't even know that was a year ago. That is rough. It's true though. They've shot up. It's $4 for a pack of saltines. Like, not even like the family size. The family size box of saltines is like $6. It's insane. Mm-hmm. You're Canadian and all food is expensive here. It's getting even more expensive. A 2-liter Coca-Cola is $5. That's insane. We're all gonna get skinny. America's gonna get skinny. On Ambien, I ordered a bunch of donuts that I was gonna offer the vet, like when they came to see the cats, and then I forgot because I was on Ambien and I didn't sleep yet. So, I've been eating a lot of donuts. Thank you so much, Anonymous, for gifting a sub to Scruffy de Wolf. Oh, that's nice. One of the little kittens looks like a little tiny scruffy wolf. Heavenly Kitten looks like a little tiny scruffy wolf with like big eyes. He's so cute. The other little kitties, like the ones that are still a little bit smaller for their age, they're very well groomed because their mom has been taking care of them. They're so fuzzy and cute. They're so fuzzy wuzzy. That was the other thing. That's very nice of you. Thank you so much for gifting them a sub too. I appreciate that. One thing that was really fun with the kitties before we get back on how much expensive everything is, I was trying to get the little tiny kitty to eat. I still haven't decided on their name yet. I'm trying to see if they remind me more of Lucia or Elena. They're just very small. But, like, I put some of, like, the food, like, onto, like, my finger, and then I was putting it up to, like, their mouth, like, come on, eat it. And they, for a second, didn't understand. Then they smelled it and tasted a little bit, and then they, like, bit down as hard as they could on my finger as possible, drawing blood and being like, yeah, food! Then I managed to get them to eat meat for the first time by putting them next to it. But they went from, like, completely, like, just like, it doesn't matter, I don't know what this is, to, like, if I don't get this, I'm gonna kill you. Then when their sister came over, and, like, when Cocoa Brew came over and started trying to eat some, they, like, were, like, attacking them. They ate real food for the first time besides, like, just milk, and they completely lost it. Homie, thank you so much for subscribing. I gave Cocoa Brew, like, her own, don't worry, but, Cocoa Brew is an incredible name, thank you. I wanted it to be, Cocoa, but also Brew. Cocoa Brew. The Throngler Taste of Blood. This was the smallest kitten. To the point, like, everyone's been calling them pygmy kittens, which I think is, like, I don't think it's a bad word. I don't think people use it for people, but I apologize if they do. But they're really, really tiny. They're really, really, really little. Is that racist? I hope it's not. Is it? I hope it isn't. Is that word racist? The pygmies were a people? Oh no, okay. I don't think so. Not racist? Okay. Usually used for animals though? Okay, good. They're a kind of bird? They are people? Oh, I'm really unfamiliar. It isn't racist? That's what I'm... Okay, I was worried about it being racist. It's fine for kitties, not people? Okay. Everyone's been calling the little cats pygmies because they're, like, way smaller than the other ones. I took a picture of one with the GameCube so you could see how small they are. And they're, like, 6 weeks old. No, not pygmy. 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 Like pig. Pig. Pygmy. Pygmy elephants. Oh, cute. Pig. 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 Pygmy. Pygmy. A small, Oh, interesting. So they used to be a specific race of people? Oh, wow. Huh. Lunch buns. Lunch buns is really good. Saying lunch buns 100 times makes you feel better. Lunch buns, lunch buns. Later, though. The furtive pygmy from Dark Souls. No way. Oh, interesting. Was there a pygmy in Dark Souls? The pick-me people? Can I be real with you? I think that people usually call people pick-me's if they don't like their opinion, but they can't immediately find anything that they can criticize about it very quickly. I think that that's when they just get really angry as a lady, or like at a lady, and like then go a little bit ham. I'm just saying. I don't know. I could be wrong though. Oh, thank you Anonymous for gifting a sub to that place. I'm not gonna say that. And thank you so much for gifting 5 gift subs. I guess thank you for gifting a sub to Peg Me. Different topic. But I've heard people just call like cosplayer ladies pick-me's because they're beautiful. And they're gorgeous. I don't think that makes them a pick-me. I think that makes them just really physically fit and beautiful. I've never heard that. I've seen a lot of that. It's weird. It's really odd. So aren't the pick-me girls misogynistic? I think I've seen one misogynistic lady that, like, I would say is misogynistic. I don't know what's going on with her, but she's going through it. It's usually done as a way to insult someone trying to get attention. I see. I don't know. It's like how some people say, autistic is a replacement for the R slur. Oh, goodness. Do you mean a Karen? No, Karens... Also, we need Karens back. We need Karens back now. We need them back now. We need to apologize to the Karens. I mean it. I'm tired. We need to apologize to the Karens this second. Grimmi, we don't? No, we do. Do you know who wouldn't stand for $4 saltines and would go make a huge show of it and would write people corporate letters going like, how dare you? The Karens would. We need them back. We need them back. No, we don't. They're the worst. They can help us. We need to just get them into an environment where they are constantly writing corporate letters. Yes, they will save the economy. We need them back. We need them back now. We need them back, and we need them targeted at their places of worship. Walmart, Target, and department stores, the few department stores that are left. We need them back now. We need them back now. We just do. You don't need white woman cares. You do at this point. We all do. We all do. TJ Maxx, we need them back at TJ Maxx. Corporations need checks and balances, and they were the only ones who cared. It's true. They could be so aggressive towards so many different companies so consistently. You know who wouldn't stand for a $10 sandwich? Karens. You know who wouldn't stand for saltines $4 for a sleeve of like 4 of them? Karens. They would consistently go and they would send corporate letters and they would scream at people. You know who wouldn't stand for most of our food being replaced with sawdust? Karens. Also, yo, Floral, how you doing? Guys, please go check her out. I hope you're well. So, let's see. When's the Karen Grimmi model? I think that would be cool. I need to workshop that. Thank you. I'm just saying. Only Karens had the time and energy to fight capitalism. The unseen heroes, we need them back. They were heavily vilified and they were annoying to deal with, like when we were outside and we had to go to work at like a normal retail job. But I think at this point, we need them back. We need them back. Karens are too busy arguing, let's see, that they shouldn't have to come down on house prices after it'd be $10 in value. We need to get them back to the stores. Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting a sub to Karen. We need to let them have those haircuts back. You can disagree with me, but I do legitimately think this would actually be something where we would have a smidgen of hope when it comes to like rising prices. I'm just saying, they would be the types that would go and try to fight the government about specific things. They would go to the town hall meetings and they would scream at people and go like, you can't build data center here. You're not building that data center. I will go and I will crap outside the building every day until I am arrested. And I will work with the cops to make sure that they are crapping outside your building too. That's not what Karens do. Some of them did. Some of them were specifically targeting that kind of stuff. We need those guys back. We need them back. Ma'am, I just work a person who's barely making minimum wage. Here's the thing, though. They would suck to deal with, but they would take videos of them. They would upload them to, like, TikTok. And then everyone would just get very aggressive. And instead of going like, oh, man, you didn't get your Chipotle? Come on. You would get big Chipotle burritos again at half price. I'm just saying. Half price Chipotle burritos. Just saying. We need Karens who will crap in the data centers and demand that Chibi Grimmi returns. Okay. Hi, just some Asian guy with the dog. I don't need to read the name. I know who it is. We just need them back certain hours. Karen should be allowed to exist weekdays 9 to 5. Yes, I think that's a good idea. One tried to sell. Wait, what? One tried to sell a future data setter. Set a future data setter on fire in Kentucky. She failed. She needs to keep going. Get an army. Get an army of middle-aged white women. I'm talking women in their 40s with that exact haircut, not a lot to do. Their kids are out of the house. Get them over there. Get them over there now. I'm just saying, in Minecraft. What if we lock a bunch of Karens in with the CEO instead? You reminded me of like the funniest story that was on Twitter that I saw when I was half awake, but I would feel a little bit weird talking. I should just say it. Um, so please tell me. Okay, Drilly, thank you for the 100 bits. Might be a devil's advocate from my hometown many years ago. It was dying. For new jobs, major meat processing plant wanted to open, providing 2,000 new jobs in the area. Karen's complained about the... Well, a lot of the meat processing plants are shutting down now, completely crippling the economies of small towns because they became really reliant on them. So it probably would have been really good if they had a meat processing plant for a while, but it just so happens that like this specific quarter is when they're shutting them all down. So the Karens might have been right about that one. Unfortunately, they've shut down like a lot of meat processing plants recently. Also, yeah, they're very dangerous for people to work in. So I feel a bit weird mentioning this one because it's quite rude. And usually these are things that are like quite intense. But someone recently launched they launched like a complaint / lawsuit against someone that fired them, like a big corporate CEO. And they said that this is very messed up. And usually when I first read it, I was like, oh my God, this is horrible. It was a lady that supposedly took advantage of one of their employees, and said that like she would only get him promoted if he had intercourse with her. And I was like, this is horrible. And then I started reading some of the stuff that they said that the guy said about her, and it was all stuff that sounded like a guy was writing a like a story about him and his boss, like a fan fiction. Virtue's Last Reward is very good. Yeah, it was also using a lot of like slang that women don't generally use. And also like I think they used a slur that like Americans and like people that live in America don't really say. Where was this lady working? And is the guy's position available? No. Thank you for the 100 bits, winner. But it was fan fiction. Yeah, I feel very bad for the lady though. Cause it was something like they said it. I'm not gonna repeat the stuff they said, but was the boss a different ethnicity? Yes, JP Morgan. Yes, it was JP Morgan. So it turned out also they didn't work in the same department as her. Was the boss hot though? Okay, yeah, she was very attractive. But it was really insane. So, something I noticed though was that, and I feel quite bad about this, but, the story may be fake, but it's but as a pool boy, you were Me Too frequently. Oh yeah, no, if people were taking advantage of you, I very much apologize about that, Link. It shouldn't have been something that you had to endure, and I really do hope that you can eventually get compensation for that. That's not nice. I'm very sorry for you. This was something where I think that they got fired, and then they wrote a fan fiction that used like 70s terms that guys would use, where they like walked up to them and said like, do you like the look of my cannons? Like your small-breasted wife doesn't have cannons like these, which is psychotic. ChatGPT, I don't think even ChatGPT would do that. So Um, you love your small-breasted wife, though? No, that's wonderful. That's wonderful, Fuzzy. Good for you. So that's actually funny as heck. Yeah, I think it was just like something where there was like a language thing where like they didn't know what type of like language was being used or what women would use talking to them, so they used a lot of language like that, and everyone was like, uh-oh. Um, so uh did he prefer smaller cannons? Based on what he said, probably not. But anyways, so the president equipped his daughter with ballistics. Oh, that was in the original Resident Evil. Still a good game. RE4 was really good. Sleeping 34 hours is wild. I woke up for a little bit. I woke up long enough to see this story and go like, oh, okay. I don't think Rock wrote it. It's been longer than 10 minutes. We'll watch it now. I'm so sorry. We should play RE4 at some point. I want to play a Resident Evil 2 remake again, too. But, I don't know. Everything just gets weirder every day. The cats are all good. The cats are all doing well. There's just a lot going on. So, I'm trying to see if there's anything else, oh, it does look like, okay, I guess he did ask ChatGPT about it. Why do people keep asking ChatGPT about crimes they want to commit in the future? Why do they... Okay. Thank you so much, just some Asian guy with the dog, for the 100 bits. I think that every gun can be beautiful. Applause to all the kittens that Tang Parvo. Yes, all of the kittens are doing well. I hope you're doing good, everybody. Also, hi, the Real Speedwagon. That's my father. They did my PS1 model. So, well, that's life. I'm partial to Colt revolvers. Colt revolvers are really cool. Revolvers are very fun. Everyone, go check out your local gun store if you're... Actually, I guess I shouldn't say go check out your local gun store. I think they're fun. I think they're cool. Also, thank you, Anonymous, for gifting a sub to Needs More Cats. I do not. I know this is something bad to say. A lot of people say this, but I gained like 15 pounds watching these kittens. I'm going on a diet tomorrow. Maybe the next... I'm enjoying myself. I get to be a little bit chubby right now. I'm fine, but I'm enjoying myself. I like firearms, but... Oh, the diet soda was making me so nervous. I still have some, but I probably am just gonna drink water. I have ones for shooting and then a 1-1 made by Master Engraver. Wow, that's cool. As you eat donuts. As I eat donuts. Stress eating? Yes. I can now see why everyone that has children or has to watch children gain so much weight. They stress you out and they're about to die constantly. You think they're about to die almost every second of every day. But, that being said, I also got a really good burger. I really wanted to try it with all the toppings. Last time the little prince cat just walked up to it and took half of it. And took out all of the fixings on it, so I didn't get to enjoy it to the extent that I thought I would want to. It's really good. It is vegan. You never know when your next meal is, so you tend to cramp. That's very fair. Just be stressed and don't eat. Very healthy way to lose weight. Don't. I've also been on that side of like the spectrum too when it comes to that. To the point where I have to like go to like I'd have to actually get like help with it. You have to like actually check yourself into a place and just go like, hey, I can't eat because I'm so nervous, help me. I do have a lot of stuff to help with that at this point, though. I have gabapentin and a few other things, so That's a very cat thing to do. Yeah, all the cats are doing well, though, and eating. All the cats are doing well and eating. I think I have to still feed the pregnant cats, but every other cat is doing well right now. They eat a lot of cat food. They've eaten a lot of cat food. My way of losing weight is being too fixated on something the bother they eat. Yes, oh yeah. When a new video game comes out, you play it for 12 hours straight. Absolutely, absolutely. You're on gabapentin too, nerve stuff? Yeah, that's very fair. I hope you're feeling better soon. All right, let's do this, baby. All right. We got a new trailer coming out. More look outside? I don't know yet, actually. Is Porcelain Tomato out of jail? He was actually able to leave the whole time. He just likes sitting in there. He likes sitting in their cage a lot, so the door is completely open. He just sits there and, like, looks confused. Oh, let's see. All the medications that work for me, I can't actually metabolize. It's so frustrating. Oh, that's really rough. Forbidden Solitaire? Is that we're playing Forbidden Solitaire? If you had a farm, what would you call it? Oh, I should think about that. That's an important question. Ooh. Ooh, did you see the movie Weapons? I did. I liked Weapons. I thought it was very good. What is Hokum? I don't know what Hokum is, but I know that, like, the visuals in it have been interesting. I don't know what it's about or anything going on in it. I usually just see movies with as little info as possible. That being said, I'm probably not going to watch any more Backrooms trailers. I'm going to go into it, like, from where I am now. Farm name, please pass the donuts. I'm never taking care of kittens again. The DM? Oh! Yama just told me Forbidden Solitaire is out. Oh my god, I was like out. They didn't lower the interest rate? The Federal Reserve. Oh my god. Sorry, I saw it novels now. They didn't lower the interest rate. They didn't lower the interest rate. I'm not taking care of 50 kittens. Oh. Well, let's check out the trailer. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Hello?
What?
I had a little bit of a problem on the road. I was wondering if I could use your phone. Hello?
Yes, we're sorry.
Barbarian was also good.
Look, I'm really sorry that we got disconnected earlier, but some things have happened. I'm in, like, a seriously fucked up situation right now. And it looks like there's a chance that we might not get to talk to each other again.
What? September is really soon.
I just wanted you to know.
Huh?
I love you.
Okay. Okay. Seems more Silent Hill-ish. God, no. Sorry, I thought you meant the movies. Sorry. This looks like it's a completely different perspective, but it looks like it could be in the Resident Evil universe. They're not trying to make the game. That didn't feel very Resident Evil. Thank you, Winner, for the 100 bits. I think it felt a little bit Resident Evil. I think it was just not in any way, shape, or form connected to any narrative involving the characters from the games. It's a normal guy in Raccoon City. Okay, that's very enticing. That's very interesting. I also did not make a schedule. I slept for 34 hours. I'll have to make one next week. I apologize. I really thought it was going to happen. But he's the guy that took all the hand cranks. There you go. I think there was an herb reference that he picks up. The phone and talks in the corner. It looks like Resident Evil 2 herb. It could be. It's a side story taking place close to Raccoon City during the incident because the director knows a straight adaptation didn't work 2 times so far. So he's not going to attempt it. Yes, I think this is probably the best thing that they could have done. Where the heck was Leon Kennedy? He's not in every game. He's not. Leon has just become the face of Resident Evil. But I think this is going to be interesting. Why not? Because he's just not. Resident Evil has been all over the place with new narratives. Could be good, could be not. Worth a chance, I think. Yes, absolutely. I think Chris might show up. Might be. It could be possible that there's going to be cameos from some of the characters. Jill is more the face. I think Jill used to be more the face. First Resident Evil films are the only ones that try to reference the games and they said, yeah, I think this will be good. I think people will appreciate this a lot more, even if right now they're all pretty pissed. It looks like a good horror movie. We need another Ethan. I think this guy seems a lot nicer than Ethan. I think he seems a lot nicer, but it looks like a very interesting movie, and I think people are gonna like it. It made you think of Little Nightmares. The color was kind of like Little Nightmares, for sure. Oh, pardon me. My throat made a weird sound. Instead of Mr. X, we got some gray large guy. He kind of looks like one of the enemies from the game. Kind of. There are some zombies that are just really, like, big dudes that are gonna come kill you. They look like the guy from Doom. They do, but I actually really like this. I thought this looked really interesting. We can watch it again with the sound off, captions on. It seems like they definitely just have a random person doing this. It also looks like they're in a really different environment initially. Your worry is that it seems like a horror movie with the Resident Evil name on it. But maybe that doesn't matter. I think they're gonna have some references to everything. Leon's been your favorite character since 2000, then you're eating well lately, as the kids put it. With the snow, it looks like it might be set in the Arklay Mountains outside of Raccoon City. Ah! It's supposed to be happening parallel to Resident Evil 2. Makes sense, makes sense. This part looks like he's just trying to find a place to, like, call someone after, like, their phone reception maybe got cut off. They're probably running from a zombie or something weird here. It's cutting back to inside of a house or something where they're finding a gun, and then they do get to the city. It looks like it's gonna have some elements. Maybe they're gonna even try to, like, piece together, like, certain things that Leon is doing. Kind of like how they have Claire's route. That part looks cool. That part looks scary. You see the zombies there. The lead is really interesting for this. It also looks like... It looks like maybe the medical kit is something that's a little bit, like, more important? Sorry, I'm kind of sick from watching the cats so long. My throat has just been shredded. But I think that this is this is probably important in some way. Maybe it's not just like a, like a little medical kit. It's probably something like an organ or like a cure or something weird. Herbs, maybe a delivery. Yeah, could be. Why did they decide to have the movie take place in winter? Because the outbreak is supposed to take place in October. Well, maybe it's slightly further ahead or further behind. Maybe it's, I don't know yet. The directors confirmed some stuff that makes it more Resident Evil-ish. The weird lake creature is going to be a stalker enemy with 2 mutation phases, and the main guy apparently is a medic caught in Raccoon City outbreak. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, I'm excited. It's going to be in September. I'm definitely going to go see it. I think it looks pretty good. It definitely isn't what I expected. I expected it to be Leon front and center and just like probably like a 1-for-1 of like 2, but I think people would be really angry. You have high expectations because it's directed by Blumhouse? Oh, hell yeah. It was in the mountains first, and so it could be snowing there after the mansion, and it could. If Leon showed up, people would lose their minds. It's true. I think they might, though. I think they might. Like, I think the person might do a pretty good job with it, but that being said, it's very early. It's very early. Very early. Blumhouse is probably, publishing it. They're probably the publisher. This is far better than milking and ghosting characters to death. Yeah, that's true too. I have high hopes for it. I don't understand why people wouldn't like a faithful adaptation of the second game. Because we complain a lot. We complain a lot. There's kind of no winning if I were to tell Leon's story because the game does a great job. It would be kind of redundant and disappointing. Yes. So, I think Resident Evil 2 Remake was already perfect. I think 4 Remake already did a really good job. If they try to, like, make these stories into a movie, everyone would hate it. Everyone would be angry. Faithful would never be faithful enough. Yeah, like, they do need to make some specific edits in order to make it, like, watchable. In order to make it, like, flow as a story. The second game did a lot of world building for the series. Indeed it did, and we're going to see, outside of that perspective, into a different person's perspective and more world building, I assume. So, I think that people would hate the casting for Leon no matter what it was. I think that people would hate the script no matter how, like, similar it was. I do think that there's some exceptions where people just do, like, an incredibly bad job, like the Silent Hill movie director. I don't know why they make those. I don't think that they really even try to do something that'll be in any way satisfying to the people that play the video games. Have you seen or played Sweet Home? I have, actually. Thank you for the 500 bits, Masume. That's very nice of you. The Famicom Proto survival horror game and movie from the 80s. Resident Evil started life as a remake of it. Oh, interesting. There's a fan translation. Yeah, they have a lot of things that like people built off of from that game. If you like that game, and if you don't mind people banging, Abaddon, the Princess of Decay is like a really good, almost, like it's like the same type of game. You don't have to put in the people banging patch, and it's really solid. It's really interesting. But they go like, they have a lot of like similar gameplay elements. It's really good. It's really good. But it is a naughty game, but you can keep those elements relatively out of it. Trailers are a terrible indicator of how the movie is since trailers are made by a marketing department who don't care about the representation of the movie. That is also very true. Unless you are Kojima. There's also yaoi in it as a heads up. There's actually the option to turn that off from the menu. You can just turn off Boys Live from the menu. If you don't want to see anything naughty and if you want to like stream it, I recommend taking both male characters and then having that option off. So, let's see. Also, yes, they do use the door from the loading screen. It's true. It's very similar. It is very similar. Yes. Why the heck, or heck yeah, BL not as good as Yuri? I think that's very, homophobic to say. In a lot, I think they're both fine. Go have fun, everyone. I don't think one is necessarily better than the other. So go have fun. Go have fun. You love both, good for you. Not everyone into that stuff, and that's okay as long as you're not. That's true. I think Abaddon and Princess of the Decay had a harder time just because it did have, like, the yaoi stuff, so I think it actually did lend to it not being as popular, which is kind of a bummer, because it's a really good game. He zooted off his rocker tonight. Good for you, hun. Good for you. The Resident Evil movies will be a nice zombie movie, but I doubt it'll feel like Resident Evil. Yeah. I think this might have cheese in it. My sinuses are so stuffed up. I'm 95% sure, but I'm gonna finish eating it. I bought this. I did see the director say that he felt and thought it was taking place during RE2 event, which made me think Capcom was not part of the process. And if the director messes up any detail, Capcom won't fix it. Maybe. We don't really know at this point, but it is possible. Think it would have been better to cover, another outbreak outside of Raccoon City. Maybe that's what they plan to do in the future. Given the animated movies and game shows, there are more outbreaks around. That's fair. I think they're doing slightly a version of Raccoon City here to test the water, see how people appreciate more game canon-friendly interpretation of the RE live action, so they can do a more unique story in a new city town. Okay, it sounds like they have done other outbreaks, though, that you reference. So it might be that they're doing this to do something different. Only in CGI movies? That's still interesting, though. I think it'll probably be okay. I think that, like, what they're doing probably won't be the worst thing ever. And I think at the very least it'll be a good horror movie. I think it'll be a good horror movie. So stop eating cheese, it's not worth it. I didn't mean to. In this case. I think this might be real cheese, though. What happens if this sucks? How do you try again? I think it depends. So, the director saying the movie is focused more to represent the atmosphere and gameplay of the game, conserving ammo, trying to find their way through environments, avoiding monsters. Oh, that's very cool. I think we'll probably like it. I was very surprised by the director choice, but he's very good at what he does. So, I think what they're doing is going to be interesting at the very least. We might end up all hating it, but I think they're at least going to make an interesting horror movie. I think they did the best possible thing that they could, where they don't want to put it directly next to all the characters and have Leon or Claire or Jill or Rebecca or Wesker or anyone like that being like a main character consistent like thing that we're gonna like judge. Seems like a very random person that might have some small interactions with like the people around them, and I think that's very good. So they gotta give us an after credit scene of Leon teaching the protagonist how to do unnecessary backflips. There you go, baby. There you go. Pardon me. This definitely has cheese in it. But that being said, I think it's solid. I'm very excited for it. It's not a... I don't think that they could have done anything better, to be real with you. I know that it sounds really bad, but I don't think they could have done anything better. Like, I think that we'd be complaining a lot more if it were the main characters of the game, or if they did something, like, very, very different. I think this is close enough to the games where if you think it's Resident Evil-y, you're gonna be like, ooh, a Resident Evil project. Like, just very slightly removed. And I think that we're all gonna be relatively happy with it when it comes out. Are we complaining? No. I think everyone has had small things here and there that they like and don't like. I'm a big complainer when it comes to video games, but even I was like, this looks fine. I enjoyed the Kitten arc, and I can't wait for your next adventure. Next, you should adopt out an orphan and let chat name them something like the Throngler. We're not finding real children. These are cats. No. Thank you for the 100 bits. No. I think it's going to miss regardless whether or not it's a good horror movie. Why? I'll wait. Why? I'll wait. Do you need lactose pills? I don't usually eat cheese. I usually just avoid it, but I don't want to waste my money. I think this has cheese on it, but I'm just gonna eat it. Mm-hmm. Good burger. Because it's RE. Because it's RE isn't just a horror game, it's campy and fun. Some of them have been quite scary, though. Like, did you play 9? The places with Grace, like, were horrifying, especially in that underground area. It was very, very, very scary and very, very, very intense. The director also does do campy stuff. They crack dumb jokes and do unnecessary backflips. They do some stuff. They do some stuff like that. I don't think many people saw Barbarian because it wasn't as big as Weapons. But that is something they consistently do in their movies. They usually have some funnier stuff and some lighthearted stuff, but it mixes very well with like the horror and the anxiety. Grace's part made me sad for her. Me too. She was really going through it. But they have a good mix of like visceral horror and also like kind of campiness and like some silliness. But I don't think Barbarian was as popular. So, but I do think they balance it pretty well. Never knew of Barbarian until I watched Weapon. I was very lucky to see it before that. I was really hyped. Resident Evil 4 is my favorite balance of camp and horror. Yeah, that one's really good. Though that being said, like, I think all of the games have like a very, like, they have different like levels of like horror and like different levels of anxiety. So, if you're going to eat it regardless, at least spit it up for later. Oh god, ew, no, ew. No. Do not baby bird your food up. No. That's not. He said split. Oh, sorry. My eyes have been a little bit blurry lately. I've been very tired. But that being said, I'm excited for the stuff that's coming out. I think that things are going to go in a better direction consistently. When it comes to horror movies and entertainment, it's going to be great. When it comes to food prices, maybe not so much. I figured out the mystery of the Curse of the Ants. Oh, how was it? But I'm very hype. I'm eating this, though. I'm eating this. I think Wendigoon also has a new video out on the Backrooms. I didn't watch it before stream, but I hope you guys are enjoying it. I hope you guys are if you're seeing it. I'm gonna put on the latest Chillin' Scares, too. And then we are gonna... Oh, this one! I was looking forward to this one. I didn't watch it without you. It's 6 Most Disturbing Unsolved Appalachian Mysteries, or Appalachian. Turns out my fan had ants on it. I always have it blowing at me. It was blowing ants at me whenever one would get caught in its wind. That is incredibly weird, but I'm so glad that you're okay. Why? Wow. Huh. I never heard of that before. Oh my. Do you have any book suggestions? The cats are killing me. I think when it comes to book suggestions, I can probably recommend that one Japanese one I've been recommending a lot lately. House of Leaves is also really popular. There is no Anti-Memetics Division is really good. Those are the ones that I've been thinking about lately. Also, Barghian, VT, thank you for subscribing. I'm sorry I've been a little bit tired today. My gosh. I've just been dying. I eat so many donuts. Don't read House of Leaves. Unless you feel like a project. You do have to get it in a physical edition. You can't just listen to an audiobook. Spreading love. You have a good one, DJ. DJ Zen, you have fun. You're probably high off your rocker. House of Leaves. You say House of Leaves was good. What does FM mean? Like FM radio? Probably. We've been seeing a lot more successful video game movies lately. I'm hopeful. I am too. I'm trying to think about... Well, Sagan Hawks had a 2.5 hour long Unreality House of Leaves P video. Oh, that's cool. That person has a lot of really good videos. How do I put this politely? I think Silent Hill's movies lowered the overall, the bar was on the ground. Hi, Dr. Orpheus. Thank you for coming by. The bar was on the ground. So now that we have directors that have at least played the games and have a positive experience with them, I think they're going to make something that's very admirable and, like, very decent. You once bought a pair of pecan pies and went to bed, also had ants at the time. Like, twice thought the night I went to eat and it was tasty, and when I woke up, I couldn't talk properly. My mouth was swollen. Turns out the ants were also eating the pie, were in fact still eating it when I... Oh! I'm glad you're okay. Frequency modulation. Ooh. The Return to Silent Hill movie, was horrible. I heard. I also heard that, like, they had an original plot in mind that was very different. It was a little bit more inspired and intense, but they didn't get the actor they wanted to play the role. They turned it down, so they just changed the plot and left a lot of stuff in it, and it was like, why did you do that? Why? Why did you do that? Failed to read, aka play World of Horror tutorial 3 times in recent YouTube video. Oh, you haven't played World of Horror? It's really good. Maybe we'll play some World of Horror. Oh, they have a new thing coming out, I think, soon, so we might wait a little. A Silent Hill movie has a lot more narrative ground to stand on, so it's crazy they have to up that bad. Yeah. What actor? I don't remember offhand. Someone might remember, though. Curious who they wanted to cast originally. I know it was an older gentleman. It was supposed to be like Mary's dad. The burger is really good, though. There's some awesome World of Horror. Custom scenarios, they have good art and everything. Oh, that's awesome. Wendigoon lost at the tutorial 3 times in a video? Wendigoon, I respected you. Alright.
Martin. On the afternoon of June 14,
I thought you were cool.
1969, 6-year-old Dennis Martin was
I'm
spending
sad
Father's
now,
Day
dude.
weekend with his
What the
family
hell?
in Great Smoky Mountains National Park. He was there with his father, grandfather, and older brother near Spence Field,
Let's just
a
watch
remote
this. It'll
high
be
country
nice.
area along the Appalachian Trail. It was supposed to be a simple family camping trip. Instead, it turned into
You
one
did,
of the most
Sky, but it looks
disturbing
good.
missing child cases in American
you'll like it.
history. Late that
you're
day,
gonna like the
Dennis and a
movie.
few other boys decided to play a prank. The plan was to hide along the trail, wait for the adults to come by, and jump out and scare them. To pull it off, the boys split up. Dennis went one way, the others went another. A few
Never let your children play in the woods. Yeah. We can already tell where this is going, but, this isn't a mystery. People just get turned around and die in the woods a lot. Your lady friend watches this guy? Oh, hell yeah. Check it out.
moments later, the other boys came back, but Dennis didn't.
Oh,
His
hell
father,
yeah.
Bill Martin, started calling for him almost immediately and began searching the area on foot. There was no answer. No movement in the brush, and no sign of a little boy in a bright red shirt. And this was not easy terrain. Dennis had vanished in steep, heavily wooded mountain country where a child could disappear from view in seconds. If he had wandered off the trail, fallen, or gotten confused, the forest could have swallowed him almost instantly. As if things weren't bad enough already, they only got worse. Not long after Dennis disappeared, a hard rainstorm moved into the mountains. Heavy rain pounded the area, and whatever tracks or scent Dennis may have left behind were being wiped away
Yeah.
in real time. By nightfall, the temperature had dropped too. For a
Something
6-year-old
clicked for
dressed
you?
for a
Was it about
summer
children
outing,
disappearing?
not an unexpected night alone in the wilderness, this was a serious danger all by itself. Family members and rangers kept looking through the darkness, trying to find them before the mountains and weather made things even worse. By the next morning, the search had grown into something enormous. What began as a frantic
So what happens is people discern where they are, and they'll just march in a direction very far away from everyone. Is this a recent video or is it old? It feels familiar. This video was just released like very recently, like in the past few days, or even today. I lost track of time the last few days because I was unconscious for most of it. I feel so much better, and then I woke up and immediately poisoned myself with cheese, but it's really good.
family search turned into a full-scale
Or you can see the
operation
mountain lights.
involving
Oh.
rangers, volunteers, Boy Scouts, horse teams, helicopters, National Guard members, and even Green Berets. Before it was over, thousands of people would take part. At one point, around 1,400 searchers were involved in a single day. More than 56 square miles were eventually covered. And after all that, they still found nothing physical to indicate what happened to Dennis. There were leads, but none of them changed the case. For example, small footprints were found in the area and appeared to belong to a child. They seemed to head toward a stream and then disappear. They were Oxford prints, and because Dennis was wearing the same kind of shoe, the prints drew immediate attention. But officials decided they were instead probably left by a Boy Scout helping with the search. As the days passed, darker theories started to take hold.
Well,
The most famous came from a man named Harold Key, who claimed he heard a terrible scream not long after Dennis vanished. Soon after that, he said he saw a rough-looking man moving quickly through the area with something red slung over his shoulders. Dennis had been wearing a red...
did he kill him? Did he kill him? That sounds like something where it's just like, oh my goodness, I saw the devil and he, yeah, that kid was being taken by the devil. I don't know. That's, okay, sorry, okay, sorry.
red shirt, so the account naturally drew attention.
Just sounds a
but
bit
there seemed to be a
suspect.
problem. The timeline and distance did not quite fit well enough. Investigators believe the man Harold described was too far from the place Dennis had last been seen, and too little time had passed for the sighting to make sense. Both park rangers and the FBI ultimately concluded there was not enough to connect the account to Dennis's disappearance. Still, the abduction theory never really died. Dennis's father believed his son had been taken, and a lot of people understood why. A child vanishes in broad daylight, and an enormous search follows, yet not one trace of him is ever found. Officials, however, lean toward a different
That's pretty
explanation.
normal, though.
They believe Dennis most likely became lost and died somewhere in the wilderness soon after disappearing. It is the least dramatic theory, but it may also be the most likely. An animal attack has also been suggested over the years, usually involving a bear or feral hog, though that theory has always had its own problems. No blood was found, no torn clothing, no obvious sign of a violent encounter. By June 29, the active search was called off. The volunteers were exhausted, leads had dried up, and the mountains had given up nothing. Dennis Martin was never found. Scott Lilly.
It is
Scott
very
Lilly
easy
was-
for people to, unfortunately succumb to, like, either injury or just dehydration if they're out in the wilderness. Honestly, I'm not saying the parents did this. They couldn't have known that that was going to happen. There were a lot of kids there, and they were all generally looking after each other. Probably better just to have, like, your child on a leash if they're that young, like, in a place like that. Like, you could... If you need to do something, I don't even know. Makes me think of the old gods of Appalachia. That is yeah. I like the concept of a lot of stuff with Appalachia as well when it comes to, like, very spooky and intense stuff, but I don't think it's a good podcast. Yeah. I've only heard of it in passing. I need to actually sit down and listen to it. Would the Titanic still have sunk if it had slammed into a giant frozen banana? Thank you to some Asian guy with the dog for the 100 bits. Yes. Yes. The dude that was worried about the 30 to 50 feral hogs had a real point buried in there? I think so. Apparently, like, hogs can just, like, start running around and going crazy, like, if they're in big enough groups. It sounds very funny, though, to anyone that's not, like, in a rural area, just like, oh, he's psychotic. You imagine the hogs. Yeah.
Not the kind of person most people would expect to
Hi,
see
Grimmi
tackling the
Gremlins. Hello.
Appalachian Trail. He was not some hardened outdoorsman or seasoned
I don't know about the
long-distance
banana, though.
hiker. But in the summer of 2011, the 30-year-old from South Bend, Indiana,
banana would
decided
split.
to shoulder a
Oh.
backpack and head south on one of the most famous footpaths in America. Part of the appeal was history. Scott had a strong interest in the Civil War, and that helped draw him toward Virginia, a state dotted with battlefields. But this hike does not seem to have been just about scenery or history. It appears to have been something more personal, a way to clear his head and work through whatever was weighing on him at the time. On June 15, 2011, Scott set out on an ambitious journey. His plan was to hike the Appalachian Trail southbound, from Maryland all the way to Springer Mountain.
Just as a quick aside, I think all of these stories are going to be about people that just die in the wilderness. I don't think it's gonna be like anything too crazy. I don't think it's gonna be like paranormal or supernatural or anything. I think it's just gonna be they die in the wilderness. Like, that's the vibe I'm getting at this point. It is still very sad, but I don't feel like these are mysteries. Wait, what? Oh, let me see here, Reap. Let me see here. Oh, look at this. Short radio waves and directions and build coils to capture, release a signal to grab onto. Oh, wow. Oh, that's very cool. Passive transponder that search for rescue can be... Oh, interesting. I don't know if I'd personally need that, but it is good for everyone to consider if they're in a rural area. When it comes to mysterious disappearances in the woods, YouTube channel The Lore Lodge is the best source. It had all more usual deaths about Dennis Martin. That video left the overwhelming majority out while avoiding the kooky stuff other than people talking about. Oh, interesting. Okay. The Lore Lodge. Ooh. I'll have to check it out. Because, like, the way they presented the last one, it was just like this kid wandered off. I do think it's possible they could have been kidnapped, though.
In Georgia. For someone
This guy
who's
was
still
abducted by
relatively
Civil
new
War
when it
loving
came to
aliens.
hiking,
No!
This was no small undertaking. But by the time he reached
No.
Virginia, he seemed to be doing just fine. He had made his way into the mountains of Nelson County and taken on a stretch of trail near the Priest, a rugged area where the Appalachian Trail climbs above 4,000 feet.
Oh, that's
By
pretty.
then, he may have felt like he had found his rhythm. Then, somewhere around July 31, things went quiet. That was the last point at which anyone is known to have seen or heard from Scott. What investigators believe is that Scott may have been heading toward Cow Camp Gap Shelter, a well-known community-used simple wooden structure along the trail. That would have made sense. The Cow Camp Gap was a logical next stop on his journey. From there, he may have planned to continue into Buena Vista, a small town along the trail with supplies. If that was his...
I just want to say it's so cool they've kept this up for like 200 years now. Like, this is something where people keep the upkeep of like this little specific structure and make sure people have a place to stay. That's really cool. I would assume that someone would stab me to death in it, but you know, for 200 years, I think that's when the Civil War was. I haven't slept in a while. No, I slept for a very long time, actually. I still would be sleeping if I didn't force myself up. Something very simple and sudden can happen, like tripping and falling into a ditch can be enough to kill you in the forest, even as an adult. Yeah, if you like lose your ability to walk and stuff. Hiking cabins are still common in some places. Yeah, I've seen some information about them. 200 years would predate the Civil War significantly. Oh, 160 years. Okay, 160 years. 160 years ago.
Plan, there was nothing unusual
160.
about it. That is how life on the Appalachian Trail works. Hikers move from one shelter area to the next.
Cool.
And sometimes, because everyone is spread out and moving at their own pace, people disappear from each other's view for hours or even days without it seeming alarming at first.
Cool.
It is a very isolating place. So, for a while, Scott's absence may not have looked like a crisis. But somewhere in that ordinary gap, something went terribly wrong. On August 12, 2011, nearly 2 weeks after Scott was last known to be on that stretch of trail, a group of hikers made a horrifying discovery near the side trail leading to Cow Camp Gap Shelter. They found a body in a shallow grave. It was Scott Lilly. Right away, it was obvious this was not a simple wilderness death. Someone had tried to hide what happened to him. Not very well, but enough to delay discovery. Investigators believed Scott had likely been dead for around 12 days by the time he was found. That meant he had probably died not long after the last known stretch of his hike near the Priest in late July. And the location only made the case more unsettling.
How did I think this guy was from the Civil
was
War?
not some foreign corner of the mountains. It was part of a well-used recreation area. Hikers...
Okay, my brain is shut off because I could have sworn this was a Civil War general. He loved the Civil War? Okay, he was a Civil War reenactment person. I thought he was actually from the Civil War. He has the look. He does have the look. Her brain is gone. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Passed through it. Campers even used it. It was secluded enough for someone to hide a body, but not so remote that no one would ever come across it. That meant whoever put Scott there either took a major risk or felt comfortable doing it. Months later, investigators released one of the case's most disturbing details. In January 2012, the medical examiner officially ruled Scott's death a homicide. His cause of death was asphyxia by suffocation.
What?
Some of his belongings were also missing and never recovered. Among them were his backpack, his...
This is why you can never go in the woods. Okay, even if you're a fella, even if you're 8 feet tall, even if you're a big bearded guy like that looks very intense, I guess someone could just decide, hey, random guy, I'm gonna kill him. In the middle of nowhere. This is why you don't want to travel across the states. I mean, the states can be very beautiful. There's a lot of really lovely places. Even if you were a Civil War general. Even if you were a Civil War general, which I don't think had anything to do with anything going on in this specifically, but if it did, that would be very interesting, wouldn't it? Yes. You would never travel alone with someone you just met? Yeah, it's unfortunate, but there's absolute sickos out there. There's absolute sickos, and they're not going to be as polite or friendly as you are, even if you do have the means to fight them. I forgot about this until now. You know that Fujoshi fetish game where, like, you torture the little pink-haired twink that we played a while back? And if you weren't here for that, that sentence probably hit you like a truck. Yep, there you are, okay. Okay, yes. I forgot what it was called, but it sure did, Grimmi. Okay, Blood Money! It was Blood Buddy. Okay, I love that description, yes. This is why the Fernie Paradox uses the forest in their Dark Forest part? That makes sense. This is also Chilling Scares. This is Chilling Scares if you want to check it out. So, no, I'm not, no, I don't want to see people tortured to death. No. But it was called Blood Money, and if you weren't a Fujoshi that wanted to see people tortured to death, I think that it was a very scary game. And if you were a Fujoshi that wanted to see people tortured to death, it was not very scary. It was kind of like Psycho, the Giantess dating sim. I saw people trying to, like, say that that person was problematic. Cause he or she was rude and said that women aren't as, like, good at stuff. But, like, they made a game where you tortured someone to death millions of times. That description does fit the game perfectly, but I never come up with it myself. Yeah. I think that, like, if the person is, like, making a game about torturing people to death, they might not be someone that can be challenged by saying that they're problematic. These streams are supposed to be relaxing. I watch stuff about people getting executed in the forest, hon. Also, thank you, Winner, for gifting a sub to Scale Issue. I appreciate that. What if I'm a 6'4" and looking for a sexy murderer to force into a comically cute marriage? I don't know if that's but I believe in you, hun. Good luck. Torture is problematic, yes. But it was a little bit weird to see people go very aggressively after someone who did not care even a little bit, because their big thing was torturing people to death. So I think Winner should start a webcomic. That'd be really cute. I think things are getting really weird. Torture is problematic media. Torturing twink to death, yes, I think so. There was a second game, it gets way worse. Yeah, the second game was very intense. It was really weird. Things are getting really odd. Drawing transitions from talking about how to care for your 27 cats and kittens to people getting murdered in a forest. Yes, I do. We do talk about a lot. What game is this? I didn't hear. Blood Money. Also, sorry, this isn't how you were probably saying it, but for me it came across like, oh god, that's horrible. Oh my god, what was it? Oh jeez, god, that's disgusting. But what game was it? Oh jeez, that's horrible. How could they do that? But if you have the name, oh my god, that's just vile. Oh, but what was it? No, it's just called Blood Money. It's not Hitman. I forgot who recommended it. I think it might have been Mel the Duke. I think it might have been. I think I asked for, like, short horror games on Twitter, and that was one of them. I mean, it was an interesting game in terms of how they presented it and what they did. The voice acting was really good. Just, if you know Fujoshi, you were like, oh, this is a Fujoshi torture fetish game. Or if they're a fellow, I guess it could still be Fujoshi. It has that vibe, but could be a fellow game as well. Yep. Mr. Duke has interesting taste. You know what's really funny? One of the people watching the Kittens was just watching one of their videos. Like, Like, I have some space where people can stay. One of them is staying in a room with, like, a TV. When I walked in there, like, she wasn't even in there. Like, I was just, like, visiting some of the cats, like, oh, how you doing, kitties? And, like, Malthaduke's video was on. I had never spoken to her about this before. We had never communicated about it. I was just like, cool. That's crazy. Lucky you. Yes, in this instance, I am very lucky that I have enough space to take care of 800,000 cats. I know that this is selfish because this is like the most narcissistic way to look at it, but I really wish it were in a recession. Also because the cats getting adopted out is going to be a lot harder. Like, if it were like, if everyone was like really good and like grooving and it were like the, if it were like a nice, cool, like big bubble where everyone was making a ton of money, people would probably want to adopt the cats a lot quicker, but it's hard. Even cute tiny little kittens, it's hard. It's okay though. Subscribe to his channel before you guys start channel. Love his PNG tuber model, so unique. Yeah, it's really cool. Go check him out if you haven't checked him out. They like the game Blood Money. It's kind of a weird thing to say, but it's a pretty good game besides like the Fujoshi torture part. I mean, even if it does have Fujoshi torture, it's like Psycho the Giantess dating sim. It's a very scary horror game. Unless you want to be a tiny person that's digested by a beautiful woman with giant, what did that guy say? With giant cannons. Then it's less scary, more sexual. Adopting out cats is truly a mission. You blink and they just multiply. I am getting all of them spayed and neutered that can. You don't have to worry about it. But yeah. There's 7 kittens here. There's like so many adults. 3, 4, 7 adults, 7 kittens. And more on the way.
Relatively new trail shoes, a Nintendo game, and an Appalachian Trail handbook.
Who's
That
the content
immediately
creator you
raised the
speak of,
obvious
Grimmi?
question.
I'll get a link in a
Was
second.
Scott killed for his gear,
Wait, which
or
one?
were
There were
those
like
items
4.
taken for some other reason entirely? Investigators never publicly gave a clear answer. Because the killing happened on February.
Did the vet estimate when they would give birth? No. What happened was... I forgot about this. All of the cats, like the adult moms, they're good. The little babies don't have any symptoms of parvo. They're not shedding parvo. They're all very healthy. They're all very cute, too. The moms couldn't be looked at because they started flipping the F out, running around and freaking out. So they couldn't be treated. They decided to just scream and run in circles until everyone had to leave. It's really funny because the kittens really like people, so they'll walk up to you and be like, yo, what are you doing? I'm bored. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm bored. Hey. And like they'll walk up to you and start climbing on you. They want you to like pick them up and hold them like little tiny buns. Like you get like a little tiny bun like from the store. Like they're so tiny. You can hold them in like the palm of your hand, even if if you have petite hands. They are like lunch buns. But the cats, like, they walk up to you, the kittens, and they look at you like, yo, what's up? Because, they had their eyes treated by humans. And, like, they were treated well by humans. Do they fit in your pocket? Oh, they do. I might go get one just to show you how tiny they are. Can one kitten be a lunch bun? Oh my god, lunch bun would be a cute name for a cat. Yes. Yes. But they're so tiny, and they're so sweet, and they just walk up to you. And then the moms think that you are going to kill them. No matter what. No matter how many times you handle their kittens and treat them and help them, they have just decided that you are going to kill them. And that you are going to, like, murder them so aggressively. So they just run around screaming and going crazy. I've even thought maybe about taking the pregnant cats, like, to where I stream so they get a lot of human contact and they get used to people talking. Bad memory? I think they just don't trust people. Like, I don't know if they've run into a scary person or what, but, the moms seem to understand that they're not in danger, but like I was saying, like when the mom first got here, like the kittens can't be like reunited with their mom until like they have all the symptoms of their parvo cleared up, or like they're shedding and stuff. But like I showed them like her baby, like I showed her first two babies, and she started to like cross her eyes. She was so like relieved, and like she like completely deflated. And like she was so scared, but she kind of calmed down after she saw that like her children she probably thought were dead for like a month, were fine. And then I showed her the third one that was a Siamese that had changed colors, and she looked at them like, who the hell is that? And she looked really angry, like, why are you showing me that? Why are you showing me that? It was really funny and really messed up, but the first two, she was like, oh my god, my babies, this is beautiful. And I was crying, and I showed her the third one, and she just, like, glared. So they understand. They understand that, like, their children were saved and they're okay. They can acknowledge them. That one's from another father. No, that was their... My mom's cat had 4 kittens right now. She's absolutely most gentle cat. You pick up one of her tiny adorable kitties because she's so tiny adorable. Oh, that's so lovely. She really trusts you. She'll look right up at you picking up the kitten and just only look at you. Doesn't even meow. That's nice. The thing is, the pregnant cat, or the cat that gave birth, like, she didn't ignore the Throngler. She ignored Porcelain Tomato. She liked the Throngler. But, like, the thing is, like, I'll pick up her kittens, like, even if, like, they're, like, an inch away from her, and she'll just be like, good, go fix that one. But if you try to acknowledge her or do anything to her, she's pissed. Like, she seems to acknowledge the kittens are getting help, that they feel better when I pick them up and do stuff for them, that they're healthier, that I feed her, but she's just like, I'm going to be killed. This is it. This is it. Did the mama cat accept the one that kitten that changed color? I haven't introduced them again since they got exposed to parvo. They can't hang out. But I think she needs to smell him. Like the other two, she was like, those are my babies. And that one, she was like, what is that? Get that away from me. Maybe she sensed Tomato's worms. Tomato didn't have worms. Heavenly Kitten did. Heavenly Kitten I haven't even shown to, like, that cat because it went so poorly with Porcelain. So poorly with Porcelain, it was kind of insane. Oh, the PNG tuber that suggested the Fujoshi games, Mythonics on VTube. I'll get a link in a second. I'm sorry that I paused this video so many times. The mom's old, perfect cat for, oh, never bites or claws or anything. That's so sweet. Cats can be so sweet. I'm hoping that somehow this cat can chill out and relax and get adopted because they're really nice. They've been taking care of their kittens. Also, yes, Heavenly Kitten did survive parvo. They survived, like, dropping half their weight and almost dying. Heavenly Kitten has been so sweet. Like, I'm gonna keep them for the rest of their life because I promised if they survived, I would take care of them forever. So Heavenly Kitten is gonna be happy. Why can't Porcelain get a break? Porcelain almost died twice and is doing okay. I hope the matriarch cat has settled in a little bit. It's been a week. She hadn't settled in this morning, but she's okay now. Also, thank you so much. MC Pal Reynolds. You got a real 101 Dalmatian situation going on there. I want them to be okay. Any glorps in there? Any, like, alien kitties? They're very nice. I think the little tiny black one that everyone's calling a pygmy is, like, what's it called? I think she's, like, probably the most alien looking because her eyes are a little bit silly looking still. She's very, very, very cute. She's very cute. After this, I'll go pick her up and show you. How's Oreo? Oreo's huge. Oreo's huge. Have you sent pics to those kittens, the receptive VTuber parents? I should. I really should. But I'm very, 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 very tired. Oreo's huge? Yes. All of the other kittens are starting to catch up with her. But Oreo's very cute. I'll say it again. I don't mean this in like a prejudiced way or like I approve of this person. She did look like Hitler for the start of her life. She did look probably about as much like Hitler as a cat could. Charlie Chaplin? Yes, Charlie Chaplin's good. That's unfortunate. She's grown out of it. She no longer looks like Hitler. Back on this, I just thought it was weird. She grew out of that phase. Yes. Was it the stash? Yes. Again, I'm not approving of like what this specific person has done, obviously. She did just look like Hitler though. She grew out of it. She grew out of it. Also, thank you so much, Gitriz, for the 500 bits, for the precious tomato. I'm glad that you like tomato. And thank you, Raven, for being here for 6 months. She got better. She got better, but she does not look like this anymore, but she did look like Hitler. She doesn't look like Hitler anymore. But it was kind of crazy. She did look like Hitler. She now does not look like Hitler at all. She looks very cutesy. Her like little like the little like Oreo topper on her head. She's have Oreo's ears gotten bigger? Yeah, she actually does have very large ears. I thought maybe the other kittens hadn't grown theirs yet, but she has very large ears. She seems to be Oriental short-haired. Like that's her like specific ethnicity. Do you have any more pictures of Oreo? I'm sure I do. It's hard to get like a front-facing picture, but she doesn't look like Hitler anymore. She looks very cute. So yeah. Let's see. Ethnicity? Yeah, Oriental short hair. Or I guess her breed. Sorry, that's different. Sorry. Let me see if I can find, let's see here. I want to try to find, I'm sure I have some pictures of her. She runs very quickly. So sometimes it can be very hard. She sleeps like in a little area that she wants to sleep in without the kittens. I forgot I was on Ambien at one point and trying to show the Throngler to like her mother. That was weird. I don't think I have any front-facing pictures of Oreo. I gotta get one. I have a front-facing picture of... God, poor Heavenly. They're so small. Oh my god, Heavenly Kitten is so cute. One thing that's weird is that Heavenly Kitten, is not growing as quickly. Let's see. Let me see if I can't, let me see if I can't show you guys this. Heavenly Kitten just looks so young compared to the other kitties. Oh my god, the little tiny black one's so cute. Okay, Heavenly Kitten, oh my god. Oh my god, he's so tiny compared to the other cats. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Heavenly is also pure fluff. No, yes, I want you to see this, and this is the saddest picture ever, but they're doing good. They're doing good. Oh my god. Oh my god. They were so sick and they're so little. Oh my god. I don't know if they're gonna, like, get bigger or not. Like, they're really behind the... Okay, I'm gonna take down the picture of Oreo where she looks like Hitler. It was weird. Can she walk better now? Heavenly Kitten can walk. As for Oreo, she can still run and walk, but she does still have that problem with her leg. He's so tiny. He's so small. This is Heavenly Kitten. He's so small because he lost half of his weight and he's still recovering. He's so little. He's so little. He's so little and he has such big eyes. Heavenly was secretly a munchkin cat all along. He might actually be a little smaller than usual because he survived this illness as a baby. He's recovering well though. He's gained a lot of weight. He's nice and like chubby and cute. He's just you can even see that he has like some food on his nose because he was just eating. He's like so little. I want a white cat and a black cat so bad. Oh, that'd be cute. That'd be very cute. You only need one popcorn. He's very tiny. He's so small. Grimbo, patron saver of kitties and keepers of hot sauce. That's very nice of you. I'm never doing this again, though. I'm never doing this again. I'm never doing this again. He's so tiny, though. He's so little. He's so little. You could put him in your pocket. You really could. I try to go in there and, like, spend at least, like, a half an hour with him, like, every single day and, like, make sure he's okay. But he's so little. Have a good stream, Mochi. Have a good stream. The white nails on black paws is so cute. Yeah, he has little tiny white nails. He has little tiny feet. But he doesn't even really look like a cat. He looks like a hamster. Oh my god, he's so cute. Oh my god, he's so cute. How does one feed these sick kitties without mom? Well, he just eats cat food now. He'll just eat pure protein. Like he's doing okay. When it came to the other cats, they had to be fed every 2 hours for weeks by syringe. You don't syringe feed them anymore? No, they just go and eat. They'll actually punch each other to get more food now, unless they all have their own individual plates. You remember raising a sheep from an orphan lamb? She got really big because she didn't... Oh, she never really got big. She didn't get poor... Or she got poor nutrition. Was sick half the time, and her lambs were tiny too, and she'd bring them to meet us every year. That's so nice! If you guys have ever seen Invincible, for some reason... also, thank you. Thank you so much, Sakio. Sako, Aiki, or Aki? Thank you so much for the rate, though. We're looking at Heavenly Kitten. He has a little bit of food on his mouth, but he's very cute and tiny. He's doing good, though. He was really sickly for a while, and he didn't have any muscles. Now he's doing a lot better. They tend to like you when you hand feed them from 10 days old. Yeah, the cats are very sweet. So compare this tiny little baby, this itty bitty little tiny guy, this molecule of a cat, to, like, the ones that haven't gotten sick. Well, actually, I guess Tomato did get sick a few times, but he's been okay. If you've seen Invincible, it's kind of like they're Viltrumites. Like, they're gigantic. I don't know what it is, but I think I started giving them, like, protein really early, like in a slurry. They got huge! They got gigantic! They got gargantuan. I hope your stream was well, by the way. How was talking to everybody? I hope you're doing good. These guys got humongous. The cats are so cute. I'm really happy they're all doing okay. But, I think I gave them protein, like, really early. I also, like, just pop in to say howdy. Hi, Vesper, I hope you're doing well. The cats are good. They finally aren't all dying. Very tired. Prongler be like, stand ready for my arrival, Worm. She really is. She's huge. She's the smallest out of all, like, the huge, like, kittens. Porcelain Tomato is actually the biggest. He's very cute and chubby and very adorable. My favorite Imperial Chinese Lord. How you doing, Joel? What? Joel, your kitten, the kitten that was named after you has gone the most viral and is also the largest of the kittens. Congratulations. They're the most powerful. They're also very, very, very cute. They still look like the sad cat a little bit, but they're doing well. You knew he would be the strongest? He is the strongest. He's actually like twice as big as Heavenly Kitten. You can see him up there, he's a little tiny thing, and then you can see Porcelain that's as big as a paper plate. Like, humongous. Stands over his food. They're all very nice kitties, though. They're all very nice. Unless they're eating, then they'll punch each other out of the way to get more food. But I've remedied that by just giving them as much food as they want, and they've all become gigantic. They've all become huge. You spoke with Giga, your therapist? I like that you just walk in and drop that on everyone, just like, yes, I spoke with Giga, the health professional that's been helping me through things lately. That part really got you. I wasn't expecting it. Giga's very cool, though. She said you might be able to handle a kitten, but she needs to check my house, an area nearby. That sounds like she's like your parole officer in a cool way. But if you do want to handle a kitten, they're pretty nice. Your comedy is very subtle. Good for you. Good for you. Is that a streamer or an actual therapist? I don't think there's a secondary Giga that Joel talks to that has a degree in mental health. So there you go. Almost non-existent, some would say. No. Go check out Joel. He's very fun. But, you don't know how many Gigas I know? I think I do. I think like this is not something where it's like gonna be impossible to figure. I think it's very likely it's one. There is that, doesn't Giga, is that, I never knew. Like, is there, okay. There's a secondary account on Twitch that's just called like not Giga. Is that Giga? Maybe there is a second one. That's her alt? I thought so! Okay. Alright, there's just one. You're howling? I really did think that was a different person. I'm sorry. Hey, Grimmi, did you see this DM I sent you on Discord? Vesper, let me check that DM. Vesper works on Voices of the Void. Oh, wow. I'm very hype about that. I won't say nothing about it, though. I'm very hype. Giga's alt is, who's... From the movie? Tiny Tim? What's going on? You never once clicked on that channel? I took it at face value and everyone said it wasn't Giga. You can easily convince me of pretty much anything for at least a short amount of time. Go check out Joel. Go check out Not Giga. Go check him out. But if you do want to get a kitten, I got some good kittens. They're all very relaxed. They're all very sweet. There's so many of them. I'm gonna make an alt called Not Grimmi and she will never know. See, and then if you said that it's not Grimmi, I would believe you. Sorry, we've been paused on this video for a half an hour. Go check out Joel.
Federal land, the FBI
Go
took
check out
charge
Joel.
of the case. They
Go
worked
check out
alongside
Giga
National
and Not
Park
Giga.
Service Rangers, U.S. Forest Service officers, Virginia State Police,
And Vesper,
and
I'm
local
very
authorities.
happy for you and very
Agents
excited.
and officers collected more than 100 pieces of evidence.
Voices
They
of the
covered
Void
more
is one
than
of my favorite games.
270 miles of trail. They conducted 83 interviews of hikers in the area at the time across multiple states and even in 2 foreign countries.
Whoa.
1 year after Scott's murder, the FBI even announced a $10,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of his killer.
Whoa.
But despite all of that, the case never broke open. No
You
suspect
apologize?
was
No, you're
publicly
fine, dude.
identified, and no final timeline was established.
You can
It was
backflip,
never
good for
found
you.
out exactly what happened to Scott Lilly in his final hours
I'm gonna
on
get
the
in
trail,
shape too and
which
do some
sparked much
backflips.
speculation. Some
I
seem
gained
to paint
15
the area
pounds
around
watching these
Cow Camp
cats.
Gap as an area crawling with
stressed.
dangerous mountain recluses or hidden predators waiting just off the trail. But
They're good
that
cats,
image does
though.
not really hold up. This was a well-used area and not some lost world cut
I'm
off
gonna
from
walk
everybody
to
else.
Canada.
And that may be one of the creepiest parts of all.
Not actual
He
Canada.
disappeared along a route hikers used all the time. Then,
I wanted to walk
somewhere
a
in
lot.
that stretch of Virginia
I have a desk
backcountry,
treadmill.
he crossed paths with the wrong person. And exactly what happened next has remained unknown
What
to
we
this day.
watching? A cautionary tale about why you shouldn't go outside. Indeed, you should not walk to Canada physically. You should walk to Canada in the comfort of your own home. Joel started season 3 of Voices of the Void. Oh, that's awesome. Also, yeah, I'm glad that Dr. Nose got unbanned. Strangling someone is a pretty personal way to do it. That is true. It's a very intense way to die. Not that there's like chill ways to die. I guess there kind of is. Can I ask you guys something? I saw this online. I wasn't sure if it was propaganda or not. If you, like, get euthanized, do they really take all your organs and sell them? Like, while you're still alive, like, while you're just, like, comatose, do they dissect you and sell your organs? Yes? No? No. Yes? No. Probably not. Probably. Yes. I hope not. No. Don't know. I don't think, Sorry, I shouldn't have said your typo. That was rude of me. That's propaganda. I better get it. They're not supposed to. Depends on the terms of service. They're not supposed to, but like crime. Not if you follow ethical conduct. Yes, ma'am. You're in California. They won't allow that. You have to sign a waiver. Legally, they cannot unless you're an organ donor. Well, I'm not talking about me specifically. Thank you for gifting a sub, winner, to God, I hope. Okay. The girl who did it tried to back out of it. The doctors not let her because they already promised organs to people. Did that really happen? Or is that propaganda? Propaganda. Depends on the if it's the cartel or the hospital doing it. It's possible in Canada, right? If you go into a back alley, if I don't walk to Canada, how will I get all those cute Canadian girls to punch me in the chest over my rank pin? Wait, what's your rank pin? Also, thank you, Ayo the Pizza, here for the 100 bits. Feel like out of tens of or thousands of medical professionals, someone would have spoken up if it was a serious problem. They can literally back out at any point. People from money only care about money, because people follow all ethics. Thank you, Phoenix Army, for being here for 7 months. I was just interested in this. Anyone want to swap kidneys? Don't start swapping your kidneys in chat. No. I feel like, I guess it depends on who they are. Like, the hospital specifically. Well, can I swap hearts then? No. $20 is $20. No. Don't sell your kidney for $20. No. You have one good one to donate to a lucky chatter. Oh no. Why are you always punching me? Oh god. Why are you always punching me? Wait, who's the kidney guy? No. Okay, this was at least $50. I heard they sold for a lot. Most hospitals would never allow that to happen. It's a massive lawsuit potential, more so than any hospital can afford. And they're crazy for money. Okay. I need to go to sleep. Yes, go to sleep, Vesper. Sleep well. Got more night shifts ahead of me. Take care, Grimmi chat. Sleep well. I hope the night shifts go well once you start them. I'm going to play the rest of the video. I just saw that, like, people were talking. Also, sorry, I feel like I'm not talking very well because my tongue's a little messed up, but, like, I saw that people were talking about how, like, supposedly if you are donating your organs, they keep you alive, remove the organs if, like, you're brain dead, and then give them to other people. Stuff like that. I can get a kidney, 50% chance it's a pig or human, though. Oh, sticking your tongue out, not punching me in the face. That's nice. If you need a kidney, I know a few orphans looking to sell. Thank you for the 100 bits, GGG. We're going back to this. Also, thank you, Phoenix Army, for being here for 7 months.
Derek Luking.
I appreciate it.
Before Derek
How you
Luking
doing?
disappeared into the Great Smoky Mountains, a section of the
I mean, that would
Appalachian
keep the organs
Mountains in
fresh.
March
I just was wondering.
2012, the people closest to him had already
Would you even
started to feel
feel it?
like something was
Depends.
wrong. In the months leading up to his disappearance, his father noticed changes in his 24-year-old son.
Okay, I'm currently on night shift at the hospital. They're not supposed to take your organs unless you're an organ donor and sign paperwork approving it. Yes. This would be something where they had already signed the paperwork, but they were, I guess, like, not hype about having their organs taken while they were still alive, but comatose? Is that how it works? Like, that's what I'm asking. Like, are people, like, do they, you know, shut the person's body off, or do they still harvest them while they're alive? Organs are taken once they're dead. That's what I heard too, but some people were talking about it. I don't think Twitch chat is a reliable source. That is fair. Yeah. Tell me your source. People arguing on the internet. That's why I didn't say, this is what happens. That's why I said, is this the case? Is this the case? Brain dead, but their body has to be alive. See, that's what I read. Also, thank you, Ayo the Pizza here, for the 100 bits. I used to go donate plasma more often, but there was a time I fell asleep and woke up to the doc kissing my forehead. What does that mean? Is that what flirting is like? You've had some adventures. They are interesting, but no, that's not good. No, boss, you only get your organs taken out when you are dead legally. And the cost of keeping you on life support as they take more organs out would outweigh anything selling them for. Oh! You need to be in slow heart rate. Once you're dead, organs aren't getting blood and probably no good at that point. Oh! I'm getting a lot of really contrasting stuff here. A lot. Do you need our organs, Grandpa? No. I was just curious. If you're brain dead and it's confirmed that you're an organ donor, there's a whole process they have to go through to end life support. Okay. have to have perfusion for organs to be viable, so it depends on what you mean by dead. Like, heartbeat stop. Most organ teams, doctors in general, are great. Some are weirdly pushy in my experience. Okay, so it's like, it could be a little bit in that. So it's kind of like a gray area, but mostly good. We should start experimenting to find out. How would we experiment with that? I think people would just be dead at the hospital. Elected officials, scientific researchers, and reliable first-hand reporters are not on Twitter, Grimmi. No, that's why I'm asking you guys. I thought it was interesting as a subject. That's why I wanted to see how it was. I didn't say this is real. I said this is what I heard. I thought it was interesting. I wasn't like, did you know? Did you know that hospitals are taking your organs specifically? You're still alive. They put you into a coma and then they steal everything you got for millions of dollars. For millions of dollars. So, they aren't on Twitter and definitely here on Twitch checking. I think that there's a few people that might know. Some of you guys know a lot of stuff. Chad, is this real? Unironically, though. Unironically. Kidneys can be harvested while alive? Oh. No, Grimmi, you're still alive? I know I'm still alive. I can get millions of dollars. Supposedly, that's what people were saying on Twitter. I thought it was interesting, but I didn't think like, oh my god, this has to be real. But then I was like, what if it is? I thought the talking was only for the last, going for 10 minutes, not for... Okay, yeah, okay, here we go.
Derek had started drinking and smoking, which his family considered unusual for him. He also seemed unhappy with where his life was heading. The mystery began on March 15, 2012, when Derek did not show up for work. No one could reach him as calls to his phone went unanswered. A mutual friend eventually alerted his roommate, Ryan, and from there the concern escalated fast.
Psychosis.
Ryan contacted Derek's family, and the Lukings drove through the night from Virginia to Tennessee. Once they arrived, they started digging through anything that might explain where he had gone. On Derek's computer, they found searches related to Great Smoky Mountains National Park. They also found a hotel reservation. That meant Derek had not just disappeared at random. He had made some kind of plan. And for whatever reason, that plan had led him toward the North Carolina side of the Smokies. But
that's
why?
Very nice of you,
That was the question hanging over everything from the beginning.
It could be
2 days later, on March 17, surveillance footage captured Derek leaving the Microtel Inn and Suites in Cherokee, North Carolina
on blood type.
at around
Are certain
4 o'clock
organs
in the morning.
better for...
He was carrying only a day pack.
Sorry.
That was the
Chill,
last
Grimmi.
confirmed sighting of him. After that, Derek effectively walked out of view and never came back. Inside his hotel room were details that only made the case stranger. His family found a Bible on the bed and a liquor bottle on the floor. It suggested he may have been wrestling with something emotional, spiritual, or both. Later that same morning, around 8:30, Derek's white Ford Escape was found at Newfound Gap high in the Smokies, near the Tennessee-North Carolina line. His family came across it by sheer luck while searching for him. Inside the vehicle was a note. Its message was short but chilling. Do not follow me. But despite this note, people did, because by that point, the case no longer looked like a man taking a
Do you want us to write up a report on organ transplantation on Discord? Cool. You should make it into a YouTube video. People will watch it. What are your thoughts on the Resident Evil movie? I liked it. I thought it was pretty fun, actually. I think it's going to be pretty cool. The Barbarian director is doing it, /weapons, so I think it'll be fun. We watched a trailer earlier this stream. Yes, thank you. Sorry about that, Toki. Sorry about that. Take the brain out, leave the heart in. If you take someone's brain out, I guess that would make it so, like, well, no, they need their brain to, like, pump blood to the rest of their body. For a brief second, I was like, it makes so much sense. Then they don't have consciousness. It's gone. Not the whole brain? Oh. Not the whole brain is needed? Oh. Okay. You can use machines for that? Oh. They only need the brain stem? Oh. That's the heart? Oh. But you do need part of your brain to, like, pump blood to the rest of your body. Like, give it, like, the signal of, like, continue doing this. You sadly can't eat brain because of the prions. I wasn't saying to eat the org. Okay, sorry. This person also seems like they are depressed or psychotic. If you start drinking a lot, it can actually really affect, like, your personality overall. It could even put you into a state of psychosis or a state of serious depression. Just as a heads up, it can be a trigger.
A trap. It looked like a disappearance headed towards something much worse, and what investigators found inside the SUV only deepened the mystery.
I know this photo is real, but it does kind of look like those photos they show you to illustrate what a stroke looks like. Like this doesn't look like anything. Like this looks like food and also like candles. That's a half a turkey. It is half a turkey, but it doesn't look right.
Towards something much worse, and what investigators found inside the SUV only deepened the mystery. Derek had bought a surprising amount of outdoor gear. There were maps of the national park, a tent, a sleeping bag, food, cord, cutting tools, lights, and other survival items. It looked like the setup for a serious wilderness outing, but there was one major problem. Derek had left most of it behind. His wallet and cash were still in the car too.
I think he intended to not come
almost no
back.
sense. If he meant to survive in the backcountry, why walk away from the very gear that would have made that possible? This contradiction has haunted the case ever since. Maybe Derek only planned to take a short
There's
walk
photos
and
that show
return
you
for the
what
rest of
strokes
the
look like.
stuff.
Yes.
Maybe he was trying to imitate the
Your
stripped
brain
down
can try to
survival
like
style
process
of Man
things really
vs. Wild,
incorrectly.
a show his family said he liked. Maybe he never had a coherent wilderness plan at all. Or maybe someone else entered the
Kinda
picture
looks like
after
early
he
AI
arrived
stuff,
at Newfound
honestly.
Gap. Search and rescue teams soon moved into the area. About 60 people and 3 dog teams
What are the
took part,
chances
covering more
alcohol
than 70
will
miles
cure
of
your
trail
depression?
around the parking area.
0.
They checked places where someone could have left the trail, pushed
0.
into the brush, and disappeared. Rangers asked if
Don't
anyone had seen
drink.
Derek, a young man
0.
mentioned his description, or anything unusual around Newfound Gap that day. And this is where the case gets even stranger.
0.
It was a sunny day. People were out hiking, picnicking,
I like
moving
those
through the
odds.
area, yet no dependable witnesses ever
No.
emerged to place Derek there. There was one possible sighting along Newfound Gap Road that suggested he may have entered the woods from there,
Harvesting
but
after
that lead
cardiac
led
death,
nowhere.
non-viable
Then
surgery
the
has a
case
shorter
took an even
timeline.
darker
Oh.
tone. Around the same time Derek
Oh,
vanished,
interesting.
another
So
young
it
man
can be done
disappeared
while
in the
you're
same
still
general area of the
technically alive.
Smokies. His name was Michael Giovanni Cacchini. Friends last saw him on March 18, 2012, just a day after Derek was last captured on surveillance video. During the search for Derek, rangers found Michael's abandoned vehicle parked along a walkway off Newfound Gap Road. It was an odd place to leave a car overnight, and not the kind of spot where someone on a normal hiking trip would be expected to begin a backcountry trek.
Good
Like
for you,
Derek,
Azaf.
Michael
Good
was
for
heavily
you.
searched for
But-
and not found during the initial effort. Months later, a backpack and human remains were discovered in the park near the area connected to his disappearance. The remains were eventually identified as Michael's, giving one of the 2 disappearances a grim ending, but not a clear explanation.
You're being sarcastic. No worries. 0. But thank you, Azaf, for the 100 bits. I'm glad you got out of that. So it is weird that these guys went missing like a day away from each other, but like it's kind of hard to like give you an idea of the scale of like this area. Like this could be like 50 miles away from like the point of view of the camera. This right here is probably like 50, 100 feet away from it. This area is huge. Yeah, I don't think that these two necessarily had anything in common with each other. I don't think they like met up. I don't think that there was any foul play. I think they just wandered into the forest at the same time.
The question of if the cases were related began to arise.
I don't think so.
But Derek's case continued to make no progress. Every theory seemed to hit a wall. One possibility is that he went into the wilderness on purpose and
Yes.
intended not to come back, whether to take his life or somehow start a new one in the woods. The note in his car
This
immediately
is also
points people
something
in
that happens
direction,
weirdly.
but even that theory has problems. If Derek meant to disappear,
Some people do go and move into the forest, and disconnect from society. Prolific person that did some really intense stuff that's definitely against the TOS to talk about too in depth, or like the methods that he did. Ted Kaczynski. Yes, Ted Kaczynski actually did this as well. That being said, if you are disappearing into the wilderness, it is still very likely that you can be found. If you've like murdered someone or done something insane, the government can still find you. Don't just be like, well, murdered my family. Time to go live in the trees. They will find you. They're very capable of it. If I recall, natural cardiac death is allowed for like 5 minutes or something, basically to ensure there's no auto-resuscitation. Oh, interesting. Also, yo, Maple, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're doing well. How you doing? Was your stream today good? And are you having a good one? We're looking at disappearances in the Appalachian Mountains. You heard her? You have to go underground. Instead, move to caves. No, 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 no. There are actually reports of sometimes people, not commonly. Wait, not commonly. That's gonna make it sound like this happens daily. There are people that actually move start renovating their basement and then see that they have like a gigantic underground cave structure underneath their homes, where small cities lived, which is really weird, but it's happened a few times. And it's not ideal. Where? I forgot which country it was, but like someone has moved in, tried to renovate their basement, and then found like a giant underground structure where people used to live. Like entire cities. Like if a city was sieged or like there was something really negative going on, essentially people would be in like gigantic bunkers underground. Was it Texas, Vietnam? I don't know. Probably France, could be. Was it Turkey? Okay, it was Turkey. It was Turkey. That's so sick. Yeah, that's really cool, actually. Turkey is the famous one? Yeah. So what happened was when people like would siege cities and there were wars and stuff, like people would not be able to survive because they'd be murdered. So what they were doing is like some of them, not all of them, but they were like essentially building like the equivalent of like bunkers and then just living in those. So I don't exactly know how they work. Like, I know that I would be very afraid of there just being rain and then everyone dies, but you know. Weird. Let's see. You're causing problems for us. Wait, what happened? No, I don't think so, Penta. You're okay. I don't think people are thinking that. You gotta stop worrying. Only people that think that would be really rude. You gotta stop worrying. Don't worry about it. The Anatolian underground cities, they're believed to date back to pre-Greek period. Oh wow. Trust me? No, I'm not gonna. No. You should understand it like this if you can. If anyone doesn't think what you're saying is true, but you know it's true and that you've gone through it, it's okay. You're gonna be all right. It's gonna be okay. Some people might be rude about it. Some people might be like, that's insane. But it's really okay. You're chill. It's all good. It's all good. I'm sorry if I'm not reading all your messages. It's not because I don't believe you or anything. We're gonna continue with the video.
Appear in the mountains and possibly take his
You're
life.
okay.
Why
You're
buy
okay.
so much survival gear first?
It's all
Another
good. It's all
theory is that he
good.
wanted some kind of
It's okay
survival
if you feel
challenge.
self-conscious.
But again, why even buy the gear then in the first place? Then there is the possibility of foul play. Maybe Derek meant to scout the area and return for the rest of his gear, and during that window
He
he
loves these
crossed
kind of
paths
videos.
with
Me
someone.
too.
Someone who had malicious intentions. Maybe the note was genuine, or maybe it was meant to mislead whoever found the
so
car.
sick from that sandwich.
But
It was so
that theory
good,
has
though.
problems too. There is no body, blood, torn clothes, confirmed witnesses, or any definitive sign
Also,
of an
thank you for the
attack or
posture check,
abduction.
V-Dogs. I
More
hope
than a
you're doing
decade
well.
later, Derek Liu King is still missing. Louise Chaput. Louise Chaput was the kind of person people remembered fondly. She was 52 years old, a mother of
she's
two,
got a
and
cute
by all
haircut.
accounts, deeply compassionate. She loved the outdoors, forests, mountains, and quiet places were where she found peace. So when plans for a hiking trip with friends fell through in November 2001, Louise did not cancel the trip. Instead, she decided to go alone. She packed up her silver Ford Focus station wagon, left Quebec, and drove south toward New
Okay, she
Hampshire.
could die.
Her destination
she
was
could be
Pinkham
killed.
Notch Lodge in the White Mountains section of the Appalachian Mountains.
I really
She
don't think
planned
you
to
should
spend just a
travel
few days
in
there
remote
and be back
areas
home
as
in
a
time
single
for
lady.
work on Monday, November 19. It sounded simple enough, but the place she was heading toward had a reputation of its own. Mount Washington is beautiful, but it's also notoriously dangerous. The area is known for brutal weather, lethal cold, and conditions that can turn deadly with almost no warning. Louise knew that. She had climbed Mount Washington before and had grown up hiking and skiing. She crossed into the United States through the state of Vermont shortly before noon on Thursday, November 15. By mid-afternoon,
Every one
she
of
reached
these
the
involves
visitor
going
center
into the
area.
wilderness alone.
Louise
Don't do that,
stopped in
yes.
and asked where she could take a short walk to stretch her legs after the long drive. She wanted something easy and brief to
Why
kick
do a
off
lot
her
of these take
multi-day
place in
trip,
Canada? No,
something
it's
she could finish
Appalachia.
before dark. The clerk directed her to
Wait,
Lost Pond
is the
Trail.
Appalachians
It was
stretching
just
into
across the
Canada?
road from the lodge, a major fact that makes her case so unsettling.
I don't think
Louise
so.
had not set out on some extreme backcountry adventure. This was just a short walk. By
Yeah.
somewhere between that simple plan and the end of the day, Louise vanished. When she failed to return to Quebec and did not show up for work on Monday, alarm bells went off. Her boyfriend contacted authorities in New Hampshire and the search began. Their immediate thinking was the weather played a part.
I've heard Patagonia's
And
really
at
good.
first, that assumption made perfect sense. Louise had gone alone into a mountain region famous for harsh weather, steep terrain, and sudden danger. In late November, even a short walk can become serious if someone slips, gets turned around, or spends too long out in the cold. Everything about the setting pointed in that direction.
You can't do it.
Searchers would soon find one important clue. Luis's silver Ford.
I think it's also very telling that these were like from a little bit ago. I think now people have a better, like, easier way of communicating with others if they go into the wilderness. Like, you now have like a lot of like resources if you need to like ping like rescue services. These are like older times where people didn't have cell phones even. Not that you'll always have service, but it's gotten a little bit easier to communicate with rescuers.
Focus station wagon was still in the visitor center parking lot. The search unfolded in exactly the kind of conditions that make the White Mountains so feared.
People still get stuck
Dozens
on Mount
of people
Washington?
from the New Hampshire Fish and Game, Mountain Rescue Services, Androscoggin Valley Search and Rescue, and the U.S. Forest Service headed into the area. They were met by high winds, blowing snow, and bitter cold. Wind chills dropped well below zero. If a missing person is injured or exposed in those kinds of conditions, every hour counts. But
Also, yeah, Appalachian divorce maple.
On the second day, the weather improved somewhat, and a helicopter from the U.S. Army National Guard joined the search from above. Still nothing. Luis seemed to have vanished into one of the best-known mountain areas in New Hampshire without leaving behind.
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think it's even if you're a lady or someone said if you're a lady or femboy, don't go into the wilderness. I think you could be anyone. One dude was just a random, like, 6-foot-tall dude with a giant beard that got strangled to death. It's just very dangerous when you're not around anyone. You never know if you're going to run into, like, someone absolutely crazy. Just don't go alone. Just don't go alone. Like, half these people are just normal guys. Yeah, it's not a good idea. It's not a good idea. Always carry your Aztec death whistle when hiking. That would make people leave you alone, probably. I think very few people would want to help you if you had an Aztec death whistle and were using it. That would also make it so everyone within your general area would just, like, leave, though. Leave.
Any clear explanation. And because of where she disappeared, most people naturally assumed the worst. She could have suffered a fall or succumbed to exposure. Maybe she got disoriented and was lost.
I have to let this comment through because it's so interesting. Thank you, Bubsla, for saying there could be Nazis in the woods. What? Thank you, Azaf, for the 100 bits. Always bring a friend if you're going to the wilderness. Yes. That's not a wrong statement. It's true. They could be out in the Appalachian wilderness, but, you never know. You never know. That being said, I think that there's, murderers. They could, I guess, also have those ideologies. Is this common? There was one on my roof one night. There was a Nazi on your roof one night? What? That's not my cat. What the? There was a Nazi on your roof in the Appalachian wilderness. What? Same? No, it wasn't. What? What do you mean, same? Thank you so much for the raid, deadcat_Ian. Thank you for the raid. I really apologize. We're getting to the bottom of something here. Is this like... This has to be something I don't understand, or like... It's so annoying when that happens, dude. How many people have had Nazis attack their home in the wilderness? This is so interesting. Like, I'm not saying it's positive. I don't think anyone's saying it's positive. Like, that's making people go like, man, they had some interesting ideas. Like, no one's doing that. This isn't TOS breaking. This is just really confusing. Like, do they just like go and like, no, it wasn't a national, it was a national, wait, what? Okay, okay, wait. Does Nazi stand for National Socialist? Okay, thank you, GGG, for the 100 bits. I never knew that. Yes? I've never seen anyone refer to them as National Socialists before. Not actually socialist. No, I don't think they were. Read a book? I have read books, but I don't know. That's where it originally comes from? Oh, we have a lot of people talking right now. Yeah, socialist did not mean the same thing as it does today. It's interesting. I've never heard it be used for that. This is a bad topic to bring up. I just thought it was weird that they were on people's roofs. They were created by co-opting it? That makes sense. I really apologize for bringing up this line of conversation. This is crazy. It was co-opted just like the Buddhist thing, huh? It's a combined term. They are social only for their nationals. Okay. Nothing to do with socialism. Just sounds the same and hates social. Okay. Okay. I had to Google it. I didn't believe you. Interesting. Okay. What? I've never heard someone use that terminology to describe them. The ad break came at a perfect time. Yes. I'm so sorry. Thank you, GGG, for the 100 bits. You opened a big can of orphan worms, Grimmi. Yes. Sorry, GGG. Thank you so much for the 100 bits and saying I was once groomed by a Nazi Discord kitten. Once. Okay. Well, I guess there's a lot on Discord. Living in the deep wilderness, it was a mountain lion. I'm not sure how a redacted political... You can just say Nazi. Would even get on someone's roof. You can just say Nazi. I don't know what's going on in the Appalachians. This chat has been through a lot. You've been through a lot. We actually can't. I think it's okay to say that so long as you're not saying it in a positive manner. Unless you're like, hey, these guys were great. Like, don't do that. We can't automod? Oh. Oh. Thank you, Azaf, for the 777 bits. They were socialist in name only. In fact, the first people they got rid of were socialist, progressive, communists. They used propaganda to claim those groups. That's very fair. Okay. Okay. I definitely said it earlier and negatively earlier and it got blocked. Yes. I can't let that one through. That's fair. Okay. I'm gonna read a automod out loud. I don't think I can let through the message. I thought Nazis were the good guys. We're gonna deny that one. We're gonna get back on track with the video. Okay. Ban him. He legitimately doesn't know that person. He doesn't know any better. 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 Ban him. I think that they just legitimately didn't know any better. Okay. All right. Thank you, Azaz, for the 1,000 bits. Okay, honey, we gotta get you off Discord. We gotta get you off Discord, honey. Okay. The stream almost become a Kanye West worship stream. I think that Kanye West was having a mental breakdown. To put it in perspective, Kanye West has bipolar disorder, and is often unmedicated. To put it in perspective, I have a family member that has bipolar disorder, often unmedicated. She drove her car until she was out of gas on a highway, then began running in front of cars in the dead of night on the border of a state. where barely anyone was. She got arrested at least, and she got put in a hospital. But that's why when I see Kanye doing weird stuff, I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, that's not good. That's probably that. That's probably a psychotic episode. How's she doing, by the way? She's still in a psychotic episode, but she doesn't have her license anymore. Best outcome there. She would be a funny VTuber. She would probably say slurs during a psychotic episode, and oh, she would be really, really, really weird. Oh no. I'm gonna be honest, that's for the best. Yeah, she should not be driving. Did you find proof of that party on other people's... No, they didn't have a Nazi on the roof. Thank you so much, Azoth, for the 23 bits. I feel like this has become a British sketch comedy. So I'm gonna just play this now. Okay. This is like Monty Python. I refuse to go unmedicated for your schizoaffective disorder. Good. You should stay on your medication. Good. If you feel like you might even have an episode, the amount of damage it can do to your life, good for you. All the praise in the world. Someone get that person a hat. Someone get them a hat. You deserve it, honey. You deserve it. Okay. Back to safe topics like possible murder. I just, okay. That song is really nice. Ho's depressed. I'm not gonna take my meds. I beat that B word to death. JK, I take my meds. I forgot about what song. Prism's voice actress sings it, and it's in Dispatch. I didn't really think of like the lyrics until now. It's a good one to hear though. Stay consistent with it.
In the wilderness. Anything was a possibility, which made the search for her that much harder. Then, on the afternoon of Thursday, November 22, Thanksgiving Day in the U.S.,
Repeat that,
the search
no.
came to an end. Members of the New Hampshire Fish and Game found Louise's body, and the location only made things stranger. She was not found far from where her car had been parked, close to the trailhead and only a short distance from a well-used area. At first, the public details were limited, and in a place like that, most people still assumed the mountain had claimed another life.
Aaron,
But
yes.
2 days later, that assumption collapsed. The medical examiner ruled Louise's death a homicide.
Whoa.
Louise had been stabbed multiple times.
Whoa.
Everything about it was set up to look like a wilderness tragedy. A solo hiker, a dangerous mountain range, bad weather, but what looked like a missing hiker case turned out to be a murder, and no suspect was ever identified. More than 2 decades later, her
The bear
case
stabbed her?
is
No,
still
a human
unsolved.
stabbed her. That's really rough. What I'm getting is that there are just people that kill you in Appalachia. Also, yes, that movement probably would have started regardless of whether or not, that specific political figure was there or not, because they had a lot of other backing from different people that believed in that ideology as well. It wasn't just one person. Also, thank you, the AO the Pizza here, for the 100 bits. I met a cute girl at the Kanye concert, and she turned out to be only a little racist. Still hit, though. Alright, I'm gonna ask a very offensive question, but I've always wanted to know. Why does every white supremacist have a girlfriend that's not white? Like, I just want to know. I want to know. I'm tired of not asking. Why? It's not a meme. It's not a meme. It's not a meme. Power probably... Why the... But, like, they always have, like, a really, really, really attractive girlfriend. At least the ones that I've met and talked to a little bit. It's not an ownership thing. Like, oh, I don't know how to put this, so I'm just gonna say it. Like, the girlfriend's also really racist, usually. But their entire thing is, like, white nationalism, and then they always have, like, a really cute girlfriend that's not white. It's odd. They really hate white women, Grimmi, that's why. But I'm so confused. Hi Faye, let's just get some pictures of kittens up in here. Let's just get some pictures up in here. I'm putting the Throngler back on screen. You can see her tummy. People are going through it these days, though. People are going through it. You think if they found like a really nice like girlfriend that they like, they wouldn't want to be racist anymore, but okay. Okay. I'm gonna leave soon. That's what killed my message. Wait, what killed your message? I don't know, Cancer. Something might have not gotten through, but I don't know. I don't know. It wasn't against you as like a personal level. I'm so sorry to the mods. Beefcake, thank you for the 100 bits. It's because love always finds a way. That's nice. Wait, what? I took it at face value. Thank you so much for your support. I'm so sorry that I brought this up. It's pathetic all around, which is why I left those adjacent circles. Good for you getting out of it. Good for you, hun. Good for you. And thank you, Azoth, for the 100 bits. We're just gonna stare at this kitten until we start the video again. She's cute. Look at that tum. Look at that tum. Look at her. Look at her. I'm glad that you like the kittens though, Prosphere. I might try really hard to like get people that can drive them to different places. There you go. Very cute cat. I like the light stripes. Yes, she has a striped tail. She's very lightly striped. She's half Siamese and half tabby, so she's got some nice stripes. She's got some very beautiful gray stripes. Yes. Dogs are better. Matt, who hurt you? Matt, what happened to you? Matt, you've been following since March 2025, and that was when you were like, I'm gonna get it. I've waited years. Oh, man. Like, oh wait, March 2025? Like, yeah, that was a full year. You sat on that for a full year. You sat on that for a full year. You sat on that for a full year. And then you just wanted to come up and be like, dogs are better. I like both. I think they're both cool. I think this is a really cute cat. You waited a full year. I'm impressed by you. I think that's very powerful. I think that you could have found something beautiful and you could have done so many things. Professional one guy, a full year. A full year. Is that a cat wheel? Yes, the kittens use the cat wheel. There you go. You can get an animal that can't poop on their own. Both can poop on... Dogs can poop on their own, too. Cats can also poop on their own. Though you do actually have to poop them when they're very young. Rose and Blue... I am so sorry, but that is so insane. That sounds like you had like a night terror. I found out my friends of 13 plus years were racist by walking up one night, going to see why my fiance wasn't in bed, and I found them all drawing swastikas in my sketchbook on the back of a picture I just drawn. I was horrified by them and my blindness, especially because of their family siblings weren't like that. We haven't talked in 10 years. What? Thank you, Throngle Me Hard, for the 100 bits. Dogs and cats are both good. It really depends on what you want from a pet. Cats like attention. Dogs need attention. Yes. Do you think gooning is bad? Jem, do you, what? Thank you, Biorhythm, for being here for 3 months. Is this the ambient stream? This is just life. Like, I interpret everyone saying these things and talking about these things like we need to have an honest discussion about them, because I'm just like, oh, okay. We need to talk about this then. Okay. How do you manage to attract all the weird questions? I'll just talk about them like they're being legit. My internet is dying and I'm desperately trying to figure out the current topic via chat alone. There's a lot. There's a lot going on. So excessive pornography use and gooning, as the kids are calling it, can actually make it so you have a really hard time. It can be something that can be addictive, just like substances and stuff, because it's not something that the human brain had access to like 200 years ago. We haven't really evolved to have that going on. I'm answering it legit. Also, yes, we watched the Resident Evil 2 trailer. It was very good. This is the reverse ambient stream where chat is out of control and Grimmi's confused. That is true. Yes. Okay. They had pots of that stuff everywhere. That's true, but they didn't have hyper-realistic pictures of people's anuses where you could see hundreds of them a day. Godwin's law, formulated by Mike Godwin in 1990, states that as an online discussion grows longer, the probability of comparison involving Nazis or Hitlers approaches 100%. We just started off right from the get-go with it, though. Like, it was a speed run. Thank you, AO the Pizza here, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. What? I had a lot of racist friends when I was a teen, such as the life of a gamer. I remember how they got really mad at me over dating Kiara. The VTuber? Thank you, Over Easy Eggs, for the raid. How are you? We're looking at the kittens. Thank you so much, Azoth, for the bit. We were just watching a Chilling Scares video, and we were looking at the kittens. How you doing? Thank you for being here for 43 months. I'll never forget being too late for a founder's badge. No, thank you so much for being here. It's Eggs, you've been here for so long, and I really do appreciate it. She's a wonderful VTuber if you haven't checked her out. I really like her merchandise a lot. Okay, I'm gonna be so real with you. You weren't probably dating that lady from HoloLive. I'm just gonna say that. I feel like it's important that you understand that. I don't believe I've dated a VTuber. Okay, but when you say you dated Kiara, like, in a VTuber... Okay. Everyone go check out Eggs. Was it a person named that? Okay, I don't know that person, though. I'm just gonna assume... Okay, I'm gonna assume you were in psychosis, honey. I'm gonna assume you're in psychosis. Read the rest of the message, Grimmi. I don't know. They were dating Kiara? Then... If they were dating Kiara, then I'm married to Germa. Why would you want to be married to Germa? That dude looks like the average serial killer. Don't you know his girlfriend, Kiara? Okay, we're going through a lot here. Okay. Let her think you're insane. I think that's good. You know what? Why not? Life is just crazy lately. I'm gonna show you guys a picture of Eggs. I'm gonna show you a picture of Eggs. This is the one I've been showing off most consistently. You're hungry? Go get some food. This is a series of kittens. I am so sorry. I like slept for 34 hours, then I came on stream. I am so confused by everything everyone has been saying. Thank you guys for coming by. Please go check out Eggs. What were you getting up to today? Eggs is really some of my favorite merch. I love it. Can you try the no panic button on YouTube? Videos are super fun and crazy. I will check it out. This is, the middle one is Eggs. She's a real cute little lady. All of them need their own plates when they eat because they started punching each other a lot. They're huge. I have cats of all different sizes because I only got some of them when I was, pretty much abducting them from their mom, but they were very much not in a good place, like, outside, so it's good that these guys were taken. The other ones that, like, I found with their mom recently are, like, really, really tiny little babies that are, like, a quarter of the size of these guys. They're so little. It's really interesting to see them side by side, because these guys just got really strong. Like, these guys are, like, all muscle. All of the kittens are now in a healthy place, so I slept for, like, 34 hours in the past 2 days. I could sleep for another 34, probably. I was so stressed about all these cats, and now they are chill. The one on the left is Porcelain Tomato, named after Joel. The one in the middle is Eggs, named after Over Easy Eggs. And the one on the right is the Throngler. Though I do want to also give her the name Mari, after Radical Mari. I think that she looks very cute. She looks like a Mari. She looks like a little Mari. So, check him out. Eggs has been the sweetest little kitty ever. She's just very sweet. She likes being held. She likes being happy. She doesn't do anything crazy. She hasn't been on the verge of death like every other cat, or like escaping or screaming at the top of her lungs whenever you look at her. She has just been really lovely. If you find any more cats, can you name them Jesus too? No. I'm not gonna do that. What about Jesus 3? Why annoy? These guys about to go back to, like, White Cat 1, White Cat 2, Tabby 1, Tabby 2.
Trenny Gibson.
They about to go back to that.
1976, 16-year-old
Go
Trenny
check out
Gibson
Eggs.
went
I
on
hope you had a
school
wonderful
trip to the
stream.
Great Smoky Mountains with about 40 other students
She's
from
very
Meriden
fun,
High School in
talented
Knoxville,
artist.
Tennessee.
Always
She
does
was quiet,
relaxing ones.
well-liked,
Please go
and
check her
interested in
out.
plants. In school, she was taking horticulture and hoped to study landscape architecture.
Ooh.
A trip into the mountains was exactly the kind of thing she would have been excited about. The
Well,
group was
that's
headed
nice.
to Andrews Bald and Kuohi. The weather, though, was not great. It was damp, chilly, and poor enough that the trip could have easily been canceled. Trenny was also underdressed. She had left her coat behind in Knoxville and ended up hiking in a blouse, sweater, jeans, and tennis shoes.
Could name
Another
a kitten
student,
result.
Robert
That's
Simpson,
possible.
loaned her his wool jacket. The students were told to stay on the trail, not go beyond Andrews Bald, and be back at the bus by 3:30 that afternoon. After they reached Andrews Bald and ate lunch, Trenny
Never go into the forest, never go outside. That's all this video has been. Never, ever, ever go outside. Never go outside. Never go outside. Never go outside. Bald. Never go outside. Bald. Calling girls underdressed, classic. I think in this case it would, okay. But thank you so much for the kitten name suggestions. Hamburger. That feels relaxing. I'm not going to name them Jesus too. I'm also not going to name the unluckiest one Digi. I feel kind of bad because I named one of them Heavenly. And that cat had like a very traumatic life but overcame great odds. Like, very similar to like Heavenly. So now I'm afraid they're going to have the same backstories as all of the people I'm naming them after. Lunchman would be a cute name for a kitten. So, just like Heavenly, exactly. Porcelain Tomato Egg, Porcelain Tomato, or Porcelain Tom Egg, and Thronglegator, like an alligator. Do not name one Grimmi too. I'm not gonna name any of the... Heavenly had Parvo. Heavenly Kitten had Parvo. It was really sad. I thought he was going to be Heavenly Kitten forever. He's going to become Heavenly Feline, though. He's doing much better. Radical Mari fought a chicken. I feel like Radical Mari could fight a chicken. So, and if you go in the woods, moss does not grow on the north side of trees. Oh, really? Oh, crap. Can I name one little fella for fun? Oh, I call Heavenly Kitten little fella a lot. I just imagine Heavenly as a furry tiger, and I'm blaming you. I feel like Heavenly would do well in the furry community.
separated from Robert at around 1:30 p.m. He later said she wanted to head back towards the bus while he stayed behind. As she made her way back, other students saw her along the trail.
He would.
One girl walked with her briefly. Another group
probably
invited
would.
her to stop and sit down.
Get
but
that
Trenny
fan art
kept
going for him. He
One
would do
student
well.
later recalled that Trenny seemed to be in a hurry. Then, at about 2:50 that afternoon, witnesses saw her walk a little further
Name one
ahead,
bongo, switch it
stop,
for
then
bongo.
down, and step off the trail to the right by herself. This was the last confirmed sighting of Trenny Gibson. When students got back to the bus around 3:30, it became clear something was wrong. Trenny was not there. Her teacher, Wayne Dunlap,
Heavenly
started
Lion?
looking for her
He's
almost
heavenly
immediately.
feline.
Another student searched too, but neither found anything. By around 4:30 p.m., rangers had been contacted and the case became an official missing person search inside the Appalachian Mountains. And the timing was awful. Evening was coming on and
looks like
rain,
a really
fog,
cool-
wind, and falling temperatures were moving in. The trails were slick with wet leaves and visibility was getting worse by the hour. Even so, those looking for her would find evidence that Trenny may not have been alone. Searchers found broken
Oh.
undergrowth near the place where Trenny was last seen. Nearby were 3 cigarette butts and a partially consumed can of beer, suggesting that someone else may have been in that area. The strongest lead came from the tracking dogs. After being given Trenny's scent, they followed it past the Koohi Tower lookout point and toward a spot roughly 1.5 miles away, where the scent then disappeared. Some thought Trenny may have moved toward the road rather than simply wandering deeper into the wilderness. The search grew quick.
This isn't something where we should be polite about this. Not everyone like this is a murderer, but they did eventually find out that there were families in the Appalachians that, or the Appalachias that, were very inbred, and there were a lot of rumors that they ate people. So that is possible. They did actually have interviews with some of the families like that. They had pretty much no contact. Appalachia. The Appalachias. They were so inbred they couldn't categorize their DNA as human. Yes, they were actually so inbred they couldn't categorize their DNA as human. Some of them were nonverbal. It wasn't a positive thing, and also a lot of the Appalachia inbred family just makes me sad. Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of them were just victims of not having exposure to the outside world. It was almost like a tribe of peeps that had never experienced modern society. So a few of them have now done interviews with people and talked about their experiences and stuff. So there are the only confirmed case was Suco, Texas. It's what the original... No, this was more recent. Chainsaw Massacre is based on the original, not the Rob Zombie remake. No, this was a recent family that was interviewed and stuff. They were in a different region. They've actually... There's YouTube videos and stuff on them, but I do kind of think that people have approached it from such an intense manner that it's kind of sad for them. So, but I also know people on YouTube need to make their money. I'm not criticizing you. You need to make your money. You need to get that. You need to get that thumbnail in the algorithm search results and stuff. You need to get it going. So, not all inbred people are cannibals. Yes, not all of them. They just kind of their cousins or siblings a bit too much. Generations of real inbreeding cause some bloodlines to crave it. That doesn't make it right. But I do not promote it. But it explains it. I don't know if craving it is the right word. I think genetically, you aren't predisposed to that. I think it's if your brain isn't functioning super well. Appalachia, I always heard Appalachia. I thought it was Appalachia too. Appalachia. Sometimes there's only so many choices. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, they became desensitized to it and they never made contact with modern society until some people started interviewing them. But there were some peeps that were supposedly kidnapping people also. So there are a lot of people cut off from society completely in these more rural areas. So it is possible that someone actually did try to abduct this girl, or it was a random tourist. Your family's from those mountains. Congratulations to getting out of that specific area. The reason it happens is sad because of lack of transportation infrastructure. Oh, interesting. The generations of inbreeding wired those people differently, unfortunately. They're wired in terms of having more genetic defects. I don't think that you're wired towards sorry this is not related to the video, but I got a membership from somebody. I wanted to thank them and want to know if it can be transferred to another member or canceled. That is very, very fair considering what we're talking about. I really do apologize. I know this is a very, very intense topic, and I do apologize. It's a very wrong turn in horror movies. Yeah, welcome in. Yeah, it's a very, very intense topic. I do apologize, Aline. I do think it's important to talk about little things here and there because it expands your worldview, but this might be a little bit far. This might be a little bit too much. Thanks for showing me the Magnus archives because it was able to get a Jonathan. Oh, you got the Jonathan Sims cardigan. Congratulations. In case it's Costa Coto, Texas was wild. They found out what was going on when a guy crawled all the way to Albion or Ablion, and his spine was things. Oh, he was actually around 8'4" and over 400 pounds of solid muscle. Yeah, the genetic defects with that stuff is really interesting. Let's see. I really, how do I put this? You slept for 34 hours? Yes, in the past few days. It was amazing. I think you can have the same stuff as your family. Okay. Okay. The way you're all describing it makes it sound like, you know of people or you have attraction to people in your family. That is not healthy. You were probably introduced to pornographic material too early and could not comprehend it as a child. That is not healthy. Royal families are usually also inbred. Yes. Also, animal meat may not be able to process in their bodies versus, say, human because of inbreeding. They don't. I guess there were like reports of people eating children and stuff. It's not that they seek it, but the little genetic trigger that says, hey, this person is too close genetically, gross, no likey, that keeps you from thinking your siblings looking fetch gets a bit broken. Does it actually? I feel like it wouldn't necessarily. Also, thank you, Daniel, for subscribing with your Prime. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. I don't get why people find that man hot. It's so weird. Which man? Jonathan Sims? He's a little bit out there. We have not caught up with the Magnus archives. How else do you keep the 10 mentions in the family if you marry outside it? I think that's what it mostly comes from. It comes from not wanting wealth to be distributed to other people. I just tabbed back into the worst time. Yes, you did. So when there's no society, you end up back in your primal instincts, loose morals. No, it's not a societal thing. No. Okay. Yeah, okay. 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 So, there are plenty of societies where that stuff is common even today. Yeah. The thing is, okay. Alright, how do we figure this out? I think that your DNA has a predisposition towards not being attracted to other family members. The thing is, though, if you, for some reason, don't, how do I put this? If you have access to material when you're young, it can often warp you. I don't think we do figure this out. Yeah, I don't think we can figure this out. It just sounds like a lot of you guys are going through it. The relative gross gene can and does get damaged. I don't think it's the genetic component that gets damaged. I'm going to bed. Good night, people. That's... It's not the genetic component that gets damaged. It's the mental component that gets damaged. In case there was, let's see. Oh, in the case there's thought, though she was going to meet up with an older guy she may have been communicating with, ran away with that person. Are you talking about someone in, like, one of these communities meeting up with a random person? That's interesting. What if that was really weird? Uncle was kind of odd and just misunderstood by the rest of the family. Thank you, Witter, for the 100 bits. I too will be cashing in my Grimmi subscription and transferring it to another chatter at this time. Can we start a poll? We are not starting a poll on how many people are attracted to their family members. Okay. Honey, you need to go to therapy. You need to go to therapy now. We need to get y'all in therapy right now. Right now. Do not talk about this in a Twitch chat. Is it okay to ask if he's... Is it okay if he's gay? I feel like I failed you on some level. Okay, here. We need something to get a little bit away from this. Here you go. All right. I think this will help you. You probably know what's coming now. Quite a few of you. Go to therapy. Go to therapy. Go to therapy. Thank you so much for the 69 bits, Ayo the Pizza here. Also, thank you, Blitz, for the 100 bits. Also, Winner, thank you for the 100 bits. No! Fridge made a funny joke. Can we go back to the video? Yeah. I really need you to all promise, though. If you are attracted to a member of your family, that you tell a therapist. Do not tell me. Do not tell Grimmi. This is not the place to tell someone. This is not the place to be for that. Won't the therapist be angry at me? No, they will not. If they are, find a new therapist. So, this is the wild stream to encounter. It certainly is. So, you're attracted... Thank you, GGG. And thank you, Azab. I appreciate that. It's very nice of you. I'm not going to read those. Well, they weren't bad, but, okay, here. Shut up when we were talking about Resident Evil. This wasn't on my syllabus, may I be excused. That is very fair. We're off this topic in just a second. I think quite a few of you are going through it. This is not a regular topic, but I feel the need to go, okay, okay. You need to go to therapy. You are gonna feel better if you go to therapy. Your therapist will be happy. It'll take years to solve that issue. It's true. Okay. You may have a compulsive problem. You're so glad the hotel's lobby is empty tonight. That's fair. So, when you start to unpack that with a therapist, you will probably feel a lot better. You're being trolled, Grimmi? Probably, but there's so many of you guys. And you'll feel better over time. You'll feel better. But you don't really have, trauma build so much character, though. Therapy. You have to unpack the trauma and get used to it and figure it out in order for it to build character. But the thing is, you're all gonna be okay. Zero, maybe not so much, just a little bit. Kind of psychotic there, but people are saying a lot of psychotic things. We're gonna watch the rest of this video. But again, go to therapy.
Quickly, over the course of the broader search, roughly
I can't help you.
756 people took part. And despite all of that, nothing
I can't help you.
conclusive
It's
was
getting
ever
weird.
found. The FBI opened an investigation
You drink
and looked
water
at the
too.
possible sightings that were reported.
Sure thing,
None
drink
of
the
them
water,
led
hon. You'll
anywhere.
feel better.
The dead ends didn't seem to make any sense. She was not alone in the deep wilderness. She was on a school trip on a marked trail in one of the most visited parts of the mountains. Then she stepped off the trail for just a moment and vanished. One theory is that she made it to the road and encountered the wrong person. Others believe someone around her that day knew more than they ever admitted. But nearly 50 years later, there is still no body, no proven crime scene, and no clear answer as to what happened to her.
I don't know what to say. That was a sad story that,
Thelma Melton. On November 25, 1981, 58-year-old Thelma Melton, known to her friends as Polly, went for what should have been an easy afternoon walk in the mountains. That day,
Women had
Polly
such
set
cool
out on the Deep
haircuts.
Creek Trail in the Appalachian Mountains with two friends, Pauline Cannon and Trula Gudger. It was one of her
glad
favorite
you like
hikes,
Yumi
a
Miki.
familiar trail that was well used and easy to follow. The weather was warm, the creek was shallow
It's
because
hype.
of drought, and the trail was busy enough that other
Yay.
hikers were often around. Nothing about the setting screamed danger. At first, the walk seemed normal and Polly was in good spirits. She had even made homemade spaghetti sauce before leaving and expected to
Aw.
be back later that day to finish the ordinary routines of her life.
That's nice.
About an hour into the hike, around 4 p.m., the three women reached the turnaround point and started heading back.
Disappearances
And
in
that is where the
Yosemite,
case takes
people
a
get their
strange
skins
turn.
burned off there.
Polly, who had been walking more slowly than usual earlier in the day, suddenly picked up speed. One of her friends even joked that they weren't going to race her. Polly turned, laughed, and kept going. It was the last normal moment anyone had with her. That sudden burst of pace stood out because Polly was not young. She was a heavy smoker and had high blood pressure. She was not the sort of person anyone would expect to suddenly power away down a trail for no clear reason.
She probably
That
had
is
a heart
exactly what
attack.
she seemed to do. She moved ahead of her friends, went over a rise in the trail, and disappeared from sight. At first, her friends were not alarmed. They assumed Polly was joking around or hurrying back to check on her husband, Robert, who was waiting back at the trailhead. But when they came over the same rise themselves, she was gone. Her friends still tried to make it fit an ordinary explanation. But when they got back, Robert said Polly had not returned yet. The situation changed immediately. By then, she had been out of sight for close to an hour, and one small detail would linger afterward. Just before she disappeared over the hill, her friend said Polly had paused and waved. It was such an ordinary gesture, the kind that means nothing in the moment until it becomes the last thing anyone remembers.
She was the skinwalker?
Her
I
friends
don't
and their
think so,
husbands
hon.
went back out to retrace the route. They asked other hikers if anyone had seen her.
You know what?
No
Why
one
not?
had. And that made the case even stranger. The Deep Creek Trail was popular and
You
it
know
was
what?
close to
Okay.
a parking area. It was certainly busy enough that someone should have noticed a woman like Polly if she had simply kept walking. By about 6 p.m., park rangers were contacted.
Why not?
And about an hour later, a formal search was underway. At first, searchers thought they had at least one useful detail.
I'm gonna start believing
Polly's
in
shoes
every
had a
supernatural
distinctive line
creature
across the
possible.
sole
It'll
that
get
made
me
her
away
tracks
from
easier to
society.
identify. But
And
that
the
clue
profound
went nowhere
brokenness
almost
of it.
immediately. The trail was too busy and too many other people had passed through. Investigators couldn't even determine where Polly
Girls
had left
love
the
true
trail at
crime.
all.
Sometimes
Over the
it's about
weekend, the
other
search
stuff.
grew. Volunteers joined park
It's a beautiful
rangers,
channel.
bloodhounds were
Support
brought
them.
in, and the trail was
Every
closed.
video.
In the end, roughly 150 volunteers and 9 search dogs took part. And then came one of the strangest details.
Sure
in
thing.
the
Good
whole
job,
case.
honey.
When the dogs were taken to the point where Polly had been last seen, they reacted strongly. They picked up her scent.
I wanna
but
believe
instead of
there's
carrying it down the
aliens, that
trail
there's
or off
big
into the
feet, that
woods,
there's
they circled
something.
the area and howled. It was as if the trail simply
I want to
ended where she
believe that
vanished.
Pentachoron
Searchers found
has
no clear
Nazis on
pathway
his
from the
home.
point or obvious
I want to
sign that she had
believe.
wandered into the forest. There was no evidence of a
I want to
struggle.
believe.
No clothing, no dropped belongings, nothing. Rangers also ruled out some of the more dramatic natural explanations. The temperatures were mild, so exposure was unlikely. Animals in the area were also not considered large
Ooh.
enough to drag her out of sight. Later, once leaves began to fall and visibility improved, a helicopter surveyed the area from above. Still, nothing. The search continued for 5 days and officially ended on October 2. But the mystery only deepened once investigators started looking at Polly's life in the days before she disappeared. A pastor who knew Polly said she had seemed somewhat depressed after her mother's recent
They were
death.
doing a makeup
There was
tutorial to
also an
sort of
issue with
triple
missing
viewership.
Valium, an anxiety
I don't
medication.
think men do that.
Robert told investigators that his prescription bottle was gone, raising the possibility that Polly had taken it. This opened the door to a different theory. Maybe she had been more depressed than anyone realized and she meant to harm herself. Or maybe she took the medication, became disoriented, and somehow wandered off in a way searchers never thought of.
I think
Some
that's
people
more
wondered
likely.
if Polly had arranged to leave voluntarily, an idea that was built around a few strange facts. She skipped the volunteer shift she was expected to attend. She reportedly made unusual phone calls preceding her disappearance. There was a parking area and a
Maybe
road
she
not
was
far
in
from where she
psychosis.
disappeared, and her sudden burst
Know
of
what,
speed on the trail
aliens?
could look less random if she was hurrying to meet someone. Months later, that theory
I'm just
picked
gonna
up one
start
more
saying
odd
aliens.
detail. A check made out to Polly was cashed in Birmingham, Alabama, where her family had roots.
Oh.
But even that lead went nowhere. Investigators never established who cashed it. And if Polly really had chosen to run off and start over, she did it in a way that required abandoning her medication, identification,
Maybe she covered
clothes,
herself in leaves
everyone
and
who
laughed the
knew
whole
her.
time. Yeah.
Her family believed that sounded nothing like her. Then there's the possibility of foul play. Her family seemed to lean toward this idea. Polly was walking alone while wearing jewelry, and she
Why
disappeared
don't
near
people
a
have
road
cute
and parking
haircuts
area.
like that anymore?
In theory, she could have been lured away, forced into a car, or picked up by someone. But that theory has its own problem. Deep Creek Trail was public and busy, open enough that an attack or abduction should have drawn attention. And yet, no witness ever came forward with
It's
a
a big
convincing
place,
story
though.
of seeing Polly attacked, robbed, or taken. Polly Melton was declared legally dead in 1988, and her family eventually held a memorial for her. But the National Park Service still lists her as
She's
missing.
playing the wildest
and more
game
than
of hide
4
and seek.
decades
Hell
later,
yeah,
the
brother.
mystery has stayed the same. A woman on a familiar trail walked ahead of her friends, waved once, disappeared over a rise, and was never seen again.
There we are. I think what we can all take away from this is never go into the woods. And we need to get bus routes to people in the middle of nowhere. I think that's it. Never go out into the middle of woods. Never do that. But we do need to get bus routes out there so they stop being rural. Let's get bus routes everywhere. Let's get them everywhere. Let's get them everywhere. Public transport is socialism. I don't know. It's better than Amazon not paying taxes for the 10th year in a row or whatever. I think they should pay a little bit of taxes and we can get some bus routes going. Come on. I'm all right with a little bit of socialism. Just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit as a treat. You can't get lost in a parking lot, pave it all. There you go. We need roads, I believe. We need nice big parking structures pretty much everywhere. So, the auto industry hates public transportation. Then let's get roads. Let's get roads. She was having an affair and ran away. I don't know if that's the case. I don't even know if she was married, was she? We don't know. It sounds like maybe someone attacked her, they took her checkbook, but like the thing is they already said that lead was like looked into, it didn't connect to it, so we don't know. She probably just wandered off. You're gonna get lost in the Florida swamp, don't do that. They paid $19 billion in taxes though. In America? Okay. It's also very low considering how much money they make. Oh, wow. They paid $5 billion, $5.2 billion less in taxes than they did the previous year. I don't think they pay. It also looks like they get quite a bit of tax credits. With more profits, yeah, they're good at that. Society will collapse if they pay taxes, please understand. Okay. All right. I'm not going to argue with that. I'm going to be big into aliens now. That's all we doing. Oh. The thing with David was really interesting, too. Oh, we gotta watch... Okay, no, we don't have to watch that right now. But, that one rapper, the one that we all thought, like, he definitely killed that child. All of the evidence came out that he killed that child. That's the long and the short of it. Yeah. Yeah. Which one? David. With the 4. I think we watched a video on it at one point or talked about it. Yeah, he had a song about killing that child. Yeah, he started dating her when she was 11. He killed her when she was 14, or I think actually 13, but they found her corpse when she was 14, which is all kinds of messed up, actually, that they'd reported as a 14-year-old. Yeah, he cut her in half. Yeah, yes. Da Forvid, yes. You want him in prison? Yeah. He should probably be executed. Things are not going well. Lots of people defend him. That's not good. They shouldn't do that. He got arrested, I believe. Good. That's very good. For a little bit, I thought maybe it was like someone was framing him or something because it was all too insane. But yeah, they found her body after her birthday. Yeah, she was 13, so he was just crazy. You ain't seen anyone defend him? I've seen people attacking Fortnite because they haven't removed his emote yet. Oh, wow, I didn't know that. Fortnite's had a, Fortnite... I don't think they mean to do this, but... Since they have so many collaborations and so many things they work with so many different studios and so many different people, they occasionally just have something, like, really insane in Fortnite. I still think it's weird that they had the Predator from Black Phone in the game. Like, that dude's entire thing was, like, assaulting children and killing them. Like, I don't know if, like, maybe they didn't watch the movie or, like, what happened there, but, like, I thought that was weird. Thank you to some Asian guy with the dog for the 100 bits. We should all discuss what our favorite methods of overthrowing the government and bringing about the downfall of capitalism. No. Yeah, the guy that grabbed children from Black Phone is in Fortnite. I think they also fired a lot of people that worked on the Fortnite development team recently. Yeah, they do have Art the Clown in it, too. People aren't buying V-Bucks anymore? Wait, what happened? What happened? Fortnite had 1,000 devs on it. I could see it having that many. It had stuff come out for it so consistently, but profits for Fortnite, I think they had a slightly down quarter where they were making money, but not as much, and they fired a lot of people. A lot of big streamers were friends with him, collaborated with him, was in music videos. None have said anything about this. What? Wait, what big streamers? Like, I feel like I only watch, like, streamers that play games where people die. So I don't really see the bigger ones. Can they at least start with real child killers before being mad about art? I guess that's fair, yeah. Though I do think the Black Phone guy was, like, that was, like, his entire thing. The big ones. Okay. Okay. They just need to stop collaborating with whoever. What's the point apart from money? Honey, I gotta be real with you. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna tell you the truth. And you need to remember this for the rest of your days. Every large, and especially every publicly traded company, is only doing what they do for money. Every single one of them. Every single one. Every single one. They are not out to, like, do, like, fun stuff like, hey, this is gonna be cool. They are out to make the maximum amount of money. That is their functionality. That is their thing in life. Yes, even that one, especially that one, yes. Even that one, especially that one. If they are publicly traded, they have a duty to their investors. Even Saucy makes no money. But they have a duty to their investors to go and make money. Nothing else matters. Also, hello, Asa. I hope you're doing well. And Azat, thank you for the 300 bits. Would you ever be the friend of a rapper, Grimmi? Yes? I think it would be kind of insane if I just went like, oh, you rap? We are not gonna get along. I don't think they would think I was cool, but, like, I would talk to someone that does rap music, makes rap music. See, it's already going poorly. It's already going poorly. But yeah, Fortnite was interested in making money. Summary of V-Bucks situation. Fortnite claimed they had enough money to go into millionaire trials, then increased the V-Bucks prices with the excuse of keeping the server running. But when people started boycotting the game, Fortnite started giving really good deals to the creators so they would defend them. Oh, interesting. Propaganda usually works. Like, if you can get enough propaganda, you can sway opinion even without actually, like, I don't know, like, changing things. It's really messed up, but again, company, make money, big thing. So, I don't know. Hopefully that they can get back on track. I assume that they want to make enough money to, like... Well, here's the thing. We are currently in a recession. I know people don't like when you say that. I know people don't like when you say that, but we are in a recession. We are in a recession. Court of public opinion is strong and fickle. It's true. It's very true. It's often not the truth of the matter, it's the loudest of the matter, which kind of sucks. But do you have any good resources about propaganda, such as vidbooks, etc.? I would say Edward Bernier's is, like, the best place to start. The crystallization of public opinion is how they kind of, like, pretty much like every big company runs things. It's pretty cool and pretty messed up. It's been like 20 years of a recession. I'm tired, boss. Yes. So what's about to happen is, like, pretty much everyone is going to have a down quarter. And if they're saying, no, we don't have a down quarter, they're probably lying at this point. A lot of companies get caught lying to their investors. It's why they also lay off a crap ton of people, because they suddenly need to make it look like everything is going well. So they're like, oh yeah, we got rid of these guys. And yeah, see, like, everything we talked about with, like, the sales, like, we made this money. Look, you can see it coming in. Is that legal? No, not at all. But every single company that has a board of investors is doing that right now. So, earnings management is legal still, yeah. The thing is, it's not legal to go, like, we are thriving in this area, but actually losing money in that area. But pretty much every company is doing that. Because if they don't do that, they're going to look like they're losing money. And then they're going to have investors pull out. So they have to do that, in their opinion. But we're about to have probably several down quarters, just because people don't have the buying power to invest into, like, things the way they did before. And people are going to lose it for a while. Want to watch something else? Try not to panic button if you want to have a government talk with chat. Oh, that's not a good idea. I think that's illegal. I love the U.S. government. Thank you to some Asian guy with the dog for the 170 bits. You can't handle any more down quarters? Ugh. Well, what could he do? The stock market is very easy to manipulate right now, but you have to have insider trading knowledge. Oh, Novel, you're not gonna die. It's gonna be okay. You need a big, I love the U.S. government sign. I do. So, would you be friends with the CEO of a Fortune 500 company, though? Maybe, if they were nice. So, food is going to go up in price. And shipping is going to go up in price. A lot of different companies are probably going to burn out in the next year, just because they're not going to be making any money. And pretty much, I'm sorry, Novel, not every company, but almost every company has invested into themselves like they're having a down quarter. So, a lot of companies took out, like, loans. A lot of companies thought we are going to expand and we're going to make more money. But the average consumer is going to be spending less and less on things beside food. And if you are in food and producing food and food production, your costs are also going to go up exponentially. So you're probably also going to have a down quarter. Only multinational won't be affected. I'd say even multinational. Everything is probably going to have a down quarter. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Novel. But, back in my day, we had a thing called free shipping. Free shipping is probably going to be gone. Meat is going to be more expensive. Yeah, meat's going to be even more expensive. This is worldwide, not just in the US. Yes, yeah, unless you're making $0 now, then you're on the way up. That's true. If you just got a job for the first time, you will be making more money than ever. Your money will be worth less. Not worthless, but worth less. Silver is a good bet. Silver is being manipulated in terms of its price point. The price of paper silver is much lower than the price of actual silver as a resource. So, some places are going to be hit harder than others. They are going to be hit harder than others, but everywhere is going to be hit hard. If you are a non-essential part of someone's life in terms of your product or in terms of your service, you're probably going to have a lot of problems. So, if you sell, like, soybeans, and people need soybeans consistently to feed animals, which there's going to be less animals being fed because a lot of places are cashing out on that, and to make tofu and to do things like that, you'll still have a market, but it will be way more expensive to plant your crops. We had a lot of resources not come through recently when it came to that. So it's going to be much more expensive to keep your stuff consistently going. Yeah, soybean farmers got hit hard. Yeah, that's the thing. Fertilizer didn't come through this year. A lot of the components to make fertilizer didn't come through. Pokemon card scalpers, yes. Card games are going to be hit really hard. I think video games are probably going to be okay just because there's something where you can get them at home and you can enjoy them in, like, your home. When it comes to things that are being physically shipped, really rough. Probably, like, at least, like, I'd say 8 months, bare minimum, is where it's gonna get way worse, and then it'll probably at least take a few years to consistently correct. And that's if everything goes really well. So, not according to PlayStation. Okay, so PlayStation might also have some issues. The expired food stores throw out is always free, though. That's probably gonna be, well, what a positive topic. It's good to think about, though, so you can, like, plan your life accordingly. It's not gonna be the end of the world. It's just gonna be the majority of, like, the money we have is gonna go into food. So, people are gonna not have fun money. That's pretty much it. So if you have a fun money business of any kind, it might be a little bit rough. Without the music, you're getting stressed out. It's okay. 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 You're bad time to be a jeweler with silver prices, looking into alternatives like wood and such. Oh, that's cool. It's not going to be the end of the world. Restaurants will likely have less waste because they won't be overproducing as much due to the cost. Yes. Also, when you buy fruits and vegetables, they are probably going to go bad quicker because they're going to be sold for longer, and they aren't going to be throwing out fruits and vegetables that are just a little bit, like, wilted and stuff. So keep that in mind also. I need bacon. Life needs bacon. Bacon's going to be much more expensive, Azoth. Thank you for the 100 bits. Pardon me. Sorry. Azoth, thank you for the 100 bits. Jack, thank you for the 100 bits. Sorry, Jack. It's also, it's nice that you spend your, thank you also. Thank you for the blesses use. So what'll happen is that you'll see, this is going to be confusing for people, but you're going to see meat prices suddenly drop. Like, they're going to drop a significant amount, and you're going to be like, look, everything's okay. And then they're going to consistently rise for a very long time. That's going to be a lot of people getting out of the industry when it comes to cattle, when it comes to ham, when it comes to, like, stuff like that. It'll be okay, though. But you'll have to deal with your rural grocer, basically. Get used to checking produce for going bad. That's true. Also, thank you, Death on Wheels, for being here for 8 months. I think I'm getting kind of sick. It's also been coming since Richard Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard. Well, kind of. Gold in general has been kind of like squared away. Things are weird with gold. So a lot of farmers are getting out of pig farming. Yes, so you're gonna see ham prices drop, and then you're gonna buy a bunch, freeze it. Got it, boss? Well, the thing is, even if you buy a bunch and freeze it, you'll eventually run out. We're gonna probably so the cannibal topic from minutes ago is just reasonable alternative. No, you're gonna be eating a lot of lentils and a lot of soy. Restaurants are probably gonna start, like, especially chain restaurants, are probably gonna start relying on soy more and more. This has happened with some of them already, but they're gonna, like, continue to put more soy into the food that you're eating. It's gonna be like, how much sawdust can you put into X food until people start to notice? So, small farms will be sold to big corporations because they won't be able to survive, so big corporate society, here we come. Well, even then, big corporations aren't really looking to buy a lot of these farms because they're not profitable in the short term. So a lot of them just won't be owned and operated anymore. It's just considered more expensive to produce food here because all of the things that we buy to produce food are so expensive now. So it's just gonna be weird. Yes, beans and nuts are good food. Yeah, people are gonna probably start eating a lot of beans. People are gonna have to start making food at home. And when it comes to fun money and, like, buying stuff that you consider fun, that's probably gonna go away for, like, the majority of the population. It's gonna be a little bit more similar to places where, like, you have to work on, like, taking care of yourself and, like, consistently making sure that you're in a good place physically. Cultured meat will save us. Cultured meat requires a lot of, like, resources, though, too. So, it'll be okay. There's wild hogs that are attacking Texas. I didn't know that. That's crazy, man. So, there's a reason depression-era foods have been trending lately. Yes, so, you needed less red meat anyway. That's a good way of looking at it. So, food prices are probably gonna go up quite a bit, but you'll be okay. When you say it like that, I don't believe you. I thought it was interesting. I think wild hogs could be attacking that person. So, good that I have 2 international packages coming in the coming months. Well, also, so FedEx, I think, has gone up 16%. They just overall announced that their prices were going up 16%. The USPS has gone up 8%, and I'm not sure if you're going to have to pay those, like, when it gets to your house or what, but it's going to be expensive. It's kind of going to suck. We're probably going to have to go local for a lot of things, so, very unfortunately, if you are someone that's gotten the majority of your stock from somewhere like China and delivered to America or another place and then you send it out, you are going to have one hell of a year. I don't, oh, Novel, I'm so sorry. I don't know how it's gonna go for you, but it's not gonna be easy. Support your indie shops like bookstores, that's true too. I'm in Germany, so it'll be effective. Probably everyone will be affected a little bit. So it's okay. Our saucy's ingredients locally sourced. They are actually. I'm probably not gonna raise the price. Like, it's already just, like, expensive for hot sauce, so it's just gonna stay how it is. We are actually pushing up the launch date sooner. That is very fair if you're pushing the launch date sooner up on stuff. Because we don't really know how expensive it's gonna be for shipping. Sorry, I think I'm a little bit sick from riding around with the cats for so long. So we stop eating fruits and vegetables and spend money on meat? No, you're probably gonna be spending money on beans and rice. Meat is gonna become a little bit more scarce, and fast food chains are going to make it so they're cutting the meat with, like, soy stuff specifically. The thing is that everyone's gonna lose money. Everyone's gonna have a down couple of quarters, probably like a full year or two. And then things will slowly get better as alternatives are discovered. But also we've been, like, having a bunch of scientists that were looking into, like, alternative energy sources just, like, die. So... So that's not gonna pan out soon. I think that's specifically because a lot of people that have money and oil don't want the power, transfer of power to go to, like, other types of, like, energy sources. So, community gardens will be big and popular again. Yeah. It'll just be a little bit more expensive, but things will be okay. Eating and having enough fuel to get a job to the average person already hates doing and now has to pay bills. Yeah. Well, name drop the scientist, I want to look it up. Literally Google, well, actually do this. Google alien scientist disappearance, and it'll bring up a ton of people. It's usually people that are into alternative energy source stuff, though. Good news for animals, at least. Well, the thing is, animals won't exist, like, the ones that were in that, like, supply chain stuff, so... Which I guess was positive in some ways, like, they weren't doing well. Thank you, Cyrano. Astute observation. Cows aren't gonna go extinct, it's just cows are gonna be for rich people. And the margins on it are gonna be much more insane. Buy the dip on meat. Gotcha. It's gonna take a while for this to recover, but beans are gonna be good. Black beans you can get dry. You can learn how to cook them up. They're delicious. This isn't a prediction. This is happening. This isn't a prediction. This is just what's occurring. Sorry. I feel a little sick, so I'm not helpful. Summon the tarot is no, not a good idea. Not a good idea. One cow if Grimmi reaches 200k before the end of the year. Oh, I'd keep that cow. They'd be fun. I don't know what I'd call them, though. I'd put the kittens on the cow. They'd all ride them around. That'd be cute. Sorry, I'm a little out of it. Beans make you fart a lot? That's because you're not used to fiber. So you will get used to it and you'll stop farting as much as you get used to fiber. Fiber's good for you. What a great time to be homeless. Well, it will be easier to get roommates. I ate something with cheese, so I'm a little sick, Raijin. I'm pretty sure it was cheese. My body hurts. Beans are hard to digest unless you chew them well. No, I don't have any investments in beans. They're just cheap. You can also get used to lactose. I'm allergic to lactose. I'm allergic. You should not try to like just eat like cheese and drink milk until you feel better if you're allergic to something. It's not good. No. Will you be okay? Yeah, I'm just gonna lie down and chill. I shouldn't have eaten all of it though. You guys are right. Like actually allergic or intolerant. I had a test where it said I was allergic to almost everything. There's a video of a person who cured their lactose intolerance. Again, allergic. Don't do that if you are allergic. Being intolerant to lactose is different. No. Where are you hearing this from? Where I'm at, gas and food is already decreasing. So I like economics, and I like looking into how the world works. I like looking at how trade is going. Right now, it's not ideal. It probably won't be like the worst thing ever, but it will be okay-ish. You can't be allergic to everything. Wouldn't you just immediately die? Everything is everywhere. Yeah, the thing is, I can show you if you want. I have it here. But I was allergic to a lot of stuff, just a little bit. So it wasn't like any, like this was like for every single thing on the list I was allergic to. I forgot like the one thing I wasn't, but it went on for a while. This is just the first page of it. You still chose to eat cheese. Good for you, man. So What can you eat? I'm working on it. I'm working on it. It's okay. I'm probably gonna take a Benny and go to sleep. What are the good numbers? Not if they're red. Vegan food will get more popular out of necessity. Well, we have a lot of vegan and vegetarian food that are already popular. It's just going to be something that's combined with like the food that we get from places. And then it's also going to be something that we eat more of. So, yeah. Your friend also found out she was basically allergic to everything too. Her diet makes me cry. It's okay. I probably should get back onto a healthier diet at this point anyway. You see stuff about weather control radar that got bombed by Iran before the Middle East experienced heavy rain. Can I be real with you? I know that this is bad to say. I know that it's conspiratorial, but I knew it. I knew it. So, Iran, like, started bombing, like, specific infrastructure related to, like, America and, like, the different, like, military bases we have, and then they experienced like tons and tons of really heavy rains. So remember the Dubai flood? There was like some interesting stuff in terms of flooding, in terms of extreme weather conditions. I don't know if it's real, but I thought it was really, really cool. I think it would be really interesting if we all had weather stuff that was like impacting different parts of like the world. We totally do it too, like everyone would want a way to like attack other regions in like a substantial way. I don't know. Weather control is the thing. It would be cool. I would have to look more into it. And weather warfare is banned, right? Every single thing that every single person has been doing has been banned. I'm just saying. Caveman hits rock, rain next day. Thanks God blessed him for breaking rock. Little different when it's a giant, like, piece of infrastructure that's been there for years, and since it's been there, there has been a substantial drought, and then once it's destroyed, new weather conditions come up consistently. But it's conspiratorial. It's conspiratorial. There's a reason why they bombed Iran's ability to make nukes. Well, it's just because they wanted to have more power in that local infrastructure. Once someone has nuclear weapons, they become a superpower because they can mess with anyone that tries to mess with them. So, thank you, Azaf. I did accidentally eat cheese. It feels painful. There you are. I want to believe you so bad, Grimmi, but you always just claim that's a conspiracy. Well, this is a conspiracy theory because there's no way to prove it. We could see what'll happen in, like, the coming months, and if it, like, is a specific, like, pattern, like, whether or not, like, people are in a better condition now. But we don't know for sure. Cloud seeding is real? I'm just not sure. Well, how we can do it, but, like, the scale needed for heavy rains must be crazy. That is true. And also, Urki, thank you for being here for 17 months. If the government can control the weather, they should be able to bend light to make us think the earth isn't flat. Speak the truth. I proceeded to purposely eat cheese, but it was delicious. I wanted to finish my burger. It was a weird, fun vegan burger. I guess it wasn't vegan, it was vegetarian. Grimmi, you could give me snow tomorrow. I don't want to work tomorrow. I don't control the weather. Another CIA document that was crazy was saying that you can manipulate matter around you and change the world for, like, your own purposes if you do specific stuff, which is odd. I can try to find the document again. Yeah, it was schizophrenic, or yes. The thing is, I also know people that got into this and then became broke because all they would do was try to visualize the beautiful world they wanted. It didn't work, so... I think it was that you had to... See if you can make your own snow with the power of visualization, backed by the CIA documents. You have to, like, think of something very hard and try to manifest it, and then you apply, like, a very intense emotion to it. Like, any sort of intense emotion, and then you let it go, and you don't think about it, and then you do the same thing the next day, and so on and so forth. Stealing crystal mommy manifestation powers. I legitimately thought, like, this is some insane crap, like, when I read it, but try it. Why not? Don't think that it's going to change your life in a significant way and start basing all of your behaviors and habits around it. That's when it gets bad. Weather tarot someday, test the powers of manifestation. I don't know if they manifest stuff though, but thank you for the 30 bits. Big Snow don't want you to know there is snow all year in your walls. I don't think that's true, but okay. Grimmi, if you had the power to manipulate the weather in the way you would say, that would be a multi-billion boon for helping the farmers and ranchers you just talked about. You're not evil enough. You're not evil enough, Jack. It'd be a commercial hit. This hasn't happened. Points to how marginal cleats out. You're not evil enough. Why would you want those farmers to make money when that isn't your money? Why would you care about that if you could make tons of money? Why would you care about doing that for farmers? They aren't making you money. They aren't making you money specifically. Like, if you had any sort of this technology, wouldn't it be better to not help those farmers and instead help the causes and things that would make you big money? Big money. I'm talking big money. Military-industrial complex. And if I had the tech, I would 100% sell as a service. Selling it as a service is just so mundane. You could make big money from that. What if you sold that to the military-industrial complex? What if you had contracts with them? Billions of dollars, honey, billions, instead of helping people grow food. That's barely anything. Subscription-based weather? Subscription-based weather would be one thing. It also would be quite horrible to just go, you're getting good weather, you're getting bad weather. And then people in the military-industrial complex would know you had weather change and technology. Why not just use that to cripple the infrastructure of different nations around the planet? Get all of their resources and material whenever you need it. Invade different countries when they're at their lowest point during their biggest droughts. It's also possible that other countries are doing this to us and would not want us to have that on this, by the same token. Thank you for making me more evil. No, don't be evil. But what I'm saying is, like, I think that the way that people think about this conspiracy theory, previous Google CEO says he wants to start ending human life. People do not understand ChatGPT. But yeah, conspiracies like weather manipulation isn't so much a conspiracy. We find some conspiracies aren't conspiracies at all. It's possible. We've also seen a ton of like really weird things in terms of like, this is a total conspiracy. The last thing I'll talk about, then I'll go. I promise. We saw that there was a very, 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 very substantial flood in the past 6 years or so in China. Killed tons of people. One of their biggest dam broke. They had like a huge torrential rain like during that time as well. Tons of people died, and it was kept mostly quiet. It was kept mostly quiet, and not a lot of attention was drawn to it. Then a year or two later, we had something where the Appalachians had a similar thing. Tons and tons of people died. Tons and tons of issues there. China, the massive industrial national polluting like crazy. Well, we also have stuff where, how do I put this? China and America, and I'm not saying either is better, we constantly just go, those guys suck for these reasons. And we kind of have said the same things consistently for years. They're probably also both true. But we've all had like disturbing, intense, horrifying floods that are like on another level compared to anything we've ever seen before. Our infrastructure keeps being damaged. Yeah, there also is, there also is climate change and stuff like that that's making weather worse. So, greatest boon of the year, we have grown so much crops, economy, and life spring. The Yangtze floods, 1 billion dead, riots everywhere, emperors escaped, mandate of heaven is lost. Oh, interesting. Everyone talks good about China, but nobody talks about permanently moving to China. I know people that want to permanently move to China. The thing is, like, I think that China and America do this thing where we mostly have propaganda to, like, try to fill in people, like, what they think about the country. Like, we try very hard to convince others that we're doing good in terms of, like, our economic structure and our kind of overall well-being. But it's probably, like, a very small amount of people that have been impacted specifically by all of the, sorry, I talk too much about this. They're called 1 in a 1,000-year floods for a reason. Yeah, we've been getting a lot of them really intensely, like all over the world for the past, like, half decade or so. Chinese immigration is quite hard, I hear. Oh, interesting. All the people I know think China's a paradise? Wait, what? Cool. I think there are a lot of people that move there. There are a lot of people that move there. Thermal expansion affects weather more than in the colder northern hemisphere. Our food industry is a much bigger sector than defense alone. No. Okay. I totally agree with you, Jack. But it's not going to make as much money, and it's not going to be as consistent. So, also, we don't, like, if someone, like, invests into that, they're not going to get the $10 trillion. The people that are, invested into the food industry are going to be the people that get that money. They're going to be the people that benefit from that. It would make way more money. It would make way more money for the people already invested into that sector. In that sector, people would start making a lot more money. It's not like they would just take all of the money within that specific place and go like, okay, we're making big money now. We're making big money, like we're getting everything from here. Our exports and defense is peanuts by comparison. If weather control was real, it's also our contracts when it comes to defense are very large, though. Our contracts when it comes to defense are really, 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 really huge. When it comes to like the manufacturing of like weapons and stuff, we do have a slightly smaller range on that. Remember Grimmi Insight? Also, we also have, this came out with the JFK stuff. I think it was taken off the website eventually. But we have a lot more money pouring into all of like the secret programs we have in America. This was 100% confirmed. We have so many different programs where we just use them to pay CIA agents, and they all have like very unassuming names when it comes to like our programs. Like, this is what was one of them? I think it was called like the like enrichment of like women's like whatever center. Good night, Grimmi. Sleep well. Sleep well. But we have like stuff that's just like the enrichment of women, and then that funnels tons of money into like projects that they want to funnel it into. So I think you're vastly underestimating how impactful that level of weather control could be. I think it's not something I could confirm like 100%, but I guess we'll see in like time, like whether or not we have more rain in specific regions where the US gets pushed out of and stuff. I just thought it was interesting. But I also do think we need to understand how inherently evil every single person has been. If it can be used to disrupt an entire country and seize their resources and their infrastructure, I think that people would probably put more money into that than food production, which has already had all of its lobbies taken away, which is already getting much smaller in America, which is already getting cut back consistently, and people just pay more money for it and stuff. Like, you have to understand that people don't do things because they're good, hardworking people that want to make money and help people. They just want to make money and destroy each other. And it's been kind of messed up to see all that recently. But I don't know. My ideologies have gotten really sad with that. But maybe there's a better way out there. Maybe everything's getting better. But thank you, Jack, for the herbits. I apologize, though. Maybe I'm being too doomery. Crippling in other countries also for the benefit of the food industry in America. The two biggest producers of pistachios is a company in California that own most water in the state, in Iran. Said company funding politicians pushing for war with Iran for more than a decade. Wait, really? Oh, dang. Mind if I show my proposal how to use the climate control thingy in an evil and beneficial way? Go for it, Mr. Scriptwriter. I apologize, though. If you guys feel like none of this is real and like it's all just 100%, what's it called? Hokum? Isn't that the name of the movie coming out? You're probably right. Like, I don't mean to push my beliefs on you, and it's also completely understandable if you disagree. So I think it's important to not underestimate the damage we are and will be facing regards to climate change. Weather control may or may not be accidents like that. Climate change definitely does according to all studies conducted. That is very true too. The engineers would be, no. Jack, I'm gonna give it to you straight. The CIA and FBI, they hire specifically looking for sociopathic traits. You are an engineer. That is fantastic. But you do not work for the FBI or the CIA. They specifically screen and try to hire people with sociopathic traits because they are going to be the ones that are most likely to do the things that they need to in order to maximize their efficiency when it comes to their control and their reach. They would not hire you. They would not hire the majority of people. But they would hire someone that displays sociopathic traits that they could be used for their own benefit. That's just kind of how it is. It's kind of interesting, though. There's some straight up psychos in STEM fields. There are, and those guys would be fantastic in the CIA or FBI. We've also seen recently that if people are conducting and like completing their duties to the efficiency that people would like, they do just get fired now. Which I do think that they've actually fired the majority of people that are good, like in the CIA and FBI. John Kiriko. John Kiriko's an exception, and they sued him and put him in jail for like 5 years. He actually got really upset because they started torturing people very aggressively. Those people would turn right around and sell their skills to private equity who would pay them millions to be first moved. You don't understand, Jack. The CIA does pay them tons of money. And then they do that. That's when someone defects to a different country. That happens consistently. That happens all the time. We have YouTube documentaries on it all the time. We have people that go missing all the time. Quite a few different people that have gone missing recently in terms of scientists, notice that they go missing in a random place no one finds them. They don't find any body. They are very likely being hired by a different country, or a different organization, or a different place. So, they fired all of the National Science Board, yes. So, there's a lot of stuff going on, but the thing, I don't even mean defection, I mean dual-use technology. That's the thing. I think that if you think that there's someone that's going to be kind and compassionate and use their skills for good, or alternatively find something better and like worth more money, I think that there's going to be someone that'll fulfill the role that they need to for a ton of money. This sounds like a Magnus episode. It's probably, it's a little bit out there. I apologize for just coming back and being so crazy like always. A lot of scientists just died recently. Some of them also went missing. I wouldn't be surprised if they defected to a different place or if they were hired by someone. I go to Grimmi streams. I wake up in Grimmi stream very coffee way to start my day. Good morning. We are saying a lot of weird stuff. So America is falling fast. I expect China to become the world superpower within 20 years. I don't think so. I don't think we're gonna have like a specific like superpower when it comes to a different country ever again. I think we're gonna have corporations that are assuming control under the guise of different countries for probably forever now. Maybe eventually they'll be toppled a little bit, but can we do Magnus archives? Yeah, we are getting very conspiratorial and depressing. So I don't think that China is going to be like the next superpower. I don't think we're going to have superpowers in the same way we did before. If recent times have been any sign government structures have been so inherently full of corrupt people, it makes sense they're hiring specifically greedy and selfish people. Well, that's how it's always been when people defect to different countries or different organizations or things like that. Even if it's just money they're interested in, they wouldn't sit on it. They'd sell it to the highest bidder. Government is not it. Okay, I need you to understand this, Jack. This is gonna come out as like a big shock. The CIA and FBI are not above just killing those people. If they find out that they're in communication with a different place, if they're not going to be beneficial to them, they're just going to kill them at a certain point, which is really messed up. But, like, these guys don't operate on the same morals or ethics that we do. Like, people are insane. We're going to end up like Nikkei with one central government and the big three. It's possible. I don't think it'll be that noticeable, though. I don't think people are going to advertise it. Thank you, Azoth, for the 100 bits. So there's the thing. CIA's never minded taking out the competition. Yes. You have to think about this in the most dastardly and weirdest person way you can, and then you need to take it a step further. We've found out that there's like a level of corruption that's truly psychotic. When the FBI or CIA does have someone that's working for them like this, that they really value, and this has been proven, this has been something that people have been interviewed out as, that have worked for the CIA and FBI. This has been something where people have, had their documents published about it. So the way that they control people is that, also Doc, thank you for being here for 5 months. How you doing? And thanks to Zoth for the 100 bits. Here's how it works. They will intentionally get blackmail on them. They will then, after they get that blackmail, approach them like a friend and go like, "Oh man, I see that you have all this blackmail on you. Oof. I'm so sorry. Do you know, I could protect you from that, though." This is also how they infiltrate foreign countries, and this has been something that they've admitted to, like, countless times now. They'll go, "We have all this blackmail on you, and it's just so sad. I could do something to protect you. If you were, like, on payroll with us, we could do a lot to help you. We could keep this from getting out there. Let's see what we can do on that front." That's what'll happen if they have someone that is very, 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 very important that they keep with them. People like getting rich. I just told you, though, you can't always make those decisions, and the CIA has admitted to this. They've admitted to blackmailing different people in different regions, different people within their own ranks. They have admitted to all of this. People like making money, and I'm sure that they will. That type of tech could make a lot of money, but if it's something where they can make a lot of money and they can also keep their own life, they're gonna do what they need to. Meanwhile, in the UK, people get arrested for being an anime artist. Wait, what? Having all their stuff taken away, including anime figures, manga, doki, even phones, tablets, and accounts bound to it. No. You have to be a child diddler for that. From what I understand, if you have child sexual abuse material on your computer, they will take all that other stuff and they will use that in their case against you. But you have to actually have child abuse material. Weren't they, Lolicon? No, it's like actual child abuse material. Not anymore. Wait, really? Usually they only arrest and prosecute those things if they also have child abuse material on their computer. But, having her own artwork of her model. Also, I don't want to, okay, I'm not familiar with this case, so maybe she did not have child abuse material on her computer in this case. I'm not saying that at this point. That's the UK, I think? Yeah, so, let me remind you, let's see, how they wanted to blackmail the Sukarno founder in Indonesia. When blackmailed by CIA for filming a sex tape, he just asked for a copy of the tape. That guy's crazy. So, they can arrest you for a mean tweet in the UK? Yeah, they can. So, I said this a few times that everyone was angry at me. I did say, if you, okay, oh, okay, thank you, Mr. Scriptwriter. It was all over the news. Okay, I did say that this would happen at one point and everyone thought I was stupid. Not everyone, but, I did say at some point, because laws were starting to prosecute, like lolicon stuff is like actual child sexual abuse material, there would be a precedent and eventually people would be probably arrested for it. Like if it were child abuse material. I said this a few times and everyone was like, no, Grimmi, no. So they can arrest you if you make death threats online, but not because you make a mean comment online. Oh, interesting. The World Constitutional is doing a lot of work in the UK's constitutional monarchy these days. Okay, it was art of her own model. Here's the thing. They can't arrest you for that because there has been a precedent for it. Because these were included in... I remember that stream, Grimmi. Yeah, no one believes me. No one believed me at the time, but I told you that Visa and MasterCard did not want to get involved with the lolicon stuff or a bunch of other, like, fetish things, specifically because they thought at one point those things would become illegal, and they could be sued retroactively. So, let's just call it UK is cooked. Well, the thing is, this has also been something where they have been considered child sexual abuse material in America, in Texas, and other places like that. It was the first thing I thought of when it happened. I don't know how you're so patient with what you... Like, the thing is, it's because I looked into it a lot at the time, and I thought it was interesting. Art, or why not people drawing suggestive stuff of children? Well, the thing is, so the anime community grew up consuming this stuff, and I'm not excusing it, and I'm not saying you guys are wrong. I'm telling you exactly why this is occurring, and why everyone gets so angry about it. If people were not exposed to it growing up, they see it, and they have the exact, like, weird, like, reaction of just like, okay, these are, like, drawings of children. This is messed up. These are children. If you've had it shown to you consistently as you've grown up, you go, oh, okay, this is normal. So there's a disconnect there. They arrest people for more than mean words. There was an 11-year-old that they went to arrest saying, some police officer looked like her lesbian aunt that she loved. Oh, that's nice, but what? So, Visa, MasterCard, and multiple worldwide financial institutions have the ability to completely remove people from the financial system for 50 years, give or take, that have been around for, been doing so for local reasons for around 30. This is not political, though. This was specifically because they didn't want to be sued retroactively. So, whenever someone, also thank you, Watch Dogs Legion. Isn't that a video game? Thank you for gifting a sub to them. And Doc Bell, thank you for being here for 5 months. So, we're probably going to see Visa and MasterCard, if things are reported to them, be much more aggressive about this kind of stuff, because their point is being proven to them so consistently. So lolicon is pedophilia. No one is going to like when I say this, but lolicon is pedophilia in the eyes of some places in the world now. It is no longer safe to have. You should probably understand that at this point. I am not saying this as an individual or person. I am saying that in terms of the legality of possessing that, you can no longer have it because it's going to maybe cause a problem for you. I feel very bad for anyone that is in this situation. I feel very bad for the VTuber. I'm not saying that it's positive that she had all of her stuff taken from her. I'm saying that if you possess it, you could be held legally responsible and have your things taken from you. Petite women beware, you are not viewed as an adult. The thing is, it does not matter. At this point, if there is a law that is being put into practice, and that law is not being challenged yet, you are in a bad situation. I would say if you were in the UK and you possess that content, you should get rid of it immediately. Immediately. Don't go like, they're stupid. Hey, it's what do you know? You need to get rid of that. You need to get rid of that because you do not want to be in jail. You especially do not want to be in jail and have everyone think you are there on child abuse charges. That is the long and the short of it. You can live without that stuff. You aren't going to die. You need to get rid of it now. So, I'm not saying you destroy evidence. I'm saying that this is no longer something that is legal to have in your possession. You shouldn't be like, I'm going to take a stand. This is not legal for you to have in your possession. Period. Remember the 5th of November. Gunpowder, treason, and shot. I forgot the rest, actually. I didn't remember it, I'm sorry. Thank you for gifting a sub, though. She was forced to dox herself, too. That sucks. You need to get rid of that type of stuff right now. I would say pretty much anywhere where it's been something where people have been, prosecuted for it. Also, no, Kevin, I'm not saying that that's okay. I think that that's abhorrent. I think that it's evil. They have actually removed one royal family member for being in ties with Epstein. They were kicked out of the family. They probably should have been prosecuted as well. Like, I would have been very happy if that had happened. I'm not saying that this is, like, a positive thing. Like, I'm not saying it's not as bad. I'm saying that you should definitely get rid of it at this point because you can get into serious trouble. So, they're not in jail, though, are they? No, they're not. It may be illegal, but does the police do anything because it's the same level as piracy? I don't think it's because it was piracy. I think the thing is, though, like, things are gonna change and it's gonna, like, be weird, but the former royal is being prosecuted, but for something else they think is more ironclad. That's good, at least. So, at this point, I cannot see how anyone can sanely defend lolly material. They grew up in a different time, and they grew up with different conditions that made it not a negative thing for them, and it's not the same as looking at children. Like, that's how it was. But the thing is, if you didn't have those conditions, you're going to think of it as, and you're just going to be like, child. So, you should have definitely never had it in the first place. Are we talking about actual child sex abuse material right now, or cartoon version? Cartoon version. Illegal. Loli's legal in the US because of the First Amendment and Supreme Court decision. It is not. It is in a weird, kind of middle ground. So in Texas, it was included and it was viewed as illegal when they were prosecuting someone that also had other child abuse material. So that got lumped into it, and those were processed and those were looked at as child abuse material. People have nuance even if you don't. The thing is, once it comes to the legality of it, it does not matter. Once it comes to the legality of it, I say that you are going to have a better life if you just get rid of it and you decide to go in a different direction with your life. If you feel like you have such a compulsion to have that to the point where you might go to jail, you probably aren't doing well. That's pretty much it. You need to make sure that you are taking care of yourself. Because the thing is, if it's at the point where you're like, no, I should be able to possess this, this is fine. You should not, in this situation, have it. You need to get rid of it. You could end up in a really bad place. If it's going to be prosecuted more and more, you have to start making different decisions. Like, it's not a good idea to continue to do that. And if you feel like you cannot get rid of it, like you deserve it, like it's just not the same, and you are willing to go to jail, or you are going to risk jail time, or you are going to try to minimize what is happening to others when they are getting into serious positions with the prosecution of it, then you will have probably a problem. And you can have that problem with anything, but you should not continue to have the problem and just go, it's fine. No, not if you could go to jail for it. Yeah, I'm not arguing if it's a fair law or not. I'm just saying that it's no longer something that you should mess around with in terms of its legality, period. Anyway, people in chat willing to die on that hill? They are, and I really don't suggest that you do that. I'm not saying this to you in like a shameful way or like trying to make you feel bad for it. I'm saying that it's not a good idea. You knew someone that in the UK who was a huge lolicon and no one has heard from them since last year. They're probably just doing other stuff. Maybe they got a job. I don't think that they were killed or they were in jail or something. I'm not sure. So anyway, I'm not saying that the VTuber should have had that happen to them. I think that it was grossly unfair that, like, even if, like, people don't like that type of thing, the rules changed on her and she shouldn't have been treated that way. Liking short one was okay. Liking lolicon is not okay. I would say if you have something that looks like it could be lolicon, you should probably no longer have it on your PC. That's pretty much it. And I know you're going to be like, that's stupid, but it is kind of dumb. It is kind of dumb that even petite women, you just need to get rid of it. You need to get rid of it. If you're just like, oh, but this is a little gremlin from like this video, you should probably not have it. It's just not worth jail time. It's not worth having your things taken from you. It's not worth being in a situation where police are going to come to your home and try to arrest you. So that's pretty much it. Defenders of the First and Second Amendment must fervently defend all art, no matter what. You need to understand, if they take you to jail, they are not going to argue that in court. They are going to have to focus on things that have successfully gotten people out of court. When it comes to the First Amendment and the Second Amendment, if it is considered illegal material that harms another person, they aren't down for that. They aren't down for that. The UK doesn't have the same laws as the US too. That's true, but even in the US, it has been prosecuted. Again, if this is something where you are willing to just be like, no, I need to keep this. No. You really should not try to do that, but I can't convince you otherwise. So, last guy who tried to defend... You met an actual child groomer? Oh, God. Yeah, that's not good. I'm sorry. Sorry, I've been talking about a lot of stuff very intensely. We should probably talk about happier stuff, but, they got him in Asia. Well, the thing is, even in Asia, there have been different laws established over time, so if things start becoming illegal in other countries, you should probably just be careful. Would provocative art of your model count as lolicon art? I have gigantic boobs. I know that they don't seem huge, like, compared to, like, other people in VTubing, but this is, like, a large natural level of boob. Like, I think that you have been mistaken in terms of how you view, like, anime women. This is, like, a substantial amount of boob for, like, a normal person. Their average, no, this is a substantial amount. Your brain has been destroyed. Just saying, like, this is a substantial amount. There you are. 29th backroom comes out. Yeah, I will stop lecturing you guys about, like, the legality of different stuff you have on your PC, and I'll just say, good luck to all of you. Good luck to all of you. I'm not trying to make you feel bad about it. I'm saying that you should not go to jail. Just turn to the side stream, that'll prove them. No. So, something you heard just now woke you up. Go back to sleep. There you are. You really, see the issue of what is happening. I'm saying that, like, okay, this is like a large, normal size boob level for human beings if you see them walking around outside. And then there's people that have very large breasts. And then there's anime women. And that is a new frontier. That is a new frontier. Small influencer in a Spanish-speaking fandom, he used that small fame and contracts to groom underage girls. You met him, oh, and if you were wondering, yep, he did it again in that account in the next one. Okay. That guy was addicted to trying to, groom children. That's not good. Also, thank you, Jack, for the 100 bits. I'm doing well with the cats and feeling happy. Didn't expect Grimmi to speak of that today. Well, I don't mean it in, like, a sexual way. It's just, like, it's normal. It's normal. Snow Something, that was a cool game. That was a really cool game. If you have anime women with average human bodies, it would be seen as that kind of stuff too. Maybe. Can we, hang the child groomer, by the way? We can't talk about that. We can't say that. But I don't think it would be bad if maybe child groomers had repercussions. They usually go on to not feel very good in their adult life, and they're usually changed forever. So I think protecting children is a good idea, but I could never say that on Twitch. So anyway, I could not endorse that, unfortunately. It's not ideal. Speaking of fan art, is there somewhere you're, just don't put into my art tag. You can put the fan art anywhere else if you want to make weird stuff. I shouldn't call it weird. If you want to make not safe for work stuff, that was rude of me. That was rude of me. I apologize. You couldn't get through the idle animation on title screen for me. It was kind of funny, bad for funny fun. It was a crazy booba game. It was crazy. Never forget the height of consent idiots blaming a guy dating an adult petite woman. If I reach it, I think the thing is people are just so intense about it and feel so weird about it. I think when it comes to, like, the blank of consent, like, it's gonna, like, make everyone angry in one way or another. I feel bad that everyone fights over literally everything online. I know that it is really annoying, though, that people do that. It is also gonna be kind of silly and rough when it comes to, like, I don't know, man. If people are getting arrested, you just really need to make sure that you are not having anything on your PC that could be considered illegal, even if you feel that it is not something that is immoral. You don't know what the authorities will think. But thank you very much, you guys, for discussing this in a relatively healthy and happy way. They're like vampires in the sense that abusing a kid can cause that kid to abuse other kids as they get older. What would you do with a vampire if there was vampires IRL? People think vampires are awesome. People think child abusers are evil. Like, I think vampires have a better reputation than child abusers, to be real with you. I think everyone here would hang out with a vampire 10 times over and think that was awesome, but if they found out you were a child abuser, like, they'd probably want to kill you. I said probably want to. I didn't say that we approved of that. Don't get angry at me. Vampires are pretty chill most of the time. Have you met vampires? Also, thank you, Azoth, for the 100 bits. Is there any lore about you, the mansion, or Gasper I should know? I should probably do a lore page at some point. I have a little bit more free time now that the kittens aren't dying. You know what? Let me go... I mean, I hear they are pretty chill. Cough. You know, vampires. We've been subjected to too much vampire propaganda. They do eat humans. It is evil. But they're cool. But we think they're interesting. But anyways, I apologize, you guys. I've been really intense about this for a while. I think it would be lame if you guys had to go to jail. If you guys had to go to jail, that would not be ideal. Also, thank you, GGG. Never mind. Okay. Nope. All right. Let me get let me get Steve going. Maybe time for a kitten and potty break. Yeah. Read the line, Grimmi. No. What's wrong? No. He paid? That's insanity. Just like, hey. Gaspar is a normal person. There you are. Can we have some live kitten footage? I think that's a good idea. I'm probably gonna go get Heavenly Kitten just because they're the one that has already been exposed to Parvo. Although I guess if the other ones are shedding it, which cat do you want to see? I probably can only bring them here for a second because they're going to be pissed off that I moved them, but like, which cat would you prefer? The Throngler? Alright, I'll go get the Throngler. I can't get the babies. This topic is so oddly serious that I haven't been sure how to chime in. It's totally okay. I'm sorry for being so intense about it. I just, can we see the one you're going to name after Lena? That one, I don't think has been exposed to parvo, so I handle them very, very sporadically. Those kittens are really cute, though, because they run up to you like, hey, what you doing? Like, I know that you feed me and you're nice to me. And they get really excited. And then their moms think that I'm going to kill, like, not the kittens. Like, they always know that I'll handle the kittens well. They don't mind if I even pick them up. But, like, they're so afraid of me. But they aren't afraid of me picking up their children and, like, handling them and going, oh. So, did one of the cats give birth? No, it's just, for some reason, the kittens that the mom had, like, outside with her when we got her, were half the size of the kittens that I was, like, raising for the cat mom. So the ones that we all took inside and took care of, like, they're twice as big as the tiny ones. For whatever reason, the ones that the mom raised, they look like little tiny babies. They're really small, and they're really fuzzy and soft because she's always cleaning them. But they're, like, half the size of the other ones. So I guess it was a trade-off. Nutrient is everything. Yes, they also, like, scream at you every single time you walk by. The babies are kind of more like, hey, you're here. But the bigger kittens, I think, just always want attention and, like, want to hang out and are a little mentally ill because they didn't, like, have a mom with them all of the time. But the little babies, they're teeny, teeny, tiny to the point where one of them looks like a little person cat. Like, their head is just, like, gigantic and their body is so small. She had a second litter. No, I think she just had 9 kittens in her litter. 3 of them unfortunately passed away before I could get to them. Like, they were just attacked by predators and eaten, which is really horrible, but that's why you bring kittens inside if you see them. You bring them inside because they're very fragile. But the other 2 she was with, they're just tiny little babies. Yeah, oh god, yeah, it's really horrifying, but if you find kittens, you bring them inside. So, yeah, there you are. So she had, let's see, yeah, I think she had 6 kittens, and then 3 unfortunately passed away. Yeah, the reason why they have litters of 9, yes, they have really huge litters. So why is the blank screen just chatting thing? I have a problem with it. We're gonna listen to some Magnus Archive. I'm gonna go get the Throngler and show her to you. Where can I take a kitten if I find them? I have no idea how to take care of them. It's your time. You have to wake up every 2 hours if they're really young. It's your time. You could also contact a no-kill shelter. And when I say no-kill shelter, I mean, like, you might have to contact, like, 20 of them. Depending on where you are, you can sometimes find someone willing to take care of them. But yes, if you find, like, an individual kitten, it's usually your time to take care of them. So, good luck. The first thing I did was call, like, a ton of different people and go, like, hey, can you take these pregnant cats? Can you take these kittens? And they were like, no. They gave me to the point where, like, the thing is, if you, like, call them and, like, go, like, what am I supposed to do? They will usually want to help you, though. They will usually want to give you resources like food, like kitten formula, like, information on how to take care of the kitten, but they're going to want you to take care of that cat. They're going to want you to take care of that cat. So, better than, don't go to PETA-affiliated shelters, they're closer to slaughterhouses. This is going to be really rough to hear, but most places are like that. So if the kitten or if the cats have any sort of, like, ailment, they're probably going to want to euthanize them. If they have, like, a condition with their legs, or, like, if they have a condition with, like, their eyes or something like that, a lot will be euthanized, unless it's something small to treat. Better than finding out the kittens you saw, oh no, I'm so sorry, Sync, that's horrible. Semi-common thing in some places, yeah, some people are really terrible to animals, and they will be tortured. But I think if you raise them and help them, they're very sweet little creatures. So yeah, when my time comes, I shall look after them. You'll do great. The thing is, they get sick very easily. If you find the mom, it's very helpful. Trapping the mom in your house with the kittens is the best thing because she'll take care of them. Cat had 4 kittens. They're probably going to be weaned in a month or so, and most shelters already have more kittens than they can get good homes. If we should decide we want less than 5 cats going forward, you can maybe find someone like a friend that's willing to take a kitten. I'd recommend just asking everyone you know, do you want a kitten? 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 Do you want a cat? Do you want a kitten? Also, yeah, no-kill shelters can also send the animals to a kill shelter if they can't deal with them. Yes. They also sometimes euthanize pregnant cats. So just be careful on that front. They also will sometimes euthanize kittens because they can't take care of them past a certain hour. There's no one there to feed them. They should pass them to other shelters instead of ending them. The thing is, there's so many cats. So you should really prevent them from giving birth and from having kittens. Spay and neuter your pet. There are a lot of cats out there. So all of the neighbors have like 5 cats. That's how the cat got pregnant in the first place. Spay and neuter those mother flippers. Yeah, they have an insane kill-death ratio. Yeah, it's best to adopt in pairs so they can keep each other company. That's also very true too. I would like to remind everyone some mama cats will leave the kittens in a particular stuff while she goes to eat or find food. So whenever you find kittens, make sure the mother is around her. I would say it's a good idea to try to take the kittens and then trap the mom. They have a lower chance of surviving if they don't have the mom. So use the kittens to try to get the mom into your possession and then keep them inside. Grab black cats, they tend to be the least adopted. They're very cute too, so it's very sad. But the thing is, if a cat leaves them and they're sickly, it's a good idea to take them inside and then try to get them into like your home as well, so they'll take care of them. The kittens that are like from the outside that were with their mom, they're cute as hell. They're really well taken care of. They're just a little bit malnourished. Compared to the cats where, like, I gave them, like, a ton of meat and they became demons that scream and can climb up walls. So, catnap the kids, then catnap the mom. Yes. And yes, that is the best idea. Let's see. Also, yeah, dogs are also in the same boat. Your feral cat is now an adorable cuddle monster. That's so nice. Also, yes, you should keep your cats indoors. They can have a wonderful life indoors, get them some nice treats, and pet them a lot, give them some nice toys. Yes, please adopt or take in black cats. Yeah, they have a harder life. I'm going to be taking care of Heavenly Kitten. So he will have a good life. You don't have to worry about it. As for the miniature black cat, I will find someone very nice to handle her and take care of her. Let's see. Soother cats because one of them, that'd be nice. I'm just betting the father of these 4 kittens is mostly white, so it might be easier to tell by sight. That's fair. Let's see. People once got into a controversy when she said to keep your damn cats inside. How's that controversial? Wait, what? That shouldn't be controversial. Your cats will just be a lot healthier and a lot happier if you keep them inside. They want to go outside and they want to hunt little birds and stuff, but they'll be happy inside. They'll do well inside. They get used to it. One of the cats is at my door, just knocking on the door. All right, I'm gonna go get the Throngler. You only have black cats? That's so nice. Okay. I'll be right back. We're gonna get the Throngler. We're gonna take a quick commercial break. Sorry for being so crazy today. Let's put on some beautiful music for you. Oh, actually, we should put on the Vermis soundtrack. Yeah, this one's good. This one's good. Well, none of the cats wanted to wake up. I really apologize. None of the cats were up for it right now. The little tiny kittens are eating some food, though. I feel bad, though. They never want to, like, hang out. It's okay, yeah. All 4 of, like, the original kittens were just sleeping, and I didn't want to wake them up. And then the little tiny kittens, oh my god, they're so tiny. They're so tiny. But they love food, so I gave them a little bit of food, and then they didn't really want to come with me, so... They're so cute, though. How do they let you know when they want, they don't want to wake up? They don't really move, and they stay in one little spot, and they ignore me. Then, if they want to wake up, they see me, and instead of going back to sleep, they go, ah! So, let's see. Oh, thank you, Death on Wheels 666. Joel wants a cat, but is scared his house isn't cats. I took in so many cats without thinking about. Whoops. I'm pretty sure there's, like, ways to get inside the walls from, like, where I'm living. That's good of him, though. That's really good. I was just like, oh, crap, I gotta take care of all these cats. Meow aggressively. Oh, I'm sorry, Michael, you can't come in here, kitty. Sorry. They're so tiny, only 3 or 4, Dessa GameCubes. The tiniest one is, well, actually, the second tiniest one, I took a picture with that GameCube. Hope you're doing well, Kyrie. I'll try to ask Joel if he needs help, like, thinking about his cat's, situation. I know he came by here earlier. Maybe if they were perfect and never needed maintenance, imagine losing, your site because you can't afford iUpgrade like that guy in Cyberpunk. What'd you guys get into talking about? The 4 kittens I ended up with starting wanting to play with me. I put my hand in with them and they whap at it with no clothes. That's so cute! The kittens that I, like, am watching, like, I thought I could at least grab Oreo, but Oreo was, like, unconscious. So, that's okay. I probably could have got Heavenly Kitten, but he's supposed to be resting since he's still recovering. One thing that's interesting about Heavenly Kitten, he lost all of his muscle mass. I am not sure how to get him that back. Also, thank you, Azoth. It was made by a very talented person, which is very talented. Michael is just a boring old man now. It's more that I don't want him to come into the parvo room. Heavenly Kitten, like, just messed this room up. I still need to clean it more. They're probably smart as their mother, too. They picked up for me flinching away that I don't like their claws, so they don't claw me. That's really nice. Your mother found a kitten once. She took him to the vet after a small thing was still in the same spot she saw when she returned. We adopted the 3-colored menace 2 weeks later after it became clear she was most likely abandoned. Oh, that's so nice. Aw. Protein shakes? Maybe. Get him lifting weights? Oh, she's now 13. Wow, you've taken very good care of her. We're gonna play some Monsters or come in and listen to some Magnus, which will be good because I've felt very sick this whole time since I ate so much cheese. Oh, it was delicious, though. Like, I didn't mean... Like, the burger part specifically. I now know why the cats were trying to get it away from me. Prince tried to take it from me. Heavenly Muscles were all worms. It was Orbos. For real, he was, like, all worm. He was, like at least, like, 50% worm. Poor little guy. Poor little dude. You thought of Griffith from Berserk? Oh, no. Much nicer kitten. Much nicer kitten. We had 3 kittens living in the market near the clinic where I worked before. I was setting up people to adopt 2 of them. Unfortunately, one Sunday, someone kidnapped the kittens without anything. They might have been taking care of them, hopefully. Sometimes people just pick up kittens and go, all right, time to dedicate my life to you. Can Heavenly's muscles be restored via a mysterious substance administered via gas mask? Oh, maybe. That would work. That'd be fun. I've been feeding them protein. Like, I've been feeding them kitten food, but how do you get their muscles back? They were, like, all skin and bone. It's amazing they survived. They were, like, not looking good. Even the vets sounded very, 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 very happy when they recovered. I don't think anyone was expecting them to make it, but I wanted them to make it. They're a good kid. I'm taking care of you for life now, Heavenly Kitten. A little treadmill will be so cute. Where are you from? America. Sometimes that happens. I'd even cautiously venture most times. Yeah, that's true. You miss the kittens? Aw. But I'm from America. There is physical therapy for overweight animals. That could work for them too. Maybe. My condolences. Oh no, Heavenly Kitten lived. Heavenly Kitten lived. They just lost all their muscle mass. Like they're like a little tiny thing here. He's doing good. He has a fat little tummy. Maybe I just need to get him to climb some stuff. Oh, for being from America. Oh, that's fair. That's very fair, honey. Thank you. It gets harder every day. It gets harder every day. Not easier, harder. There's some good stuff about America, though. We got big gas stations. This is Heavenly. He's so tiny. He lived through parvo and having a bunch of worms purge from his system as they tried to kill and eat him. I bet you that you would eventually end up keeping Heavenly Kitten and the Throngler. I kind of want to keep Tomato. Maybe if Joel wants to take him, he's a very nice cat. Like, Tomato's gonna be like a cat that constantly wants to be on people. Heavenly Kitten has a little bit of food on their nose, but they're so tiny. You can see that they don't have a lot of muscle mass. They're so tiny. They lost about 5 days of growth and stayed really small because they were so sick. They're a little bitty tiny thing. They're an itty bitty baby. They're an itty bitty baby. But yes, Cheese, they are gonna live. I'm so happy for him too. He's so little. Oh my god. And his ears are so fluffy wuffy. Like, look at those scruffy fluffy wuffy ears. He's like gonna be so like puffy. He's such a cute little boy. Like, yeah, he has a little white tummy too. Sickness can really stunt a critter's growth. Yeah. I'm gonna try really hard to get him to, like, exercise a little bit. I might keep him in here while I'm streaming because, like, I think he'd appreciate that, and also, but he's supposed to rest also, too, so, like, you're not supposed to, like, take them out and play with them constantly, even though I want to. He's so tiny. He's so cute. That means he'll be someone's cute little baby someday. If someone really wants Heavenly Kitten, I would part with them, but otherwise I'm going to take care of them because I promised them that when they were dying, and I don't know if cats speak English or understand it, but I think he understood I would take care of him, so. If he's small as an adult cat, people like that. That's true too. He lost 5 days of growth. His brothers and sisters are gargantuan compared to him. So he's trying to get his muscle mass back. They do, so he knows. Yeah, I'll take care of him. He's a good boy. You speak cat and he makes noises in reaction. Sometimes that's very fair. He's really tiny though. He's a little tiny, like, molecule. Cats understand. Yeah. Then he'll be your little kitty. There's nothing wrong with that. That's true too. I'm gonna go from 3 cats to 5 cats. I want to find homes for the other cats. I've been trying to not spend too much time with the little itty bitty baby kittens because I don't want to get attached to them. They're very cute though. Your kitten imprinted on you so they follow you over. That's really nice. My cat also enjoyed the first 4 seasons of Game of Thrones but stopped sitting in front of the TV on the 5th. That's fair. Good taste. He understands, yeah. There are 7 adult cats and 7 kittens. Yes. There's too many. I'm keeping this cat because they went through it. Like, he's a little tiny, like, itty bitty baby. You will keep will you keep Tomato? I want to keep Tomato because he also got sick twice and I was helping him a lot. I think he likes me a lot. He's a good little kitty. But I'm trying to find someone that'll take care of him and give him and his sister, like, more time and attention. Him and his sister should probably be adopted out together just because they hang out all the time. The Throngler and Tomato are, like, really, they're consistently close. They're very cute. That is a herd of cats? You're not planning on... No. I'm trying to adopt them all out. Also, you have a good time. 0 point, sleep well. It's gonna be a year later, then 7. You'll be, like, 10. Isn't that far from 7? I don't want that many cats. Like, the thing is, these guys eat a lot of food and they crap a lot. They crap a lot, dude. They can't help it. That's their thing. But they eat a lot, too. Like, I had enough cat food to, like, last, like, 3 months, like, canned cat food for the cats I have. I've gone through all of it at this point. They're insane. They're insane. They're crazy. It's so you are the one asking, I do like cats a lot, but I don't want to keep that many cats. I want them to all have, like, enough time and attention for them. They crap as much as they really do. With Heavenly, it's okay because he needs to get his muscle mass back, and his eyes are just gigantic. He's so tiny. They're full of crap. No, they're not full of crap. They're just okay. We're gonna, let's see. Joel should adopt the Throngler Intimate. The thing is, like, I don't want to, like, force any streamer to adopt them. I don't want to be like, hey, these cats, they need you. I'm hoping that, like, eventually that'll just work out and they'll find good owners and they'll find people that want to take care of them consistently. Their cats are really nice, though. They make you feel happy about life. They make you feel good about life. They're beautiful little babies. Also, Azah, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that, but make sure you're taking care of yourself. And thank you, GGG. I don't want to keep this many cats. But this one, I did promise. I didn't think he was gonna live, but I wanted him to really bad. I wanted him to, I wanted him to live so crazy bad. Heard about the cat distribution system, didn't realize that's kind of a myth. Went hold my wine cooler, how hard could distributing cats be? I need to distribute these cats. They aren't full of crap, they actually make crap. Hey! They do. They produce it. Also, Ayo the Pizza, thank you for the bit, and Bob, thank you for the 10 gift subs. I'm okay. I am in a good place at this point. I am 100% good. I'm gonna come out and say this, but this is not that bad. But this is like a firm reminder for anyone that might adopt all of the cats that, like, a family member owns when they pass away. I think at this point, with all of the vet visits, and all of the things I bought for the cats, it's probably been about $13,000. They've had to go to the vet a lot. Like, they were not healthy. So before you go, like, I'm gonna go adopt 1 million cats, adopting that many cats with various health concerns is not a good idea. They are a lot. It's a used car. That's a new car. That used to be a new car, baby. But yeah, it's a lot of cats. It's a lot of cats thing. If you had one cat that you adopted that was going through it and had a lot of health issues, it would not be as much. So, with that many visits, I'm surprised it's only 13K. I know, right? All of them wanted to die so badly. I do think your neighbor works for the cat distribution system. She managed to give cats to, I think, more than 10 people already. That's good. That's new car pre-COVID. Yes. That being said, I'm in a good place. I'm doing good. Everything's okay. I would have 100 cats if I could keep them all healthy and happy, but that's not financially feasible. Yes. At this point, you might as well become a cat vet. It feels that way, huh? I should hire someone to be on staff. That would have been cheaper. If I had hired a veterinarian to work in my home for a month and a half, I think it would have actually been cheaper. Yes, that is accurate. But yes, my brain glazed over and heard 1,300. Yeah, no, one more zero. That being said, they're all doing healthy now. They're all good. They've been doing okay. They've been doing, like, a lot better in terms of hire a veteran. Are there any veteran cat veterinarians? You need to marry a vet, so fees are free, plus we can share a love of animals. I hope you can find that goth baddie that takes care of cats. So I have so many cats at this point. They all were not doing so hot. The thing is, here's what I'd also recommend. Get the mom. They were so much healthier than the other cats. Get the mom if you can. I understand why everyone says, did you find the mother, though? Did you find her? Can you get her? Can you get the mom to take care of the cat? Can you do that? And it's like, maybe I'll try. They have so many less health concerns when they're with their mom because she takes care of everything and she gives them a lot of immunity. She helps a lot. But again, I'm doing all good. The mom is free labor, yes. Cats have emotions and they want to have a friend, not someone taking care of 100 cats. Yeah, that's the thing. They want attention, they want love. So, it's not fair to have, like, that many cats, I feel like. So I'm gonna definitely adopt them out. Some people are, cat max. I'm not cat maxing. No. That's weird. They're way smaller, but they're way healthier. It's because I don't think the mom cat had that much food. Like, she couldn't, like, hunt for them and, like, teach them how to, like, eat, like, meats and stuff. Where she was probably struggling to survive, so she just had to give them milk. now whenever I see the little cats, I give them food. It's actually really funny. The little black cat, like, he just keeps going in the box with, like, the 2 pregnant cats, not his mom, or not her mom. She just keeps going over there and sleeping in that box. I don't know why, but she'll just always be in there with the 2 pregnant cats who just stare at her like, who the hell are you? And she won't sleep in the box next to her mom, even though it has, like, a heating pad and it's much nicer. She's just like, I'm gonna go over here. It's really funny. It's really, really, really funny, but whenever I put their food down, she always walks out of that like, hey. Yeah, 2 of the cats are pregnant teens. One of the little kittens just likes hanging out with them. I don't want any more kittens or cats. These are the last ones. 3 cats is bordering on too many, but the caveat that if the cats all like each other, they can be happy and entertain each other a lot. Yes. I'm keeping one of my grandma's cats, Prince. I don't know his name. Like, I don't know what she called him. Like, she actually died before she could tell anyone, which is really messed up. I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm just like, oh, geez. Let's do this one. Let's do this one. But Grimmi's original cats, like Michael and Pumpkin, seem to like each other, so happy home. Oh, Michael hated Pumpkin. Michael would chase Pumpkin. The thing is, Prince is really nice to Pumpkin and will sit with her, so I'm like, alright, dude, you can stay. Your cat had a bad hairball along with the cold at the beginning of the year, and it was $500. She's still going strong after 10 years. Good for her, honey. Good for her. Good for you. Make sure you get the medical history when you adopt cats from pounds. Our oldest, now deceased, was deaf. The pound did not tell us. We did our best, but it's still a crappy thing to do. They sometimes keep medical history hidden because of lower chance of adoption. Yes. The cat that I have currently, let's go for, should we try to do Nightmare? Ooh. Alright, let's try it. Grimmi's home for unwed kitties. That's what's happening. The cat that I got from, like, someone that was at the... This is stupid to think about now. I finally calmed down and I can understand that this was psychotic and weird. I got one cat from a random woman and her child that were going to abandon their cat at the shelter. They didn't have the means to take care of her. She ended up having a leg issue, which I'm gonna get fixed. The person taking Oreo, like, they're one of the people that's helping raise the cat, so that's good. Which I kind of needed because at some point I'm going to need to get her surgery, so I could have just given her to anyone. While looking for a cat that was in the house the whole time. Yes, I was looking for a cat that never left the house. Grammy took a kitten from a crying child. They were being surrendered to the vet. You're not Cat Maxi, Gary. Are you at least on your Neko arc? There you go. I have an outfit for that. I should probably put it back on. Heating pads are not usually safe for cats. Go on. Wait, what? Are you kidding me? Why? It came with, it has paw prints on it. Okay. Okay. You never know. You never know. Let the people know why. Yeah, it's a really thick heating pad. Depends on the brand of heating pad, whether or not specifically for cats. Cat themed and cat safe are not the same thing. That's true. I have to go take the kitten's cat heating pad. The cat that gave birth to all these kittens, and one of the kittens just hangs out in a box with the cat heating pad, so I can take it away from them. That sounds messed up, like I'm depriving them of it, but like I don't mean it that way. I don't mean it that way. Oh my god. Every cat that have ever died had at some point, don't let yours have it. Do you mean they had water at some point? That's true. And then they will hate you even out of love. That's true. I gotta take their heating pad away. A quick Google search says there are heating pads safe for cats. I've used it with the kittens and it was in like their incubator when they were like little babies. What's really funny is that for a little bit you can get an incubator to keep kittens in. And when you have that incubator, they just are like sharp hamsters. And then they get bigger and they're like small cats. But when they're sharp hamsters, oh god. They are not happy. They are not happy critters. If you're worried, just keep the human... give them a human heating pad. Wait. You should be fine. Okay. You want to avoid space heaters? Why are space heaters bad? I faced them a little bit away from their, like, container where they're in. Well, they aren't really in containers anymore. Okay. Attacks collect resources. Let's do this. Let's do this, baby. Oh, I really want that gold. Okay. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Space heaters get way too hot for the kittens. Okay, that makes sense. I would always face it slightly away from them. Because, like, the thing is, they need to be warm also. Like, if they get too cold, they just explode. Oh my god, cats are something else. They are going through it. Consistently. Knockback strength. Okay. Plus 10 luck. Let's go. I don't really know why these buildings are considered bad compared to the other ones. They seem like they only do good things. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I think they only do good things. Explosions gain... Yeah, let's do that. Will you play the Magnus archives with this? I will. I'm just thinking about cats right now. If someone tells me the cats will die if you do this, I generally stop everything and think about it for a while. I want to know what's wrong with the cats and what I can do to help them. Just saying. I'd like to figure out what I can do to help them. Oh god. Oh god. Ugh! I knew it would happen. Ow, 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 ow. Is it eugenics time? No, the cats are being taken care of and they are never going to give birth to another litter. This cat genetic line is ending here. They're out after this. They are out. No more ever again. No more ever again. Ever, 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 ever. Let's do that. Talk with your vet about the heating pad. If it's an animal-specific pad, it should be fine. Some heating pads have pressure sensors, so they turn off when not in use. Okay. The little kittens did pretty good with it. So, like, what I used it for was they had an incubator. And when they had that incubator, they were really, 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 really happy and relaxed. They would go on it and just sleep for, like, hours at a time. They seem to be okay. They're no longer, like, using it as, like, little baby kittens. But maybe that's why one of the little kitties is going and, like, hanging out with the pregnant cats, and why one of the other ones is hanging out with the mom cat. Oh, that was the mistake. Oh, that was a trap. No. You had an orphan lamb? Oh, interesting. I think, like, baby animals, it's very important you keep them warm, so it's a balancing act of not accidentally murdering them with household products and objects. Oh, there's no way I can do this one. We gotta go to the main menu. I'm gonna get McMurdered on this. I don't know, I know you won't do this again, but it's amazing that you did. I'm never doing this again, ever in my life. If anyone else needs, advice, you'll have first-hand experience. I can't tell you how to foster cats now. Ooh, what? Why do I get 15% more? What? Is there, like, combinations, like, for these guys? No, that one's just 15% more. Oh my god, what's going on here? What is happening? Minimalist challenge? Nah. Reach the Ark with the City of Ashes? We can do that. Keep 50 minions alive at the same time. We can try. Thank you, GGG, for the 100 bits. Orphans mentioned. Thank you. The kittens are no longer orphans, though. I found their mom. I don't know what's going on with their dad. I think they had, like, 4 or 5 dads. That sounds messed up, but, like, cats are just like that. Genetically, they can have more than one father. Also, thank you, Kuma, for being here for 6 months. I hope that you're doing well. We're gonna listen to some Magnus Archive in just a second. That's a lot of dads, that is, but that's normal for them. Their genetics will, like, mix and, like, just make new cats for whatever reason. Like, so they can have a litter of, like, a ton of different types of cats. The heating pad can dehydrate them. Oh! Light blankets are better? Okay. Alright, I'll turn that heating pad off. Limited time hot sauce flavors for each cat. No, 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 no. No, 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 nah, nah, nah. Without any hero chests, I think we can do that. Cat safe hot sauce flavors. Don't give your cat hot sauce. No. Doesn't each kitten in a litter come from its own egg? So if multiple male cats do their thing, doesn't it mean one or more kittens can look like each donor? Yes. I think it can also, like, I don't know if this is the case, but at least from what I've seen, it can also make it so, like, the cats look like 2 different fathers or 3. Like, the thing is, they look so similar to, like, a bunch of different cats that were in that area. So I don't know for sure, but I think at least, I think. I'm not 100% sure that was the thing. Don't quote me on it. It's just what it seems like. Self-warming beds could work too. Ooh, that sounds nice. Each kitten can be from a different male. What if they look kind of similar? I guess it could also be from, like, their genetics, like, further back in their genetic line. The genetic tag team of deadbeat fathers. Yeah, at some point I need to go and, like, trap and, like, release all of their dads at once. So, well, I gotta figure that out at some point. They can be mixed? I think so. Like, what's interesting is that, let me see if I can find it really quickly. Also, I'm gonna turn on the Magnus archives right after this so we can get back up to date on it. We're almost through the entire thing. Yes, I can find it. The Throngler and Tomato looked so similar to one another when they were babies. This is how all Siamese cats eventually end up going, but, like, you can see right here, they looked almost indistinguishable from each other. Like, oh, they were so tiny. They were just sharp hamsters. These dudes were sharp hamsters. Oh my god. Oh, look at them. Oh. But as you can see, they were, like, really, really similar. Also, thank you, Zoth, for the 100 bits. You just really love hot sauce. Have you ever considered a Gaspar flavor? That'd be kind of interesting. I should ask him about that. You know what? I'll ask him. I hope that he enjoys them, though. I'll ask. At this point, they're sharp hamsters. They just stab you when you try to feed them, and they just waddle around like little infants. They're really cute. But as you can see, they were both just white. The Throngler had some more stripes on her tummy, though, which was so cute. Oh my god. No, I don't miss when they were this age because they needed constant attention, and I was dying, and I wanted to die. Also, GGG, thank you for the 100 bits. I'll see what I can do. Oh my gosh, the Throngler was so cute. She had little stripes on her tummy. Oh, the Tabby was cute too. She had little stripes on her tummy. The Throngler was, like, the most cognitive, the quickest, though. Take a look. She looked at you a lot. She's very intelligent. She just would stare at you a lot. All the other cats would sleep and she would just stare at you like, what are you? Hi. Hi, kitty. She was insane. Also, Jim, thank you so much. Jimfinity Official, thank you for subscribing with your Prime. This was like this was 2 weeks ago? This feels like 7 years ago. They've been torturing me. They've been torturing me. Is the Throngler the one that figured out how to use the litter box by themselves? She's the one that pissed on all of her siblings after I just cleaned them and took a giant dump on the Tabby with their stomach out there. That one. She took a giant 3-inch long dump on her after I cleaned her. But the thing is, the one next to her, the one that's not the Tabby, the one that doesn't have their belly out, the other white one, that one was dying and I needed to take them to the vet, and if she hadn't, like, crapped all over them and pissed all over them, I wouldn't have taken him to the vet in time, so she's a hero. She was just really cognitive very early. It was very scary. She still is. She feels smarter than the rest of the cats, and I don't know what's wrong with her, but she's had a tremendous will to live. She was also crapping out like 4-inch long worms, but she just didn't let it stop her from being the Throngler. She just kept going. She didn't give up. Oh, Oreo is so cute. Oh, sorry. Now I'm just showing you pictures I've shown you a million times. Just like, have you seen my children? Have you seen Oreo? This is Oreo when she wanted to look at the Capcom box really badly. Oh, she has gigantic ears. Oh. This cat is a reincarnated person. The Throngler does feel like a reincarnated person. The first time you tried to pick kittens up, they hated it, probably because of how high off the ground it was. Oh, interesting. They give you a similar look to that, probably like, oh no, this guy's back, don't pick me up again. Yes, Oreo is so cute. She has huge ears. Oh my god. Dex slash Intel build the unbeatable combo. She's really... It's Wesker. I don't think that's Wesker, but thank you. That looks nothing like Wesker, but the kittens seem used to me and play with me by hand if I put them there. Oh, that's very nice. When I first, the little tiny kittens, like when I first started taking care of them, the ones that came with their mom, it makes it sound like it was like a deal you get at like Subway. But like when I took care of them and like, hung out with them and like their mom, the mom was scared, but after we all cleaned their eyes a lot, like, and we're starting to, like, help them, they started, like, running towards us when, like, I went in there just like, hey, what are you doing? Are you gonna do something? What's up? They seem to understand when you're doing something for their own good. To the point where this is kind of rude, but sometimes they pick up the kittens, and I hold them by, like, the shoulders very gently, like I don't hurt them. But then I kind of swing them back and forth and I watch their little bellies. Like, just for a second. They're so cute. But I think they think that it's for their own good because everything else I've done has benefited them, so they put up with it for a second. They're really cute. If you raise them, like, a lot, and if you, like, hang out with them a lot and you're always doing things for them, like, they assume that everything is to help them. But so they just, like, stare at you like, okay. Thank you. They're so cute. They're so cute. It's your right reward for all of your effort. They are so cute. They have big fat tummies. I wish that I could get like a first person view of it so you could see their big fat tummies. You would love it. You would enjoy it. You would enjoy it. I think we listened to Civilian Casualties. We listened to Civilian Casualties. This one was... Didn't we? Yeah, we did. We did. Sculptor's Tool is the next one. Ooh. Tummy inspection for their own good. Yes. God, they're cute, though. Sorry, everything in my life has... It's not Alex, but, everything in my life has been kittens lately. Like, I don't have anything else I get to do. I want to see movies again. I want to see movies again. Let's see. Is it called a parent because that's where they earn their ears, nose, and throat? Wait, what? I don't get your joke, but I think it's funny. I think it's above me. You should bring a box of kittens to the movies. I think they would kick me out. I'm gonna be so real with you. I can't imagine getting away with that for more than like 5 seconds. They would be so angry if I did that. I would be angry too if someone just showed up with a bunch of kittens and went like, hey, no. No, they wouldn't like that. Good night, I shall be leaving to avoid spoilers, Magnus. That's very fair. I'm glad that you're listening to it. No outside food, ma'am? Yeah, well, I'm not... Well, I guess I would feed them, so I would have outside food. You should pat your cat's tummy at a young age so they get used to it and start when they're older. Yeah! All of the kittens that all of the kitties that I have are all used to getting their tummy patted. Heavenly Kitten's favorite thing is when I, like, hold him like a little baby and then I pet his tummy and he gets to, like, fight me a little bit. He doesn't use his claws. He's learned to be polite. He's very, very tiny. He's so... I don't know how to get his muscle mass back, though. I guess maybe I'll have him, like, run up things. Maybe I'll, like, try to get him to start running more. He just doesn't have a lot of energy yet, so he likes to, like, take timeouts. So, he's getting there, though. He's very healthy. More playing helps? Yeah, I gotta play with them more. It's 5 minutes to 3 a.m. I guess we'll listen to, like, 2 Magnuses then. Just 2. Try to feed him more, I guess. He's fat. He's very fat. Heavenly Kitten is large. They love eating food now. They didn't for a while. The way I knew that he was gonna be okay was that the, like, vet sounded so happy talking about how he was eating food. Like, she sounded so happy on the phone. Like, she was so happy. Like, you could tell she was smiling and just like, oh my god, they lived. They're really round now. Which is really nice. It's so wonderful. Okay, we're gonna listen to some Magnus. I'm not fat-shaming them, it's good. They should have round bellies, they're very cute. A taste of churu, put it on top of a cat tree or something. Oh, that's a good idea. I should probably start exercising all the cats. Maybe I'll do it on stream so like everyone can see it. Like I need to get them when they're not asleep. Like right now they're all like really cozy and tired. The bigger they get, the more I want to poke their bellies. Oh my god, yes. Take a look. One more. One more. I'm the proud papa. One more. One more of their belly. Oh yeah. This is the good one. This is the good one. You're gonna like this one. You're gonna like this one. You're gonna like this one here. Oh, this one's real good. This is when the Throngler was really, really, really tiny. Like, really tiny. That's her little belly. She had stripes on it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They've always been really fat, except for that one time Heavenly was dying. And the one time, I remember Porcelain Tomato. I was really worried that, like, they were... I was really worried because they were the shape of an avocado, and like I was like, are they dying? Turns out that it was actually the thing that saved their life because they lost a ton of weight and got sick after. Heavenly Father was dying. Damn, you know that it was the... Okay. Okay, but like if they're really fat, they can survive illness for longer. So luckily all of them were really chubby when they needed to be. So if you're a little chubby, you don't need to worry. You're saving it for when you'll need it. Don't you worry, honey. Don't you worry. Heavenly Father caught Parva. Okay. Everyone please enjoy. Sculptor's Tools, episode 126. We're not listening to Alex. His name is Martin. He's lying. Okay. All right. Please enjoy the episode. If you guys are unfamiliar with this is when we, well, I don't talk during it. Everyone gets to listen to the Magnus archives and we all get to just enjoy what happens in it. So please enjoy. That's why healthy babies are fatties. Yes, they need it to survive disease when it pops up. Grimmi Kitten calendar with photos of art of the cat. Oh, that'd be really cute. I feel like that would be something that only appeals to a couple of people, but I'm really happy that, thank you guys so much for your support. It allowed me to support all the kittens as they exploded. Heavenly the streamer has not had parvo. He is doing well, that I know of. I think it's pretty hard for a human to catch parvo, actually, but, we're gonna get into some Magnus. I'll have a chance to rest my voice since it's been hurting, and, I hope you enjoy. Please enjoy Sculptor's Tools. Yeah, baby. Yeah!
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus
Thank you for your support.
Archive.
You guys are the ones that took care of the kitties, technically. It's funny you have to mention it's Heavenly Street. I do, actually. It was like the most confusing one to keep.
Episode 126.
Yo,
Sculptor's
he
Tool.
did not catch parvo, no. He did not catch parvo, no. But even if he had, he would have done well with it. We're gonna go for big money on this run. We're gonna go for big money. I think people immediately, like, put on his thing that he caught parvo on the VTuber Wikipedia. I hope that it's been updated to not show them. I'm sorry. They're a good kitten, though.
Statement of Deborah Madeke regarding an adult art class she took in the spring of 2004, and her interactions with Gabriel, a fellow student. Original statement given 11th October 2009. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, the archivist. Statement begins. So, there's a community centre about 5 minutes walk from my house. Used to be they only ever hired the hall out for weddings, parties, occasional public events. But about 5-6 years ago, they got a new organiser in, Jenny. Lovely woman. Young. Very keen to make the community centre just that. The centre of the community. So she put together this huge program of adult education classes, mostly just the standard stuff, dance, life drawing, yoga, computer skills, but there were a few that were a bit more out there. They had a cheese-making course that ended with us all bringing in our somewhat less than successful cheeses and trying to pair them with wines.
That's awesome.
Still amazed no one got food poisoning from that one. And there was a fire-eating workshop once. I didn't go to that one. Anyway, I'd become great friends with Jenny through the church choir. And since George was off to university and Rosa was usually working evenings, I tended to be alone until about 10 or 11 most days. So obviously I started going to as many classes as I could. It was a great way to meet friends, learn new skills, and, as she always reminded me, spend a good portion of Rosa's paycheck. Now, about a year after Jenny had taken over, the workshop schedule started listing a bi-weekly sculpting class, which was great news because I'd been telling Rosa just the day before that life drawing and watercolours were all very well, but I really like to get a bit more hands-on with making art. Then Rosa made an off-colour joke about life drawing and getting hands-on, and I forgot about it, but I still ended up going to the class. There were only a few of us learning to sculpt, probably because the class had quite a high materials cost and was a bit earlier than the others. There was me, Mary, who works in the post office, Bill, who I knew from walking his dog, and Ray Quinton, who was actually teaching the class, though I didn't know him outside of that. And then there was him.
What are the odds?
The man who introduced himself as Gabriel was short and squat, with knobbly bare arms that seemed to reach down almost to his knees. He had dark hair he clearly kept short because he thought that no one would notice how greasy it was, and his face jutted out, like it was trying to escape his skull. Now, I'm not one to judge on appearances. I was the one who insisted Desmond still come to church after his operation, so please don't think it was his ugliness that set me against that horrid little man. There was just something about the way he moved, as if he was always too close, right into your personal space, but then you'd look again and he wasn't. When he walked up to me without warning and introduced himself, I only just managed to stop myself obviously recoiling. It was just a feeling. So our first lessons were very basic, all about how to properly move and shape the clay, how to use armatures and the different tools and how they interacted with the material. We weren't really doing much in terms of actual sculpting, just listening and watching Ray do his demonstrations. At least me, Bill and Mary were all watching him. Gabriel seemed quite content to ignore our teacher entirely, focusing instead on the lump of clay in front of him. His rough, sausage-like fingers twisted and warped it with ease. I found it a difficult, heavy material to work with, never quite as wet as I needed it to be, no matter how much water I added. But looking over at Gabriel, it was like it was alive in his hands, eagerly bending itself into whatever shape he wanted.
She was just angry
And
she
those
couldn't make
shapes
nice
were
pottery.
Odd. I remember one of our earlier projects was just to do a fish. Just a rough shape of a fish, nice and simple. Ray had even pre-made some armatures for us. I mean, I still struggled, and Mary and Bill had a good old go at it. But over in the corner, Gabriel just began grabbing and moulding and twisting into a shape that was, well, it certainly wasn't a fish. It sort of almost started out like a fish, but it just kept going and going, looping back and into itself as though it was swimming through its own body. After a half hour, I'd almost completely forgotten my own work, instead just staring at this serpentine structure that the dreadful man was building. The most infuriating part was that whenever Ray would pass his table, he'd just nod gently to himself and trade a few words with Gabriel, as though whatever it was that he was trying to make was in any way similar to the practice we'd been assigned. I know it was an amateur class and he was under no obligation to do exactly the work as instructed, but Ray was very clear with the rest of us that we were doing things in a specific order for a reason, and it was just a bit frustrating to see him nodding along to that awful man, flagrantly disregarding what we were meant to be doing.
Dude.
At one point, Gabriel must have noticed me staring. He looked back at me for the longest time, far longer than I was comfortable with. And then he picked up his nasty, spiraling clay fish and walked over towards me.
Dude.
I could feel my hairs standing on end as he got closer, and he held it towards my face. He asked me if I could help him. because he was having a bit of a creative block. And I remember thinking he had the palest eyes I'd ever seen. Then my gaze focused back onto the thing in his hands, that dead, curling lump of clay, and I watched it move. It coiled around, through its own face, and flailed its long, distorted fins in desperate, pained movements. It made a noise that sounded like a scream heard through water and stretched out towards my mouth, which I'll admit was hanging open in horror. If I hadn't screamed and fallen backwards, I am sure the thing would have dived down my throat. The others rushed over to me, making all the appropriate noises of surprise and concern, but I could only watch as Gabriel rushed back to his bench and started to furiously work on his sculpture again. He looked over at me, and I heard him speak quite clearly, though no one else reacted to it. "What an excellent idea," he said. "A very promising direction indeed." I quit the class after that. I emailed Ray to explain that I would no longer be attending and left it at that. Obviously, I didn't tell him exactly what I'd seen, but I thought some general references to inappropriate behavior from one of the other students would get my point across. And then I continued with my life, and I didn't give Gabriel another thought. At least, not until I went to my salsa class the following Thursday, and instead found myself walking into a room set up for sculpture. I was obviously taken aback at what had to be a really significant scheduling issue, but having a quick check of the timetable of classes, it looked very much like sculpting had always been on a Thursday. Which didn't make much sense to me, stood there in my dancing shoes and feeling like a fool. Gabriel gave me a sheepish smile and returned to whatever it was he was working on. Ray seemed absolutely delighted to see me and made such a big show of it that I didn't really feel like I could just turn around and leave.
That's nice.
I asked him if he'd got my email and he nodded emphatically as he ushered me over to my table but didn't elaborate. Bill gave me a slightly pained smile, but when I asked if he was all right, he just shrugged and told me he couldn't complain. There was no sign of Mary. They still haven't found her. So I started to work. Ray told us the lesson was faces. I put my hand up to say that sculpting faces was probably a bit advanced for where we were in the course, but he shook his head and said that we were a lot more talented than we thought. He said the key was that faces were twisted. All faces were twisted on the inside, and all you had to do was reach into the deepest part of yourself and put that twisted on the outside of the clay, and as soon as you can scream, you'll have your own face staring back at you.
Oh.
I asked him to clarify, and he nodded again. "Soon as you can scream," he said, glancing over nervously to Gabriel, who gave him big thumbs up, like it was all some joke they were playing. It didn't feel like a joke, let me tell you. I did my best, prodding and shaping the clay, trying to do a face, and I think I actually made a pretty good stab at it, given how unhelpful our instructions had been. I mean, it had 2 eyes, a mouth, something that might charitably have been called hair. I asked Ray for his expertise, but he was just standing at the front of the room, smiling and nodding. The face Bill was working on looked like Mary, although he'd made her mouth much, much too wide. To be honest, it gave me quite a shock to see. Then I heard that shuffling sound from the other side of the room, and I knew Gabriel was walking towards me, no doubt holding some unpleasant new shape he'd formed just for me. He coughed gently, and, well, I suppose it would have been rude not to look. The structure he held in his hands made my eyes hurt. Thin, sharp lines angling off from each other in an incredibly intricate arrangement, although they never seemed to actually connect with each other. It shifted, just like the other one, and I felt something jabbing at my skull like a migraine. Finally, the lines seemed to resolve into a clear shape. A door. "Perfect," Gabriel told me. "It looks just like him." I asked him if it was supposed to be a face, and he told me yes. He was a good friend of his. I asked him who, and he said they didn't have a name. I told him everyone has a name, and he said his friend wasn't like us, that having a name would only confuse them. My head was pounding. I looked over at Ray, still nodding and smiling, and then over at Bill, who was steadily shoveling fistfuls of the clay Mary into his mouth. I don't remember anything more of that lesson. The last lesson was on Monday. It wasn't watercolors and never had been according to the schedule I had been obsessively checking so much that Rosa had started to get worried. The room was larger than I remembered, although it didn't need to be because there weren't any tables. Ray was there at the front, but he was singing something in a high tenor that I couldn't make out. I tried to ask him what we were doing for the lesson, but he just sang louder. Bill was there, but he was made of clay, his limbs being worked and twisted by Gabriel into strange spiraling shapes, and occasionally joined into new and impossible positions. As soon as Gabriel spotted me, he hopped up and hurried over to me. He grabbed my hand in a firm, damp grip and started to thank me. I was the best assistant he could have asked for, he said. He'd improved so much because of me. As he said this, the structure beneath his face shifted, pushing it further and further from where his skull should have been. And behind his teeth, at the edges of his eyes, I saw the dull red of shifting clay. His smile kept getting wider and bending in on itself at the edges, and where his fingers touched the back of my trembling hand, I could feel his spiraling fingerprints start to turn, round and around. The marks won't come off, no matter how hard I scrub. That was when I ran. I suppose I could have run before then, but I wouldn't have wanted to seem rude, and it's not like any of it could have been real, is it? It was just me losing it a bit. It has to have been. I mean, I've seen Ray and Bill around since. Certainly they don't like to make eye contact, and Bill cries a lot in church, but they're still here. They're fine. So it didn't happen. There's no reason for me to stay away from the community center. There's no reason for me to sit inside all evening, trying not to look too closely at any of the doors. I got a letter a week ago. It was from Gabriel. It said that he had found a new job, and he'd love it if I came up to assist him again. He's working in a place called Sanakov Land. I looked it up. It doesn't exist, and it sounds cold. I don't think I should go. I'm not going to go. Statement ends. The worker in clay. That's what Michael called him in his statement. A great twisting that Gertrude stopped at the cost of a single life.
Interesting.
I thought moving away from my humanity would have made that seem more acceptable. That sort of sacrifice. But it just makes me sad. I remembered Gertrude's notebook. We found it alongside the plastic explosives, but it rather got lost among the business of saving the world at the cost of 2 lives. It's borderline incomprehensible. Not because of any code or cipher. There's every chance I could read those. Just simply because most of it is numbers or fragments of sentences that would no doubt mean something to her, but, well, not to me. I've been staring at it for hours in the hope something from it would just come to me. And it worked well enough to point me towards this statement, which is useful background and perhaps gives some insight into how Gertrude formulated her counter-rituals, but not much more. I've been trying to check on Melanie's condition. She refuses to see me. Understandably, I suppose, and Becerra has been looking after her. It hurts, of course, but I really hope getting that bullet out of her helps. At least stops it from getting any worse.
Did surgery on her list.
It can't have been too late again.
Jonathan's going crazy.
There was a tape recorder waiting for me when I sat down. They're not even hiding it anymore. There weren't any tapes from when I was away. I checked. Whatever they are here for me. I suppose I should be worried, but I have so much to keep watch over. So I've decided to let the tapes run. They've proved useful before, so...
I forgot about that too.
I did do a small bit of follow-up on Deborah Madaki, just for my own curiosity. She didn't go to Sanakov Land in the end. I don't know, however, whether that was because she decided not to, or because shortly after this statement was given, they found the body of one Mary Roundel in her basement. And she has spent the last 9 years in Eastwood Park Prison, where she remains to this day. I can't find any evidence related to the condition of the body, but I can imagine what a sculptor's apprentice might be capable of, even an unwilling one. End recording.
Messed up. Bloody Mary. Oh, that's a fun one.
Oh,
It's a play on
Hello.
words. Hi, Martin.
haven't seen you in a while.
Talk to Martin.
Really? I mean, it's just admin. It's not exactly thrilling listening. Alright, fine. Whatever. You do you. Spool away, I guess. You know, let me know if you need some more batteries or something.
Is Martin talking
because
to
he's
a
back,
person,
isn't it?
or?
He's back, so now you're going to be around again. Listening in.
Talks to the tapes? I guess so.
You missed him, didn't you? Yeah. Yeah, me too.
Which isn't a great sign, if I'm being completely honest. You talked to him.
I tried not to. I didn't mean to.
You talked to him. And that's understandable, Martin. Of course it is. Please don't think I'm upset. It's just
This is getting interesting.
not ideal. Shows how much work we still have ahead of us.
No,
If I
let him
keep
talk to
avoiding
him.
him, people will get suspicious.
They're already suspicious, Martin. That's not the problem. I had hoped that all this time apart would have given you the space you needed, but...
You said he'd probably never wake up.
And he beat the odds. Which is
Yay.
good. But it does make things more complicated. It doesn't actually change anything.
A simple hello isn't going to make any difference
We've been over this. The sort of power you're going to need relies on
to
your
obedience.
isolation. It needs to be you, Martin. You're the only one who could possibly balance between the two.
But if I could just explain...
And how do you think John's going to react to that explanation? Do you think he'll accept it calmly? Come through with a well-considered, rational response?
That's not fair.
Or would he assume he knows better than you and do something rash?
Damn,
I don't
be nice
like
to him.
being manipulated.
That's fair.
I don't think he's manipulating
But
him. I
I'm
think
not
he's
wrong.
telling him exactly what's happening.
No.
Martin, this isn't how any of us wanted it to go. But here we are. And if we don't pull this off, it's over for everyone. John included.
Yeah, you said. But if things are really so urgent, then why didn't Elias say anything?
Because behind all his bluster, Elias is just like all the rest. He's so preoccupied playing the game, he doesn't pay attention to the big picture. He managed to convince himself that he could get his ritual off first, which would have made all of this a bit moot, but that's not really an option anymore. So it's down to us,
Huh.
you and me, the dynamic duo.
And so what? That means I have to trust you?
It would make things a lot simpler.
Yeah, well, things would also be a lot simpler if you weren't so cryptic about everything.
Well, if your archives were a bit better organized, it wouldn't have taken me almost 3 months to find the evidence you needed.
What?
I'm just saying that we'd all be better
The guy
off
is
if your
Peter, right?
archivist
The static
actually
voice?
knew how
Yes.
to archive.
Peter,
Oh, there you go.
Yes. Well, Unless I'm mistaken,
The other boss got
I believe I've unearthed
well,
a
he
few
went
of Decker's old statements. Of course, I still need to do a bit of verification, but I'm confident they should provide you with all the context you need.
This is like a lot of like
Good.
detail
Great.
about like the world right now. So if you're confused, if you haven't heard this before, it makes
When
sense.
all this
It's
is over,
okay.
I'm telling him everything,
Sorry,
with
it's
or
been so
without your
confusing.
permission.
Martin, when it's over, you won't want to. But he will be safe. They all will.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm very excited to see this rota you've put together. Never had much of a gift for administration myself. Too many variables. Now, this box on the left, that's the library staff, yes?
No, those are the dates. Look, are you sure you don't want me to teach you? It's a very simple program.
No. Can't stand computers. Besides, that's why I have an assistant, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so.
I hate when people don't... Okay. This is a pet peeve completely unrelated to everything that we just heard of value and, like, of meaning, but, like, it really does suck if someone wants to, like, you to, like, set up some sort of technical thing and then goes, like, I don't need to know how it works, and it's like, yes, you do. Yes, you do. I don't want to come back here, please, God, no. Please. And then they just don't really care about it. Then inevitably they're like, you didn't do this right. Why is this not working? Yeah, it is what it is. Peter doesn't like computers because they're too interconnected. That's true. Antithesis to the lonely. That's very fair. Computers do make us all connected and give us a sense of, like, connection and belonging a lot of the time. If you like feet, you can find someone who likes feet online. If you feel like you like feet too much for your general populace of who you interact with in the day-to-day life of that you live, you will find a feet freak online. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of feet either, but you'll find them online. You will. How did we get to feet? I'm just saying, for the people, it could be anything. It could be anything. If you're attracted to cartoon animals, as many people are online, they're also suspiciously wealthy, usually. But if you're attracted to cartoon animals, you can also find people that are attracted to cartoon animals. There's a tremendous amount of connection. Except for ads. We gotta have the ads, though. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Who doesn't want to dive into the web? I think it's a bit disturbing, though. Like, it does change your personality as you get going on the internet more. It does change your sense of, like, who you are a little bit. It does make you different. It does make you different. Grimmi doth protest too much. No, feet are disgusting to me. I think that's okay, though. Like, I'm really happy for everyone that enjoys them. More for you. More for the people that are into feet. By all means. You can feet freak out if you like. Go for it. Victorian goth ladies, that's like a big thing, don't you worry. I recommend that you, let's see, I think there was a cool Victorian goth lady in Supermansion. Merch socks to hide people's feet. The socks ladies actually have socks as merch. You can go to Kawa if you want to check it out. How are you supposed to get this many worker minions? It's a lot. 50 gold in a single deposit? Ooh, okay. Let's put some stuff, let's unlock some stuff, but I've been enjoying the Magnus archives. I feel like it's getting to the point where we're almost through it. It's like the last hump before it gets to like the last season. We're getting through it. I've maxed up on almost everything, holy crap. Like everything at this point, holy crap. I guess we do tank treads and stones. There we go, alright. I just went to make some waffles for 5 minutes. Why did I come back to? I'm so confused. Oh, I'm just saying that it's interconnected. Everything's connected. Why does it not give us extra compasses now? This is weird. I'm gonna do this one. We're gonna try really hard to make it to the end. Majority of buildings that form a street? Oh my god, no. How would you even do that? Place 10 corrupted building, destroy 10... that one's hard. Without building any tombstones, we can do that. We can do that easy. Do you have use of some hefty conversation equation for meters in mile then? Wait, what? Oh, I get it. Also, we are on episode, this will probably be the last one for the night. just because I felt pretty tired this whole time and sick, but I've been feeling pretty good about all the cats doing better. Gonna keep going and getting healthier and healthier. Welcome to the internet. Have a look around. Anything that brain of yours can think can be found. We've got mountains of content, some better, some worse. If none of it's of interest to you, you'd be the first. That's true. Can you imagine how that guy that's really into, like, big knees, like, felt when, like, other people started going, yeah, yeah, you know what, big knees are where it's at. Yeah! Like, he probably felt so happy and so seen, and everyone else felt so scared and so confused. It's a beautiful thing when you think about it. And also very concerning. So happy the cats are doing great. Yeah, it's all gonna be okay. You might be a sucker for cuteness, but you're very nice to care about. Oh, that's very nice of you. I'm glad that you feel that way, Hades. I hope that I could find nice peeps to take care of the cats, though. They can't stay here. I can't do that forever. The kittens are really cute, but they really do test your ability to take care of them. Sometimes you're just like, I don't want to wake up. You guys will be okay for another 2 hours, and then you have to force yourself out of bed and you want to die every second. But they're cute. They're worth it. They're just... Says the red buttoner. People, I think, are feeling really intense about I in no way, shape, or form am saying this is like a thing where I'm trying to like make the person feel bad or uncomfortable. But someone said for certain they'd know I'd press the blue button based on my streams, but I think just based on like statistics and like knowing how statistics work, I think the majority of people wouldn't do that if push came to shove, so I don't know. If you're talking about me, then I got that wrong. The only part I'm like, oh, no worries, no worries. If you're talking about the button thing, I think that everyone has like a lot of really, really intense feelings about it. What button? It's the button thing with Mr. Beast. I feel like it's kind of like so far out there and people keep putting like different ideologies on it that everyone's just been getting really angry about it. Like it's become like a moral dilemma for people. To the point where everyone is kind of putting their own threshold of understanding on it and going like, yeah, these guys good, this guy bad. So, I don't know. I don't think that either are bad or evil. Also, thank you, Azoth. Please sleep well, please sleep well. I'm tired of hearing about buttons, that's fair. I've just seen so many people angry at others and going like, they don't understand, they should die. And it's like, what do you mean? Everyone calm down. But what I like, I hadn't considered that Mr. Beast would be associated with the button by virtue of being the most mainstream person to repost it. Yeah, he's the person that I think got it into everyone's, like, brains and stuff. The button thing confused my small brain. Oh, hello, Lonnie. I hope you're doing well. That's completely understandable. I think that it's, people put a lot of their morals and ideologies on it. In both directions. It's easy to reflect on for everyone. I feel like it's so abstract, though, that people are feeling like they're morally superior, but without ever, like, really being in that situation, though. It's really intense. I think that anyone that, like, wants to think about it and picks a specific side with it could be right about it. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Here's the moral dilemma for you. Thank you, Dobble. Hope you're doing well. What's up with buttons? No more buttons. No more buttons. Your heart says blue, but your brain says red? Did Gen Z discover the prisoner dilemma or something? It's a little bit more simplistic than the prisoner dilemma, but it's also confusing. It's essentially, would you risk your life for people that don't comprehend, how the game works? Because if you comprehend it, you are in no danger whatsoever. Red, because I have been betrayed by people very close to me. If I can't trust people that I thought I knew, how can I trust humanity with the blue button? I think that, like, the thing is, it's not a matter of, like, feeling betrayed by humanity. It's just that the majority of people are going to look at it as something where it's needless. What if you press both buttons? That data was not presented. You're saying they're all posers until you get into a real button death game. Pretty much. I know it sounds bad, but like I think people would change a lot with that. When it comes to like a real button death game, the majority of people would probably not want to risk their life for it. But on the other hand, I've seen people go like, I wouldn't want to live in a world where there were only people that press the red button, and it's like, what is going on? What is happening? I don't think it's an inherently evil choice. It's getting crazy. 50% press the blue or red. Either way, you're safe if you press red. You only risk death if you press blue, but 51% of people have to press blue in order for people to survive. Red button for those that believe in humanity's intelligence. Blue button if you think humans overall are very dumb. Well, then people get into, like, what if children are pressing it and they didn't know any better? You have to save those children and the elderly and the people that would want to end their life and stuff like that. So I just think it's a little bit odd. The important takeaway point is all of this is that your kittens are cute as a button. There you go. Stop, please. Yeah, sorry. It's something where people go back and forth consistently. I think it's been discussed to death, and people are always going to argue about it forever. So, good luck, everyone. It's hard not to talk about, though, because people have such strong opinions on it. Back to Magnus. There's no rule against explaining it to children, is there? Yeah, there isn't. But on the other hand, what if they didn't? Okay, they're... Anyway, if you press the red, you were voting for everyone who pressed blue to die. That's putting a tremendous amount of personal responsibility on others, though. Like, I think that's what people feel like as well. Like, if they just see it as this is the correct option, and this is the one people should do to have the least amount of danger, everyone should press this one. When it comes to, like, the blue one, you have to... What? Yeah, because there's no danger if people press the red one. Okay, alright, that's it. That's it. I don't think there's any way to, like, actually argue this to people. I don't think anyone is going to see it from anyone else's perspective. Just videotape the most beloved celebrities pressing blue. Okay. People are fascinated with death. I don't think it's even related to, like, death. I think it's become, like, this thing where people go, like, this is the correct thing to do. Everyone else is a buffoon. But I think that everyone has, like, their specific reasons for choosing those, like, things, and everyone's just getting pretty pissed. Had enough of this Twitter stuff. Yeah, it's too much. I apologize. I think, Iris's apple of discord now comes in button form for easy online consumption, the apple of chaos. I think that even if someone is disagreeing with you on it, they're usually not doing it with the intention of harming you or harming others. And they're not doing it just to be stupid. So, there you go. There you are. People forget a lot nowadays, being different is okay. Yeah, I think that everyone will eventually calm down on it. Tell that to the right... Wait, no, that's what they believe. Rubik's... People aren't, like, intentionally trying to be dumber than you on a different political spectrum to make you feel better. Everyone has their specific, like, reasons for believing what they believe, and they could explain them to you in simple terms, but you might not agree with them because you have a different world experience. But no one's trying to do anything to harm each other, usually, and no one's trying to do anything to, like, intentionally be stupid. I don't know. That's a big thing. Okay, we're chilling. Okay. You mean the radical left? No, guys, there's no political parties. There's no political parties. They're a distraction. They're a distraction for everyone for all of time and humanity. No, don't put it on emote only. No. Aw. I'm gonna turn emote only off. We're just gonna watch the next episode. No. I could talk to chat. No, it's my stream. Emote only off. Okay. There we go. I was gonna say, please try to just be respectful if other people are, in a different way than you. Because ultimately you're just being positioned against other people. So, society can go in a really good direction for people that control all of the money in society and all of the power. And you get less and less. Don't give up. Try to see the humanity in others. Never, don't do that, please. Okay. How do I turn that one off? Please turn that one off. No. Oh. Well, I'm sad about that, but I can't do anything. Thank you for turning it off. Okay, phew. Alright. We're gonna just continue with the episodes, because the mods want me to move on. Sorry, I should've.
Hey everyone, Alex here. I'd just like to take a moment to thank...
There we go, we're back on it. This is episode 127, Remains to be Seen. There we go. No, you don't have to apologize for bringing it up. It's all good. I apologize for talking about it. I have not been very respectful of the mods. I apologize for turning off emote only too.
Statement of Dr. Jonathan Fanshawe regarding the months leading up to the death and autopsy of Albrecht von Closen. Original statement given as part of a letter to Jonah Magnus, November 21st, 1831. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, the archivist. Statement begins. Jonah, I must first and foremost decline your generous offer of a medical position servicing Millbank Penitentiary. While the terms you have laid out are, no doubt, more than adequate, I have, of these last months, come to the unfortunate conclusion that our intimacy and friendship must cease immediately. I do not know what interest you have in the poor condemned souls within those walls, nor do I care to guess. In the light of what I have so recently witnessed, I can no longer in good conscience associate with any of your endeavours, nor will I continue to collect or provide those accounts of the esoteric and otherworldly that you and your institute so eagerly require. Consider this the severing of our acquaintance. This cannot come as a shock to you. Surely you must have understood what you were asking when you implored me to visit with Albrecht and apply my meagre skills to the illness that beset him. You must have known the nature of that illness, even if only in the most general terms, and no doubt you had some intuition as to its cause. But should all this be a true surprise to you, then I shall do my best to explain, and hope that any revelations contained herein may sway you from the path you have started upon. I arrived at Albrecht's estate early in April. The trees were dense with renewed greenery, and the rain drummed heavily on the carriages as we approached. I remember it so clearly. The smell of the rain cut through with an unexpected whiff of smoke, but as we got closer I saw the orange glow of flame through the trees. My first thought was that the house had caught fire, and I would arrive only to a scorched ruin and blackened bone, but as we got closer I could see that it was a single tree that was burning, a gnarled and ancient elm that sat removed from the rest of the forest. A small crowd surrounded the spectacle. One man, who I took to be a groundskeeper, stood closer than the others, with a lit torch in his hand. On my instruction, the driver pulled closer, though the horses were nervous, and I asked the man why they were burning the tree when the rain was coming down so heavily. Surely it could have waited for drier weather. The man simply shrugged. My German is fine, though I have had little cause to use it of late, but his accent was thick, and all that I could get from him was a sense of resignation, and the insistence that his master, who I took to be Albrecht, wanted the tree dead. I am sure that he used that word, though, not burned, not removed or destroyed. Dead. I resolved to ask Albrecht about it when I saw him. As it transpired, that was some time later than I had anticipated. As I'm sure you're aware, Albrecht's wife Carla was taken by a fever some years ago, and his sons were away at school, so it was the housekeeper who greeted me when I arrived. Greta, her name was, a pleasant, red-faced young woman with a smattering of English that she insisted on using at every opportunity. Once I dressed in dry clothes, she brought some food and a drop of brandy, all the while making apologies that the master of the house was indisposed. I did tell her that I was a doctor, and specifically visiting in order to help end any indisposition, but she just shook her head and told me he'd see me when he was ready. The house seemed so empty. The rain battered on the window and the clocks ticked away in every room, but there seemed no sound of life to be found anywhere. As I sat in the drawing room, I realized Greta had left the door behind me open to the corridor beyond. I tried to ignore it, simply drink my brandy and continue waiting. But I could not ignore the sensation that someone was out there, watching behind me. The corridor was dark, and I thought for a second I could make out a shape crouched there. But there was nothing, so I closed the door. Eventually evening came, and Greta informed me that dinner was served. I ate alone, sat in a long dining hall that seemed to have far too many windows. Turning behind me, I saw Greta watching me from the doorway. Her face held nothing of malice in it that I could discern, but still I was uneasy. I called, trying to dismiss her, but she didn't seem to hear me. I retired back to the drawing room to smoke my pipe, but even that simple, reassuring action brought me no comfort, and I made my way to the room I had been given without ever once having seen my elusive host. I noted that the window looking over my bed had neither blind nor shutter, and I was all at once very aware of my candle and the sickly illumination it spread over everything. The point of light reflected back in the glass like the glint of an eye. I did not sleep well that night. The feeling of being under observation did not lessen, and I remained unsure of the exact nature of this errand, an errand, I remind you, Jonah, I undertook at your insistence. Eventually a fitful sleep found me, and I had some measure of peace. It was still dark when I awoke, and that feeling had intensified to a terrifying measure. I was now certain that something was in the room with me, staring at me. I reached over and took a match, striking it against the bedpost. And there, looming over me, was a face, pale and shaking. The eyes were sunken, and the cheeks were dirty and unshaved. It was the face of Ulbrecht von Closen. In the light, his eyes met mine, and his mouth began to work furiously, repeating the same phrase over and over, increasing in volume until he was screaming it into my face. Leg sie alle zurück. Leg sie alle zurück. Put them back. Put them back. I felt a sharp pain in my fingers as the match burnt down, and I dropped it with a cry. The room disappeared into darkness once again, and when my scrabbling hands had gotten another lit, he was gone, and I was alone. I did not sleep any further that night. When the sun finally crept through my uncovered window, I dressed quickly. Greta's pleas that I come down for breakfast were roundly ignored, and I started throwing open any door I had not yet seen behind, looking for my host. I found him in the library, where a fire already blazed in a feeble attempt to keep the morning chill at bay. He stood in front of it, eyes lost in the flame, looking every bit as feeble and worn as he had when he crouched over my bed the night before. I shut the door behind me, before Greta could object, and demanded to know why he had come into my room. He apologized in such a pitiful tone that the anger seemed to abandon me all at once. He seemed so small. He gestured for me to take a seat, and I did. As he walked the shelves, stroking the spines of each book in turn, I started to ask him about his health, and explained why I was there, but he showed not the slightest sign that he was listening. I had them rebound last year, he said. Damp can do terrible things to a book. I told him I was certain that that was the case, but I must insist we talk about his health. Again he ignored me. Instead, he took the seat opposite me and started to tell me a story, and then another, and another. A stream of strange tales began to pour out of him, and I just sat there, transfixed, desperately wishing I had the strength of will to stand and leave, but all I could do was listen. He told me of a seamstress who laced her body with fine black thread, and when she pulled it all out in a single swift motion, her skin dropped away like a loose shift. He told me of a man so scared to die, he spent a year weaving a rope blindfolded, so that he would not know the length, and could not foresee the moment it would tighten around his neck when he finally threw himself into the void. He told me of a fire that burns so hot and fierce that to even know about it is enough to burn a man's tongue from his head. He told me so many terrible things. And at the end of it all, the only thing I could think to ask him was where he read them. My eyes darted to the books that surrounded us, but Albrecht laughed at this and placed his hands across a spine that was simply labelled a warning. For a moment, he looked as though he were about to wrench it from its place and hurl it into the fire. But it passed. He turned back to me. "You do not understand," he said to me in German. "I do not read the books. They read me." I did not ask him to clarify further. I got the key to my room from Greta and made sure, this time, that the door was locked as I slept. As my stay progressed, I learned more of his condition. I would have initially described it as a natural mania that had found a totemic focus on the books of his library. But when he finally told me the story of how he discovered them, and the awful tomb from which they were retrieved, I began to suspect that perhaps the books had brought some contaminant into Albrecht's home, which had gradually corroded his mind. I had neither the time nor equipment to conduct the sort of tests that might have confirmed such things, but I became convinced that removing the books would go some way to addressing his health concerns. I expected some stiff resistance on the subject, but Albrecht's response seemed closer to relief than any sort of distress. He simply asked if I would help, and to my eternal regret, I agreed. What shall I tell you, Jonah, about this fool's errand? That damnable journey we embarked upon? Shall I regale you with the awful experiences of transporting a library's worth of books through the Black Forest? Perhaps I should write you an in-depth account of finding that ancient cemetery, of descending into that bleak and frozen mausoleum. Or would you prefer to hear about the hours we spent placing volume after volume on empty grey shelves, ignoring how out of place the new bindings appeared against the antique stonework? No. I'm sure all you want to know was how Albrecht died. Why it was that as I replaced the last book taken from that place, I heard his scream from the top of the stairs and ran up to find him sprawled and dead before the stone coffin. But I cannot answer that. I do not know how he died. I saw nothing and no one with him, and his body seemed whole and undamaged. But I do have some idea as to why it happened. For as I filled those dead shelves with freshly bound volumes, I could not help but notice that every page was blank. I have since checked with Paynes, who I believe to be your preferred bookbinders, and I know that the books poor Albrecht was returning to the grave were not the books that were taken. I hope they bring you much wisdom, Jonah, for the cost was dear enough. Nothing stood in the way of my retreat, and I dragged Albrecht's body back as far as the coach. We left that awful place, and I have endeavoured most acutely to forget the route. Before he was buried, I was able to secure permission to perform an autopsy. I had some thought as to discovering the cause of his sudden, violent passing. Do I need to tell you what I found, Jonah? Do I need to detail what covered his organs, his bones, the inside of his skin? What clustered together in their dozens and all turned as one to focus on me as I opened his chest, their pupils constricting in the light, with irises of every hue and colour. Because whatever it was that did this to him, I know in my heart that it is your fault. I have had the body burned. Please do not write to me again. Your obedient servant, Dr. Jonathan Fanshawe. Statement ends.
Jeez.
Disconcerting to find my namesake in a statement, especially one connected so directly to the Institute. I can only hope breaking faith with Jonah Magnus didn't go too badly for him. Jonah Magnus. I've never really given much thought to him. Not nearly as much as I should have. I suppose I had always hoped there was a chance he was innocent in all this. I know. But I just hoped that maybe the founding of the Institute was in earnest, and not simply the foundation stone for all the terrible things that have happened here. But no, whatever is happening now has its origins 200 years ago, in the work of an evil man. Exactly 200 years, in fact. Don't think that little detail has evaded me. I don't know the precise date the Institute was founded, but I do know that it was in 1818. Something's coming. I know it is.
I'm such a jokester. Yeah.
But I just don't know what I need to do. Now, come in, Basira.
I was waiting for you to finish.
I know.
Now he just knows.
I don't like that you started doing that.
I know. How's Melanie?
How do you think?
I should probably talk to...
You should probably stay as far away as possible. She doesn't want to see you.
No, of course. She has...
But she did want me to apologize from her for the shoulder.
Oh.
Aww.
It's fine. Scalpel wounds. They heal quickly.
Scalpel wounds?
Too quickly, really.
Already.
Just another scar for the collection.
Okay.
Do you think it worked? Is she...
I don't know.
What happened to Melanie?
She seems more coherent, I guess.
They did surgery on her while
and
she
did
was
get
awake.
an apology. She says she can cry now, which is
which
progress.
Is good.
I think
she lived.
She's still angry, but she hasn't attacked anyone. Not even sure she has it in her anymore.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
They stole her ghost bullet. Yeah. She had the devil in her. They exorcised her.
Building. Major injuries scar it fast. You can force the truth out of people, and knowledge pops into your head whenever you need it.
Yes, I think that about covers it.
And what was that you were doing yesterday?
When?
You were sat on the floor for like 4 hours.
Oh, no, I was listening. I was trying to see if any of the statements called
meditation.
To me.
And?
He's having prophetic stuff going on.
Look, I don't know, Basira. I hope I'm still human, but it's seeming more and more unlikely.
I didn't ask.
No,
I think you can do that and still be human.
Don't snoop in my head.
I'm not snooping. I'm not looking. That's not how this works.
Explain it, then.
I'm not sure I can.
Humor me.
It's hard. It's like there's a door in my mind, and behind it is the entire ocean. Before, I didn't notice it, but now I know it's there, and I can't forget it, and I can feel the pressure of the water on it. I can keep it closed,
it's very
but
interesting.
sometimes when I'm around people or places or ideas, a drop or two will push through the cracks at the edges of the door.
That sounds terrible to know what everyone thinks of you all of the time.
Know something.
What happens if you open the door?
Can't hide gravity. It's
drown.
kind of like... So, I think this is the first
sorry,
time we
Basira.
really start to
will
understand that
try
this
to
might
keep
be...
anything I learn about you to myself.
It's a little bit like the
priorities
cognito
haven't
hazard.
changed. I hope you can believe that.
Ooh.
I'm still on your side. You can trust me.
Yeah. People keep saying that.
Do they? Who else? Did Martin say something?
It was a few months back, after the attack. He'd started spending time with Lucas. At least he
Legal
said he
death?
was.
Kind of.
And I wanted answers. He kept telling me to trust him, to hear the guy out, even though he still wouldn't actually show his face. I told him he could drop me an email or vanish me.
Right.
Honestly, I kind of regret not just grabbing Martin and shaking an explanation out of him. I didn't want to push it. He was in a bad place, what with the attack and his mum and everything, so I didn't press it. Now I try and bring it up. He just disappears. Nothing to be done.
So sorry, you said what happened with his mother?
Oh, yeah. She died. About 2 months after you, Martin was... He tried to stay strong, keep it together, but that sort of thing. Then those flesh things burst in, and well, here we are.
God.
He didn't tell you?
No.
Guess you don't know everything then.
No, I guess not. So what do we do now?
You tell me. Just don't expect much on trust these days.
Yes, I suppose that's fair.
So, I think what we're learning from this, at least like what I'm picking up, is that it sounds like somewhat like sometimes these things almost seem like cognito hazards. Like the more you communicate with them, the worse it can get.
Of course.
At least from what I'm seeing.
You wanted to see me?
Yes.
Something too important to tell the inspector?
Maybe I just wanted to have a chat.
Well, good luck with that.
I found one of these in my cell. It wasn't recording, but I assume this means he's awake.
Oh, so they're related to Jonathan specifically.
Can we cut the bullshit?
What bullshit might that be?
The part where you pretend you don't spend your whole time watching us.
Sometimes I'm eating.
You know he's back. You've seen him.
Fine. Yes.
So what's with the recorder? Who gave it to you?
Oh, no, that
really
did just appear in my cell.
Right, so what? You figured you'd record us for him? So some distrust from afar?
Our arrangement with the inspector notwithstanding, I rather feel that right now all the distrust is very much your own. And as to whether he'll ever hear this, maybe he'll get the tapes, maybe he won't, but the recordings have helped so far, so...
Do you know what they are?
What a question.
Fine. So you won't see him, but you're happy for him to hear our conversations?
He can listen all he wants, but he's at a very delicate stage right now, and I fear my presence would be a distraction. I've made it clear my cooperation is contingent on his not seeing me, and my terms have been accepted thus far.
So why am I here? What do you want that's so important you needed to tell me to my face?
I believe you recently lost Melanie.
We saved Melanie.
As a person, yes. But as a defender, I would have thought you would want all the help you could get. Or have you forgotten what happened last time you let your guard down?
We'll work it out.
Possibly. Then again, you are beset by enemies on all sides, Sarah. And unless you expect John to record them into submission, it would seem you're in rather dire need of another option.
And you just happen to have one?
I might have an idea, yes.
And what does it cost?
Just some of your time, Basira. Just your time.
Sacrifice your colleagues? Well, that's what they were doing for quite some time.
Let's hear it.
They were all very aggressive with it. Why'd you turn it off? I wanted to hear what was gonna happen. How could you? But I think this was the first time that we kind of got an insight into like how they keep getting random people to do their bidding. It seems like initially they're like, oh, this is cool, and then slowly it starts to get a little bit more intense and more intense. To the point where, like, then they're just like, oh, that's not ideal. And what Elias wants to keep doing. Elias is an interesting character because things seem to be going pretty well under him, and they're kind of different now. For whatever reason, Martin isn't allowed to speak to the other people working there. Martin did let Lucas sacrifice his mother. Maybe. We have yet to see it. It's also possible she just died. She also seemed to hate him. She also just seemed to hate him. Like, completely 100%. Like, just relentlessly hated him. Which is really intense for a big character reveal, especially for a character so sensitive. I know, like, when that thing specifically came out, a lot of people, well, at least a couple of people were like, that wouldn't be too bad. For Martin, I think it was really rough. I 100% believe Lucas killed her. It's just, did Martin let him? Maybe. It's getting pretty interesting because it's getting to the deeper parts of the show where you actually start to see what's going on a little more and a little more. It clicks? Yeah. Also, the projectile just getting upgraded for this like 100 times has been amazing. We can destroy everything. It sounds like he's trying to manifest his own ability through isolation and removing his own mother through his life. Maybe. To be fair, his mom was kind of like, for anyone that wasn't here for that episode, his mom was like really intense. Can I attack them yet? No. He had a toxic relationship, but he was severely dependent either way. What happens, drop after you cut the anchor? That's true. Martin's like a very sensitive character, it seems like. Oh, is this the gold one? Oh, hell yeah. Get him, get him, get him. Yo, that was rough. I thought it was really cool, though. The voice acting for it was really solid. But yeah, that was episode 127, I think? We're on episode 128 now. It's up to you guys. Do you want to do more, or do you want to take a little bit of a break? We haven't had an incredibly long stream, but we can keep going if you guys want to hear one more episode. It's up to you. He was a mama's boy, but his mom was not an Alex lady. Oh. Why do you guys keep saying Alex? One more, please? We'll do one more. We'll do one more. This is the person that's been tired this entire time. My throat's just hurt this entire time. Like, I've gotten an earache and my throat is hurt. But it hasn't been that bad. I really, 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 really wanted to stream. I was very much like, I need to do this. I'm so tired, but I want to. You gotta stop eating cheese. This is the first time I've accidentally eaten cheese in like a long while. It was not a good idea. But it was a vegetarian restaurant, not a vegan restaurant, and I just assumed the cheese was vegan. But that being said, I won't eat it again. I wanted to retry it because Little Prince like tore some of the food out of it. I still ate most of it, but if we're doing another, we gotta run more ads. Okay. Vegetarian. There's a lot of good vegetarian dishes out there, though. There are a lot of good vegetarian dishes. I did see someone, I didn't see who it was, but I did see someone say that the world was inherently, like, messed up and everything was going poorly. I don't really want to create that vibe, so I'm gonna try really hard to not talk about anything too rough going on. Please don't feel that way. Please don't tell other people the world is just gonna be too harsh to deal with. Not in, like, a negative way towards you, but We'll try really hard to make it into a healthier, happier time so everyone can feel happier, and it's gonna be okay. It really will. Things are not as bad as they could be. We still have a lot of really good stuff going on in the world, and things are gonna be okay. No. Things are not bad. Things are not bad. Things are gonna be okay. Things are gonna be okay. Yo, look at that. Yo. There we go. The world is hard to escape. Ooh. Social media in general, people focus on the bad and skip the good for the most part. That is true. There's been a lot of really positive stuff going on in the world as well. People are still helping each other and things are going good. You're alive still, aren't you? Yeah, things are gonna get even better. One of the best things you can do for yourself is just hype yourself up immensely all of the time and say that things are going well. Apparently it does actually improve your overall mood. If you can do that. It might be hard, but we can do it. We can gaslight ourselves into believing everything is okay every second. And things will get inherently better over time. Even if it sounds impossible. Yes, gaslight yourself into believing the world is perfect and things are going to get better and better. The quality of your life will go it'll go through the roof, baby. It'll go through the roof. So try your best on that front. It's over. No. We're so back. You gotta say we're so back. Try saying that consistently hundreds of times a day to yourself. You can do it. You You can do it. Your thoughts are not you. Your negative thoughts and expectations are not you. You got this, honey. You got this. Oh, I shouldn't have got that one. Crap. We're on the last stretch of it. That won't help. But no, that was the best thing we could have done. I still like the look of the piggy bank. It looks cute. Depressed people often convince themselves that sad music will help them deal with stuff. Oh, interesting. I did not even know that. I did not know that. They're wrong. Happy music is more effective. Let's go for happy then. I think that things are going well in the Magnus archive. We're learning about the adventures and the secrets, and look at how happy they all are. They're doing well. They saved that woman from the evil devil bullet. Huh. It's also good to center yourself before you go to bed. Let's center ourselves too then. Let's do it. Let's do it, baby. We're gonna have a good time centering ourselves on the good stuff. It's a lot of explosions. Exactly. We got like 15 upgrades. So we have tons of projectiles. Easy peasy. Life is easy. Look at this. All right. Anything that you're thinking is too negative, you got this. We went... Okay, we'll take that. We'll take that. The corruption's getting pretty high, but it's good. We get to see a lot of cool little dudes because of that. Let's go for that. Let's also go for this. Get out of here. Get out of here. Yo! Are you winning? We are indeed winning. We have enough, stone to get into the last area. You're so close. Yeah, baby! Take a look at that! Let's go! So don't feel too rough. Don't feel too rough. Everything is gonna get better. You can do it. If you're ever feeling like things are impossible, remember all of the things you've gotten through so far and how they weren't the end of the world. You got through it. You got through it. I did try to swim to the bottom searching for the root, unable to find it. The fake it till you make it technique is much better, I agree. Yeah, let's go, baby! Let's go. What are some things you're looking forward to? The back rooms? The back rooms? The backed rooms? There's, hokum? There's, what are some other fun things? Yo, we got the treasure sling. The backed rooms. There's always new SCP-ed. People constantly make them. Beautiful stuff there. Life pack until the backed rooms, unironically. That sounds like coordinates. Arwen. As long as it's not to my home. As long as it's not to my home. How's Porcelain doing? Porcelain is fat. Porcelain is fat and happy. He's a very happy little kitty. He's very round. All the cats surviving has been really cool, too. That sounds really intense, but, like, they don't usually do that. If you want to foster kittens, you have to accept that some of them might die unless you go crazy, and even then they can still die. Even if you put all of your time and effort into them, they can still die. It's insane. Oh, they're cute, though. Oh, wow. Wait, I want to show you guys this one. I have one more of the GameCube. I have one more of the kitty next to the GameCube. What's interesting is that they're so small, but their cognitive functions are about on the same level as the other cats, so I think they're the same age. Okay, one more. Oh, this is a good one. Oh, interesting. Yes. Okay, it's not over yet, but it'll be easier from here. Exactly. You got this. I did a good job of taking care of them. I did my best. I think I had a lot of time and a lot of help. I was able to take the time I needed to whenever they needed that, so that was something I'll always very much appreciate. Let me grab these real fast. So, this is what I wanted to show you. This is an alternative shot from the GameCube one. This'll make it so you can keep going in life. You did your best? Yeah. I would have been devastated if one of them had died, though. I'm never, ever fostering kittens again. Take a look. Look at that tail. Look at how triangle it is. Look at how beautifully shaped. Nothing bad is in the world if that little kitty can keep going. Okay. I'm hyping myself up too. Small, very, very, very tiny. Itty bitty little baby. The other cats are gigantic in comparison. They're such a handful. They are a handful, but look at how cute. Look at how adorable. Look at that perfect little triangle tail. They're like 6 inches long. Yes, they're like 4 sauce packets. That cat's tail looks like a fractal fern. Oh, it does! That's cute! That's a nice GameCube, thank you. But they're doing pretty good. Pets for the baby. This cat also really likes being picked up and held, and like if you walk in, they want to like hang out with you. Everything is gonna be okay. Just keep trying in life. Try until you're going crazy. You'll keep going. You can do this. That GameCube's bigger. The GameCube is the same size as before. Oh, actually, it does have the GBA thing, I think, on the bottom. They be getting chubby. They are chubby. They are very chubby. Woke up this morning. Good morning. Hold Throngler like a hamburger. I hold her like a little tiny baby, and then I swing her body back and forth a teeny tiny bit, like very gently. And she looks like, what is this for? Like I hold her by the shoulders, like very gently, and I wiggle her, and she looks at me like this is for something specific. Is there like a medical reason to do that? Like to test their reflexes? Because they all go completely limp. If the GameCube aspires to be bigger in life, it can too. There you go. There you go. There you are. Smile like the rising sun, 3 little birds. Yeah. People like smoking devil's lettuce and listening to that specific reggae song. There you are. There you go. It's fun wiggling them. It's really cute. They wiggle just a little bit. You can see their tummies, and then they look at you confused like this is for some reason, right? Why? What? Did I join smoking lettuce? No. The devil's lettuce. If you don't know what it is, that's good. You've protected yourself. A little GameCube bed would be so nice. That's true. I should let them sleep on the GameCube if they want. The kittens need toys down there, though. I don't know what to give kittens that age. I've heard that, like, empty toilet paper rolls are actually, like, the best thing you can give them. Like, they go crazy for those. Oh, I have, like, 40 of them. I've been collecting them. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna throw, like, 40 of them in there and see what happens. Yeah! You don't want no part in this? Wait, you don't want to listen to reggae music? Devil's lettuce, also known as jazz cabbage. Oh, really? You should get them each a Pragmata PR box. I think that Oreo and Michael have staked claim to it. I think the others aren't really into that video game. We have so many toilet paper rolls and so many kittens. Yeah, let's go, baby! A handgun and an 8-ball. Kittens will love it. No. 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 Don't give your cats weapons. No. Oh, no. They need an iPad to play Minecraft on? They do. Would that make them happy? Maybe. Alright. What about the bee? I could play with them with the bee. They've never been introduced to the bee. They were actually, like, way too small before. Alright. I'm gonna play with the bee with the kittens. We're gonna see what happens. They might go crazy for it. The other reason I don't is because the 4, like, bigger kittens, like, oh, I should play with Heavenly Kitten with the bee, too. But the 4 bigger kittens, when they see the bee is being played with, they'll shove the other ones aside to play with the bee. They're getting to be around the age where they're cognitive, and what's really funny is Little Prince has only been here for, like, a month, but he now is just like, who are these guys? Get him out of here! He doesn't like the kittens, even though he is just another kitten that wandered into the house and, like, now, like, eats here and, like, hangs out here. He feels, like, territorial and just like, what are these guys doing here? I hate these dudes. And it's like, dude, you've been here for a month. You're new. He feels, like, the most aggressive towards them, just like, nah, get out of here. I don't need you. And the other ones are all very polite to the kittens, like, oh, they're really little babies. Oh, goodness. Like, they're all secure and, like, chill. And Prince is just like, you gotta get out of here. I found something good here. You gotta get out of here. Yeah. Alright, so this next one is called Heavy Goods. This will be the last one we listen to for the night. and then I'm go play with the kittens. Little Prince was there for like 2 days longer. I think it was like a week. I think it was like 6 days. Oh my god, it feels like it's been years and also like a few hours since they got here. Prince is trying to protect his mom from the strange creatures. I think he just doesn't like them. I think that he understands that they're not a threat, but he's just like, you're moving in on my home. This is for me and the 3 other cats that lived here before. Everyone else get out. Like, that's really funny. All right, here's one more. Heavy Goods, episode 128.
Magnus Archive.
Yeah, baby. We got this one. Oh.
Episode
This is a weird one.
128. Heavy Goods.
Let's go for the leprechaun, and let's go for... I guess we could go for... Wow, propaganda I've used a lot, actually. Cool. Monsters don't give you XP anymore. This one's also very fun. Let's try it over here.
Don't say a word.
John, don't turn on the light. Go get Melanie, quickly.
It's all right, Basira. I know he's here.
So what are you doing?
I imagine he's here to deliver something. Thought it might need signing for.
Odd episode.
That's right. Just wanted to drop off a package.
He sounds
Right.
like John.
Look, what the hell is this? Did you bring him here?
No.
Is he here for revenge?
I don't know. Ask him.
Like he's going to answer me.
Fine.
Is this just John's voice actor?
Are you here for revenge?
Yeah, just like when I fed the copper to the pit.
Easy, Basira. What pit?
In here. Realised that I'm not tied to it anymore. Not on my own. Thought you could have it. Pay your respects, like.
Daisy's in there.
That's his name. Then sure, it's in there. Whatever's left. Find out if you like.
Would you please drop that ridiculous voice?
Apologies. It's preferred like so.
Christ, that's worse. What is your real voice?
That doesn't sound like a real Russian accent.
Nicholas
I also
said you
do
were
a fake
funny.
one.
Didn't believe it.
What do you want? Why are you here?
Just saying.
Why are you here?
Dunno. It's not right. On my own.
It's interesting they
Not
have
right.
to reply to him and tell him.
No point in doing it on my own. Don't know what happens now. Thought I might kill you. Missed my chance. Thought I might just deliver something. So here's a coffin. In case you want to join your friend.
Get out.
Sarah.
Get out.
Make me.
Stop.
What are you doing?
John, what are you doing?
What are you... Stop it. Stop it. No.
Oh.
Enough. Stop looking at me.
John?
It's fine. Get me a pen. Please.
Oh.
Statement of the surviving half of the being calling itself Brecon and Hope. Regarding its existence. Statement extracted from subject. 3rd March 2018. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, the archivist. Statement begins. We started in a plague. Not like the nasty crawlers, but like bringing any other doom. We had a cart of corpses, faces twisted, screaming, leaking pus. Knock on doors and cry roughly to bring their dead to us. I tended the shrunken, mangy mule, and he took the remains on shoulder slinging them onto the stinking pile. I remember it clear, the fear on their faces as we rolled towards their hovels. Mud-caked peasant or bloated lord, every one of them saw us coming and trembled. It wasn't the plague they feared, it wasn't the death that waited in our wagon. It was us. Two strangers rolling towards them, unstoppable and uncertain, wearing faces they would only half remember, bringing a fate they would beg their god to forget.
Pulled this out of his
They could
brain.
not hate us, any more than they might have hated the rock that falls on them from a crumbling cliff. They did not know us, but they knew what we might do to them, what we might bring them. And we did. Villages that might have no bodies for us when we arrived would pile high our cart before we left. We did not kill them, did not lift a finger. We were the bringers of their awful fate, not its executors. They knew this and feared us in kind, and we drank it down, the taste of it sweeter than the food that now rotted on our plates or the drink that curdled in our cups. And we both tasted it together. When we left our destination, the mule whining at the new weight behind it, he would reach behind us and find a face, sagging, sloughing off its skull, and would pull it to him. He'd place it over the one he wore already, and he would laugh and laugh and laugh. Sometimes it fell off, sometimes it stayed for weeks. I kept the face we chose, but I loved him for our levity, and the corpses piled ever higher. We served aboard the Robert Small, bodies of the time crammed into uniform as sloppily as any would expect. Enlistment wasn't needed, nor was drafting. We were on the list for any crew that deserved us, and we were fitting deckhands for the Robert Small as it made its slow and mournful passage to Australia. The quartermaster was too precise, though, and in counting out the rations saw us for what we were. I ate the quartermaster's pen. He ate the quartermaster's tongue. And that was that. The journey was magnificent. No waiting, no searching for a delivery. Every moment moved us towards the completion of the task and the culmination of our charge's terror. Poor wretches who emerged from Millbank with tales of Australia and its cruelties on their lips, bundled into the cramped and creaking ship that would drag them away from everything they loved, and towards everything they feared. That was the first time we saw what would become this place, the Eye's pedestal. But we were drunk on the dawning horror of transportation and took no heed of it. A young man named Jack tried to leap overboard. When he caught the lad, there was such begging and pleading as you've never heard, just to let them drown, allow the sea to take its due. But he just laughed, and Jack died on dry land as they had always been meant to. We were conductors on a train. Prim suits and scowls, a relentless beast of steam and iron that never seemed to get you exactly where you wanted to be unless there was something dreadful waiting for you. We punched tickets, ignored questions, and threw off those that looked like they were having too fine a time of it. We didn't like this job. Too many sat aboard dreaming sweetly of progress and the future, too few alive to the truth of dirt and struggle in front of them. We woke those we could, but too many stepped off with a smile. We had some luggage once, a thrumming silk-wrapped thing of the Spider, hiding away in an old steamer trunk. We stepped heavy through the dining car and found an old woman near the caboose. "Something strange in the luggage car," he said, and I finished as was our way. "You should come and see it." She stood and walked with us readily enough, though tears flowed silent down her cheeks and patterned onto the faded carpet. The Spider's always an easy job, no fuss, no complications, everything planned and prepared. It knows too much to truly be a stranger, but hides its knowing well enough to endure. We knew she wouldn't scream as she was hollowed out and drunk, but still he thought best to cover the sounds with a laugh. He was always our humour, I remember our first automobile, black and reliable, just about presentable for the London auction houses we served. He squeezed its first owner until they stopped and dumped them in a river. And I stayed with the second until they didn't know who they were, any more than they knew what they were. And then we had a car. It was noisy and it juddered, but the name on the wooden siding was respectable, and now it was ours and good enough for Sotheby's. We moved a lot of things in those years, some of them even harmless. My favourite was the old knife, rusted from the trenches and lied about by a barking auctioneer. We delivered it to a leering banker who knew the second they saw us what they'd done. Sweat dripped from under their bowler hat as they took the knife from its dented metal case and screamed. They lunged at me, stabbing me over and through, then moved on to him. But he just laughed as the blade went in and out and no blood flowed from the holes they cut. And when the banker had screamed all the curses they had learned from German gas attacks, the knife turned back again and cut them, piece by piece. We delivered it back to Christie's, and that was the end of the auction jobs. Then were the good times, the circus times. We always take what jobs are before us, deliver whatever will bring that fear and misery, but there is no joy in carrying meat, in shifting, writhing spiral things. But with the circus we were among our own kind at last. They all had names, true enough, but none would dare pretend that names were real. Faces changed more often than clothes, and nobody truly knew who anybody was, save for their function within the show. We carried and lifted and helped the circus move towards its next destination, the next doomed town. Sometimes we joined the show, lifting weights and things that looked like animals. Sometimes we lifted members of the audience. Sometimes we even put them down again. Even in our stillness, people were afraid. The winter in Russia was cold, and in the icy air the absence of our breath was clear for all to see. I could taste their discomfort, but none ever mentioned it. We didn't like the puppet when Orsanov began to carve it. It seemed wrong to us to try and bring one like us about, to create or remake it in such a solid, static shape. We were wrong, of course. And when Orsanov carved into the thing that had once called itself Grimaldi, and fed the pieces they didn't need to the shuddering organist, even we found ourselves impressed. And when the faceless puppet peeled its creator and moved itself with their tendon strings, he looked at me, and laughed, and laughed. We followed her a while, but she was unpredictable, while we are things of point and purpose. When she lost the ancient skin, we went our separate ways and found ourselves a lorry, long and dirty grey. We drove the motorways and country roads and took great crates of nothing to and fro, driving towards a different sort of terror. It wasn't our cargo that brought fear then. We brought fear to our cargo. Smiling, waiting, patient by the road, with cardboard signs of gentle hopes. In they went to the back, that silent, heavy place, with boxes that seemed too big or too warm. They usually screamed as we drove and drove, fear thick in the air, and sometimes they died. Some tried to leap from the back into the road, and one even made it through. Most stayed, getting weaker and weaker, their cries fading away as hunger and thirst and despair took their final hold. But we were not content. He didn't laugh like he used to, driving aimless, waiting for the call, sat badly with us, who were meant to know our destination. We were meant to have a cargo and an address, so it was we found a man named Brecon, and we took everything they were until there was nothing left but the sweet taste of a broken soul's disquiet and confusion. We took the van and started to deliver once again. But we were reckless, desperate for the surety we had not felt since leaving the circus. And so we took the casket, a hungry thing of the earth, a crushing, choking tomb that will not let you die because it is too much what it is for death to find you there, within its mocking shape, buried alive. It was one like us that found it. A thing of shifting names and deja vu. A fool that believed because it found the coffin in chains, it would be an easy thing to control, to bargain with. But there was no remorse when the test finally failed and it fed on the thing that considered itself the master. No face to change in the cold dark earth, no eye to fool where it is now. But there was no mention of us in the deal, no thought to what might happen should a victim pass the test. And what happened was, we were stuck with it. It was still our cargo, nowhere to take it, no address or destination, so back in the van it went. A long time we've carried it, keeping it as close as it wants, not listening to it sing in the rain. Even when the mannequin that now called itself Orsinov came back to us, told us we could help the world unknow and fear again the coming of strangers, still we had to drag it with us, an unclaimed package. But I suppose it was worth it in the end, when that hunter killed him, when she took her violence of mindless instinct and unleashed it on us. It was there. It was waiting. I fed her to it. She took him from me, made us a me, and she doesn't get to die for that. She gets to live, trapped and helpless and entombed forever. No prey, no hunt, no movement. We failed, but I have at least that comfort. I am without him now. I am. I can feel myself fading. Weak, no reason to move, nothing to deliver. But I am no longer tied to the casket, so you can have it. You can stare at it, knowing how your feral friend suffers, knowing how powerless you are to help. And when you can't bear it any longer, knowing that you can climb in and join her. I have never known hate before. I have never known loss. But now they are with me always. And I desire nothing but to share them with you. Statement ends.
Here.
Thank you.
Was it worth it?
I don't know. Maybe.
Did you at least learn anything?
Well,
Daisy's alive. In there.
Right.
Visera, we can't.
Yeah, I can read.
Right.
So I give it to us.
I don't know. To taunt us, to lure us in as well. I saw that thing's mind. It's lost on its own. No partner, no purpose. I honestly think it just wanted to do another delivery.
And there's no chance more of the circus survived the explosion?
I don't think so. At least, Brecon didn't think so.
So, the way that it works...
Where does the coffin lead?
After.
The buried.
Right. Right. Keep it safe. I'll be gone a few days. I have some leads I need to follow up.
Sorry?
You heard me. Don't ask about them. And don't know about them either.
Well, I can't exactly control that.
Learn.
I'll do my best. You can trust me, Visera.
Stop saying that. Do you know how I survived that? The unknowing?
No. No, I don't.
No powers, no magic or help. I was trapped in that place, and so I tried to figure it out. And I did. A little. So I kept doing it. I kept going through until I got out. I reasoned my way out of that nightmare.
Good Lord.
Then everything ended and Daisy was gone. And you were gone. And Tim. And then I got back to the Institute and Martin sent me to meet the new boss. Then I stood alone in an empty office for more than an hour. I can trust me, John. That's it. I'll try and be back in a week or two. Don't think about me.
Right.
And don't open the coffin.
It is addressed to me. Yes, all right. All right.
Interesting. That one's pretty cool, though. Okay. I like it. I like it a lot. So for anyone that wasn't catching it, like, essentially, like, an entity showed up at their office and Jonathan went like, oh, I know what you're up to. I can see your past, because that's, like, his special ability he's gotten from working at his job that he doesn't really particularly enjoy besides that. I like it a lot. I like it a lot, too. It was a very interesting episode. It gives you a lot of lore. It gives you a lot of understanding. So, I kind of liked it. It was kind of neat. I would totally want to, like... Oh, come on. I would totally want to listen to more, but it has been 7 hours. Office or hospital? They're in an office. So, well, I guess they're in like an old British building. I don't know if it's an office or not. It's the archives. It's like I guess I kind of figured it was like a government facility, I guess. Whoa. Yo, the zombies can get crazy. Damn. Okay, sorry. An institute, if you will. Yes, an institute, if you will. 10% luck? What the flip? Oh my god. I don't care if it's, if it gives you more corruption. That is worth it. Oh, it's spawning more dudes. Oh, they beat the crap out of my minions, too. Okay, maybe that wasn't the best idea. I have the playlist bookmarked on YouTube. Heck yeah. Closing on 5 a.m. on episode... Oh, it is almost 5 a.m. You're up to episode 21. Good for you. The whole thing feels very basement coded. It does. I think it'd be really cool to, like, have, like, some sort of research facility where, like, you work with a bunch of people. Though it got a little bit messed up in this. Now they're kind of torturing each other accidentally. That's not as cute. That's not as cute at all. You've been imagining it like a post office? Cool. I guess that would be kind of how it works. Like, people send in letters and stuff, and then they have to read them and understand them. But yeah. I guess we'll call it here, even though... Well, we're in the middle of run. No, we should... But this is going so well. But, accidental torture? Yeah, they didn't sign up to get tortured. It wasn't like they wanted a job like this. But they've all been doing their best with it. But yeah, I think I'm gonna try playing with the kittens with the bee. If any of them are awake. They probably aren't gonna wake up until around 5 a.m. For some reason, that seems to be the time when they start screaming. But yeah, thank you guys for coming by. I'm gonna probably be on YouTube tomorrow. Maybe I'll be back over here, I'm not 100% sure, but I do want to play more of the Vampire Masquerade Nosferatu run. So in 20 minutes, yeah, they're gonna wake up in about 20 minutes. It feels like it's still like 1 a.m. My sleep schedule has been terrible. I woke up at like 7 p.m. today. No. I really want to stream on YouTube. I'm so sorry that I just keep going and like falling asleep. The cats like really wore me out for a while. But I really want to play Vampire the Masquerade. I really want to finish Alan Wake. Your sense of time is gone. That entire month was gone. That entire month just disappeared. Like, every single thing in that month disappeared. I have no understanding of what happened. The cats came and it was just over. And then there were more cats, and there were more cats, and there were more cats. Alright, you guys, thank you so much. I fell asleep at 9 p.m. last night, but woke up at 4 a.m. Odd for me. That's like a really healthy schedule, though. Good for you. Thank you, Garrich. I hope you're doing well. I am gonna do my absolute best to get them adopted out. Heavenly Kitten is staying with me and the little prince. I don't want any more cats. I feel like that's too many already. So, but I did promise. So, infinite cat glitch, there's too many. But I know they're gonna go to happy homes or they're gonna be loved and cared about forever. So, I'm gonna make that happen. I know it's gonna happen. They're gonna go to the right people that care about them and love them. They are good kitties. There are never too many cats. There are 14 and 2 are pregnant. And I'm never doing this again. And, if, like, I am going to be real with you. It's really nice, but never again. Oh, Lord, yeah. Yeah, too many. They're all getting spayed and neutered. The bloodline is over. It's gone. The bloodline is done. These cats will never... These cats are never, ever, ever, ever going to have another child in their bloodline again. You can only have a grandma die twice. That is true. Oh, I hear some cats at my door. You get to castrate a male. Let's try it in a different tone of... Okay. Thank you guys for coming by. I am very tired. I hope you all do really well tomorrow. I hope you guys get some water in. Things are gonna be okay. Tomorrow it will be 20 cats. I don't know when they're giving birth, but I'm afraid for them. Y'all have a good one. Y'all have a good one. Kitten energy is a different type of energy. I'm gonna pick them up and, like, wiggle them a little bit. It's my treat to myself. Just a little tiny wiggle. Maybe the real masquerade was the cat bloodlines that Grimbo ended along the way. Positive ending of bloodline. Unpronounceable name. That was pretty pronounceable, though. And also, Manny Manslaughter, thank you for subscribing. Thank you for subscribing for 4 months. Unpronounceable name. I appreciate it. Their instincts will kick in. You won't be feeding them every hour. Oh, no, they're taking care of, like, they're all taking care of their kids. Last time my cat had kittens, they had like 4 to 6. Oh, God. These are young cats, so I'm hoping like 2... 1... 2 to 1 would be a good amount. One of them is really fat, though, so... Alright, bye, everybody. Bye, everybody. Good night. 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 Youngest was also in that range? No. 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 Okay. Bye, everybody. No raid. I didn't think about it. I'ma just go to bed. My throat and mouth hurt a lot. But, feel free to check out any of the streamers on right now. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Appreciate it. Bye. I'll be on tomorrow. Bye. Allergy meds? Yes, Benadryl. Good idea. Okay. Bye-bye.